Welcome, everyone, to another PHDwin week. Good morning, and welcome to the show. Hey, Nick, how you doing today?
Pretty good yourself?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. So, hopefully, y'all enjoyed what we had for yesterday. I actually thought, Nick. So, I've been doing this since 2020. I thought that yesterday was my favorite day since the entire time I've been doing PHD 1 week.
It was really good.
It was really
It
good.
was really,
It
really
was
good.
really good. I was very excited to have all the different people on. What were your highlights, if you don't mind sharing?
Well, I was really, when we talked to Anthem Consultants a few months ago, I've always been since then really excited about Gavin McQueen coming on, for the first time to share his knowledge because we had a conversation with them back in I think April or so, where they were explaining a very high level view on some of the funding problems that are going on in the industry, and we were like, we got to get this guy on because this is so valuable. People are going to be dying to hear this, and I think that went better than we could have possibly imagined. Having that fireside chat and having him on with Laura Freeman and Dwayne Purvis, it was like a real rock star group. So that was really fascinating to me, and and then the Q&A was just as good, and having Richard on as well, to share his expertise and all his experience. I was just soaking it up, being a sponge. It was really good info.
For me, yesterday, in fact, this entire PHDwin week, if we go back to Monday with Larry Connor and the Connor Award, and then leading off yesterday with Richard Smith, it's been a week of legends for me. Larry Connor, I've heard, and you've heard a lot too about how much influence he's had over the program and
Yep.
how many calls he's had in his support over the years. And then Richard Smith, I mean, some of our international clients to this day are thanks to him. He was the one that recommended us, brought us in, allowed us to educate and teach. Because, Nick, I've been to China a couple times. I've done some of these international trips. And a lot of times, whenever you come in, you're not just selling software. Here in the US, everyone's like, all right, show me what your software can do. And they have a pretty good idea, what they're looking at or, what they're trying to do with it. But whenever you go international, you talk international, a lot of times you end up teaching a methodology alongside teaching, what the software can do. And that's why we call ourselves TRC consultants. If anyone ever wonders why we're TRC consultants instead of just like PHDwin Inc. or something like that, it's because we started off as a consulting firm. That's the first thing. It's kind of the legacy of the company. But, as we move forward and we get into these international deals, we need to have that legitimacy to be able to say, yes, we can do training. Yes, we can teach you methodology. Because as Richard talks about, he talked about a team, and his team was a little bit at his company, a little bit of us, and then a little bit at a major consulting firm came together to what he considered to be his team to do that work. And in these international bids, it takes us have our expertise and what we can bring to the table as far as knowing what economics are, knowing how to get to an economic limit, knowing why, you should chase this or incremental that. It's a lot of what people are looking for and come to us for. And I know that's the way it is domestically too. That's why we do PHDwin Week. So that way we can have that ongoing education. But we've learned a lot from Richard Smith over the years, is like how to best present ourselves in that environment. And I still think that he is one of the top international engineers and economists in the entire world. And he keeps getting phone calls from around the world for that reason. And then, as you said, we had the panel in the afternoon. That was just a panel of rock stars. Dwayne Purvis, he's like my favorite engineer. He always gets to be on PHDwin Week because he always has good content. He always has a good opinion to say. Not everyone agrees with him, but that's part of it. You want controversy. You want discussion. If you're always talking to only people who agree with you, you're not expanding your horizons. You're not, pushing yourself. So I really like that about Dwayne. He's always pushing himself. He's always expanding our horizons. Laura is someone who is very much willing to speak truth to power. Whenever she's been busy last couple of years, and she got on my map a couple months ago, and I was kind of bragging about this deal that we have. I'm not going to say which one, but I was bragging about this deal that we've had a lot of promotion around earlier this year. And she's like, I don't know if that's the greatest deal, And I was like, no. It's great. It's a great deal.
Oh, yeah,
It was a fantastic deal or whatever.
story.
And then literally like 2 weeks later, the news comes out that, yeah, maybe, it wasn't what everyone thought it was. And so, she is someone that, will tell her opinion, even if, that might not be what the room is wanting to hear. Right. And I thought she did a really good job of representing a side of the industry that a lot of people, I don't know about you, but for me, I haven't really caught up to, what was going on that sell side, on that buy side. A lot of times we're wondering where those packages, where's the A&D market going? And she's really got her pulse on that. So that was really good.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Gavin, he has done it. He's been at these big companies. He's raised big funds. He's built 2 companies from scratch. That's experience that almost was impossible to compete with, right?
Right.
In this industry, right? And he's a good guy, fun guy. It was fun to bring him in. He seemed like he was having fun.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always being told, to look at the big picture in any given problem that I'm trying to look at with a client or with a lead or something. And from starting out, that's really tricky to do with lack of knowledge. So it's like, oh, you need to back up. No, you need to back up more. And it's so things like this are so valuable to me to be able to fill in some of those gaps, because so much of it I can get kind of tunnel vision and just be looking at the program and what I can see in the program and not think about what's going on behind the scenes. So yesterday was just incredibly valuable for me to build up some more of that knowledge base.
And hopefully we can continue that moving forward today. I'm really looking forward. I've gotten a lot of really good feedback for this PHDwin Wing. We have all these streams going all over the place. I don't know where you're watching. You might be watching on our website right now. You might be watching on YouTube right now. You might be watching on LinkedIn. I do know I finally heard the numbers from the first day, and the first day was the best day that we've had since our first year, our launch of PHDwin Wing, which was the COVID year. I'll never touch those numbers again. Everyone was sitting around in pajamas the whole day, sequestered from work, right? So that's a high watermark. I feel sometimes like the Peloton guy, like he thought his life was going to continue forever, selling bikes forever, and it's like, no. It's just that little window of time for the people that sell Zoom or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like the market trends change, but I'm really happy that people are so engaged. I could just see from the conversation when we go on the YouTube chat or we go onto the site chat, and seeing people go back and forth and comment on these sessions, I can tell people are getting really engaged. And then I've had some people email me personally. So if you have any questions about anything for any of the speakers, for me, about PHDwin Week, events at PHDwin.com. That's where you can send any questions for me or any of the other different hosts that come up. And one thing that came out of that is I've had some people pop up and say, you'll have a lot of content this year about version 3. Nick, you've gotten to the point where version 3 well. You've got a good session coming up today, right?
That's right.
That's really going to give some people some insight. So if that's where you are, if you're wondering about version 3, is this the year you're going to switch? This year you're going to start getting into it. This is the day. Let's call this switch to V3 day. I really want to make sure we put the industry first, and we highlighted people like Larry first. But today kind of has a theme. The whole theme of the conference is getting back to work, Nick. And today's theme is about how can you move into V3. So there is going to be Brandon Penner, who is one of the top V2 users that I know. He has been in our ecosystem a very long time. He's the kind of guy, whenever he tells me stuff, some people, and I know you know this, Nick, whenever they say stuff, they're like, I'm pretty sure we already have that feature. I'm pretty sure, they just need a little bit more training. Brandon's not like that. When he tells me something, I go, okay, we need to fix that. That's definitely something probably we need to get into. He's going to be doing a presentation at 10 a.m. that talks about his experience moving from version 2 to version 3. And I've got a little preview of that presentation. I think it's gonna be really good. I'm gonna jump on afterwards and give a little extra commentary. It's because it's something that I think a lot of people really want to know more about right now in this moment, right? Mm-hmm. And then your presentation, tell them a little bit about what you're doing today, Nick.
So I'm just doing an A&D package evaluation, taking it from a data room, taking a PHD from version 2, importing it into version 3, putting some economics on it. I'm not going to be actually saving any changes to the curves because I'm not an engineer and I don't want to step in that, but I'm showing how to go from start to finish from just a PHD with no economics on it to adding all those economics quickly and looking at your graphs and showing a couple of those features, and then running some reports and showing some of the reporting capabilities and what you can do even within the preview of a given report, and then zipping it up so you can send it on to somebody else, to another engineer or whoever.
I think that's really crucial because a lot of people want to see that workflow. Workflow is a big part of why people are nervous getting into version 3. Mm-hmm. One thing Brandon talks about is his timeline in his presentation, how long it took him to adjust that workflow and get into that workflow. And so I think the all two presentations together are a lot as far as getting people moved forward into that era.
Mhm.
And then this afternoon, we've got our ethics presentation. If anyone's watching this for PE hours, you have to watch that session. That's one of the requirements for us to be able to give you PE hours, is that you have to watch that session. And so make sure that if you're at the end of this entire PHDwin week, we're going to have a form you can fill out where you can claim what PE hours you want, and we'll give you a certificate, but you have to watch the ethics session for any of it to count. And so that'll be this afternoon. And then actually, I think this might be one of the best ethics sessions we've seen, just from like working back and forth and seeing some of the rough drafts of PowerPoint and all that. So I'm really excited about that. And then, of course, we'll have a Q&A at the end of the day, and we'll bring some extra people in. But for right now, I've actually got a special guest for us this morning. Nick, you want to have a special guest on this morning? So every single day, at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day, this PHDwin week, we've had QED Energy Associates, I got it right that time, doing quick starts that kind of show you just little pieces of the program. The leader of QED, the CEO, the woman behind the curtain that makes it all happen, Courtney Stevens, has joined us this morning. I'm going to bring her on in just a second, Nick, and we're going to chat with her a little bit about what she's thought about PHDwin week so far, and what QED can provide to the industry and our clients, and just kind of get a better feel for how everything's going with her right now. So I'm really excited about that. QED is a key partner in PHDwin week. Courtney's been on literally every single year, so we're keeping the streak alive right now. You ready for it, Nate?
Yep.
I think Courtney's ready too. So let's go ahead and bring her in. And let's see here.
Hey guys.
Hello, Courtney. How you doing?
Good.
So thank you very much for joining us. So, hi,
Thanks
Courtney.
for having me, John.
Good to
Hey,
see
John.
you.
Hey, Nick. Good to see you.
And so, how is your PHDwin week going so far, Courtney?
We are having a great week. I've got a room of about 10 technicians out in the conference room watching from very first thing in the morning to end of the day, taking notes and taking funny pictures. I've sent you a few of those, John.
Yeah, you sent us some funny pictures. I do appreciate that. I love it. And you put them on LinkedIn. I love that. I love that kind of back and forth. So what kind of takeaways has your group gotten so far from this year?
I mean, the training sessions that you've provided are second to none. We teach PHDwin version 2 and PHDwin version 3 to our technicians, but hearing it from your perspective is extremely valuable. And to think that this resource that you've made available is provided at no cost to your users is fabulous. The training that you're providing this week is second to none. We truly appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate you coming on, Courtney. We appreciate all the quick starts and y'all being such an essential part of PHDwin week. Everyone knows the secret. Nick here knows the secret. Knows the secret. I'm a bit of a showboater, so me getting in front of the camera isn't too much of an ask. But it is kind of, whenever you have people like Larry Connor coming on, whenever you have people like Richard Smith coming on, I mean, whenever you have people like Jim Tague coming on, I mean, he literally wrote a book on this stuff. And, he does this thing that's this really high level presentation. I mean, you'd have to be in a college course and a master level course and sometimes get this kind of info, right?
Yeah, I mean, the overview of so my background is in A&D. As a young technician, I started at Netherlands Sewell & Associates, but after about a year, I moved myself into investment banking. And I watched deals before my eyes, just exactly like the one that Richard detailed. And, Gavin talking about the winner's curse and how the person that sometimes wins the bid goes way too high. I saw that just a lot in my early career. And I thought they pointed out some really fabulous ways that you can leverage PHDwin to make sure that you're not the overbidder, that you're technically correct. Guys, in another software program that I will not name, I actually got a database from a data room recently that had increasing minimum declines. So the line structure that they had set up, I guess the bank didn't understand that the cases weren't declining. Like when they hit the second segment, they were actually inclining and reserves were being way overstated. In PHDwin, that's just never an issue. You can't put in something that doesn't make sense. I've always really appreciated that about your product. The owner of your company, David Pacinda, he would not allow you to code something in PHDwin that didn't make sense in real life. For example, well counts. You can't have 1.3 wells in PHDwin. You can have one well or you can have two wells, but you can't have 1.3 because it doesn't make sense. Those things, if you stack them all up in a bid process, they actually do decrease value. So I just really appreciate Gavin and Richard going through that deal in detail. Yes, or Richard especially, really excellent, pointing out that you need a robust piece of modeling software to get an accurate bid.
And it takes a deal like that for us to be able to hone ourselves, Courtney. And you know this, like by whenever Richard brought MERS to us, that really influenced the development of version 3, that influenced our possibilities and our horizons of what we could do with this software. And we're always learning. We're always trying to incorporate some feedback from you, feedback from our clients, always trying to build, because we know that we're not at a stopping point. Some people want to go, okay, this is the line in the sand, this is the system of record, and we're not moving forward. But we're constantly trying to innovate, but do it in a way that's smart, as you're talking about. Do it in a way that makes sense. Not having part of a well, not having part of a day in a day count or something like that. Making it so that it's something where it does make sense for the users. But if there is a better method, or if there's a place where we need to go that next level, an incremental on incremental, we try to work that out and add that in. So Courtney, go ahead. No, go
I
ahead.
mean, like, you built V3 Connect for us, John. You and Garrett built V3 Connect. That allows us to be able to QC inputs and outputs on, bids that we're putting together. We really appreciate, you knocked that together when we said we needed it. The response time that y'all have to users in terms of both development and support is second to none. I just want to say I had 15, 20 kind of good luck messages from the QEDers at large this morning, and they all told me to tell you what an outstanding job your technical support team does. Second to none in the industry in terms of both helpfulness, response time. They just really care. And big shout out to Dre, Nick, the whole team. I especially wanted to shout out Hunter and JD since they're QEDers. But, every message I've had this morning has said, make sure to tell John, thank you for the great tech support that PHDwin provides.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. And that coming to that brings me to a point of mine. I know you called in a couple months ago and we were calling the sales line, and I picked up and you were like,
Yep.
Nick, are you on sales now? And I was like, yes, ma'am. I moved over, and, especially since I started that, I've been looking for something that I could change, something positive that could change, that I could at least make an influence on and maybe could last like a long time. So I believe we found that in we're calling it the Support Retention Initiative. So I realized a few months ago that there's a big gap between a lot of our clients in understanding of what the support fee really does in total. So a lot of people think it's just for that help desk, which is of course amazing. I really agree that we do have, I don't want to, it is tooting my own horn, but it's not tooting my own horn anymore because I'm not on support anymore. So I can say this all I want now. I do think we have the best technical support that I've ever seen. I think we have the best technical support, in the industry. I think we're extremely responsive, but that's not all you get with that fee. There's a really, really important part of that fee that a lot of people that we've been calling were not aware of, even people who were paying it already. And it's that you get access to updates. And what that means is if your support expires and then we release a new build or a new version of the program after that, you don't get access to that if you're not on support. That's the thing that you need to be on top of. And most of our clients are, but that support retention rate has gone down a little bit. And I think that's mainly because they just don't understand that that's what they're getting as well. Some people will get a budget cut meeting and they'll see it as a perk, and they'll be like, there are some people who don't use the help desk nearly as much anymore, as they've gotten really good at fixing their own problems if they've been using the program for a long time, but they still need those updates. You don't want to receive a file and you can't open that file anymore and you don't know why. Then you call us and then we have to tell you, oh, you've been off support for however long. And, that fee could be bigger and bigger the longer you're off. And that piece of information has been enough to get people to go, oh, send me the invoice now. And so we've been trying to cover that base as much as we can by calling everybody in our client list who is going off support or maybe thinking about going off support and being like, we need to make sure you know this because it's going to cover you and it's going to cover us as well. It's actually in both of our interests to have everyone on top of support, because we don't want to have these conversations down the line where you're off support and we have to get you back on. And then we have to talk about fees, and it can be a different fee depending on the situation. So, since then, for the last few months, we've had a huge amount of success with that, getting people on the same page and getting that support retention rate up. And Del Carter and Amanda Hines Del Carter has been on support, but he's also been helping us with this. He's actually been the head of this initiative for the last few months, and it's been extremely successful. I can't tell you how proud I am of what we've achieved here. And Amanda as well on accounting has been working with him. And I think that's huge. I think that's going to be really good for our clients. It already is good for our clients and for us just moving forward.
And a lot of people don't know Amanda because she's behind the scenes, but she is an amazing businesswoman. She is an amazing person. Your whole team is a group of people with high integrity, high character, great values. I really love Amanda and really everybody on the PHDwin. You really can't say that about every organization out there. I mean, that's something special that you guys have.
We really appreciate that. Shout out to Amanda. And another side of this too, Courtney, is that we try to put a lot of value into our updates. We update the program at a very regular pace. We have 2 different programs now we're updating. And sometimes people will call and they'll get upset. They've fallen off, as Nick talked about, because maybe the last couple of years they haven't been as active, so they haven't stayed on support maintenance. They get sent a file in a newer version, and they're getting upset with us because whoever they're working with needs those features, needs that update. So they use that update, sent them the file in that version, and they get mad at us because, they've fallen behind and there's that cost associated with it. And, people call me, especially, so there's the 2 sides of it. There's the version 3 and the 2.11. And the people call me about the 2.11 and, they want to push back on that. But Courtney, I was the project manager for 2.11. I spent like a year to make 2.11. I thought was a really solid build, a solid upgrade for version 2, and to make it so it was a great transition to take us into that version 3 era. And then version 3, I mean, just yesterday, Garrett did a great session about all the reports that we've updated. We have, updates, pretty much a major update, equivalent of a 2.10 to 2.11 every year with version 3 as we're trying to iterate this thing quickly. But there's a cost to that, and there's a lot of time that we have to spend on that. And, I just feel like sometimes people don't appreciate that because they're just wanting to open the file. They just want to get the job done, just get out of my way. But we really try to put a lot of value behind what we're doing. And that's why people are giving them the new files, right? Is because you as a user, you want that value, you want those features, right?
I mean, we have to use 2.11 here. So just, in terms of the V2 world, there used to be version 2.10, and then there was an update, and you'll have to remind me of the timing on that. But it actually did some key things to the file that we as database users need done in the background before we move over to version 3. Came up with some new reporting things, some new standard features. V2.11 had the quickest adoption out of any PHDwin version ever. All of the banks, the energy lenders, the investment banks rolled over from 2.10 to 2.11 immediately. Most of the issues, I mean, there weren't issues, but most of what I heard from my clients was, oh, I can't open this file. I need a different version of PHDwin. And it turns out it wasn't a support, it wasn't like a pay and support issue. It was actually that their IT department was holding them up. So if your IT department is holding you up from moving to version 2.11 or to version 3, you obviously can call PHDwin technical support, but you can call us as well. I can send Frankie Delgado, managing director of my technical team, to your site to handhold your IT person. We have done that, and we will do it again. It's no problem if you need a little extra support just to help IT understand the differences in the install.
And if you need help knowing what that value is, I mean, that's why we're here, right, Courtney? Between the 2 of us, I feel between QED and TRC, I feel like we can really take care of people on this, but you got to work with us, I think, is a big part of this. And back to the 2.10 thing. So, as we move forward into version 2 to version 3, when we first launched 3 and we started moving the clients across, it was a big wake-up call for us. I will admit, we were kind of ignorant about one thing about our ecosystem. A lot of people think PHDwin phone's home and lets us know everything you do, but we don't know that. We know who the users are. We know what you're licensed to. But, as part of the rules of like SEC requirements and what the banks require and all that, our software and phone and home, like we're not putting it in our cloud. We're not watching what you do, unlike maybe some people. But the part of the problem here is I would go into different client offices, major consulting firms, major banks and all that. And I go, okay, what version of 210 were y'all on? And everyone go, well, I'm pretty sure we're all on 210.3. And one guy in the back goes, wait, I'm 210.6. And then the tech that does most of the work, no, there was 10 of them. I'm on 210.10. In case y'all didn't know, there was 10 versions of 210. And the numbers changed across those versions. And whenever I got in that room and I heard that spiel over and over again, that was a big problem. There's a big problem there. Whenever you have something that people just think is just 210, but numbers can change between those builds. We were doing big updates as far as bug fixes between those builds that could change numbers. And as you know, as someone that comes in and audits this stuff, if numbers change, you need to be consistent across an organization. You need to be consistent across the stakeholders. And so one nice thing about the 211, I'll just real quick pitch for 211. We updated it for Windows 11. So there was a big problem with reporting in 210. Yes. We fixed it for 211. That's a big part of what you're paying for. I added in a lot of new defaults. I added in some good new Excel reports. I think it really helps the QC process on the 2 side. I spent a lot of time on that. Me and Garrett spent a lot of time trying to add that value in. But the main thing is there's only one 211. And I've already promised one of the biggest consultant firms, if I have to update 2 again, other than anything ain't substantial, there'll be a 212. I'll just tell you right now, I'm not promising no new 12 because I promised the opposite. We will never have a 211.2 that changes a number. Instead, if you have 211, everyone you work with will match your numbers, unlike 210, unlike 2.9, where we had so many builds within those releases that you don't know. And just this panic I see in the room when I've asked you this, and I've seen everyone go, wait, I thought we were all in the same version. I go, look, everyone just needs to move to 211 now. So you'll all at least the same 2. And then let's talk about moving you to 3 so we can get you caught up to the newest and get you that newest methodology. But a lot of people don't appreciate this. They don't realize that there is this difference because they just kind of expected 210 to be this monolith, but it's not. It's from 2015 or something, right? We've updated a lot since then, and numbers got to match, Courtney. I mean, that's what matters at the end of the day, right?
I have to turn in matching numbers, but I would say there was that day that all of us came into work and all of a sudden 210 was really slow running reports, and it was a Windows update, and you immediately had a fix that you sent out to all of us, and I appreciate that. But 211, fixes all those kind of Microsoft Windows problems in the background. And so you really do need to move to 211. There's no reason not to be on 211. But I say, guys, it's time for everybody to move to version 3. We used to see, I don't know, if we talked about it in 2020, if we talked about it in 2021, if we talked about it even last year, I would get like 1-2 databases a week. I'm easily getting 5 or 6 databases a day. It's time to move to version 3. I'm happy for you to keep running version 2 if you love it. I'm going to support you. I know John's going to support you, but I do get a lot of calls because I'm software agnostic. I absolutely use every software out there. And I get a lot of calls asking me, I've been using 211 for a long time, I'm on version 2. Should I move to 3? The answer is now yes. Let's move you to 3. 1.17 is a solid, great engine. We're using it consistently. It works great. All the major reservoir engineering consultancies are using it. All the major energy lending banks are using it. Let's go.
I think that there's still the value in 211 is, we talked about this earlier. It was from yesterday's presentation. So if someone sends you a 211 file, I want to know what numbers they produce before I bring it into 3. So maybe for a little while, if I was in that shape, I was doing A&D, I'd have both because we did update the methodologies in 3. We think they're better. And I've seen uplifts on reserves of around 10-15% just because of that new methodology, getting rid of ECL after, updating some of the way that we're calculating that economic limit. But, you don't want to have that 10%. You want it as the sweetener on your bid, right? If someone sent you a 2 file without the 3 on the end, they were running 2. You know what their number was. Then you pull it over to 3. You get that uplift from the new economic method. That's what your margin is. That gives you, as the person bidding on the package, that little extra. That's your negotiating room because you know the true answer. You know the better answer in version 3. You know what they're looking at, and you know that wedge difference between the 2. And then that becomes your negotiating space. And so I see the value in both of them, but you're right. Like as far as if I was doing work in my company, I'd be doing it in 3. I want the new methodologies. I want the new tools, right?
I mean, I think at this point, there's so many people running 3 that you're actually shorting yourself if you're not running those, max cum cash flows out of PHDwin version 3. Like maybe you're right. Maybe right now it could be your competitive advantage over and above others that you're properly calculating the economic limit in 3, but it's not too long before you're going to be shorting yourself if you're not. So, max cum cash flow makes a lot of sense. The idea of max cum cash flow, I think it really became an important topic during the 2014, 2015 commodity price downturn. We had this time when prices went negative for a short term, or prices went down for a short term, and everything's economic limit hit. So we had to come up with a methodology in all the softwares to allow things to live through a short-term, loss to ultimately make up a long-term gain. And so, yeah, I mean, I think put yourself on an even playing field, get in version 3.
And be prepared for it. So Brandon Penner,
Yeah.
again, at 10 a.m., one of my top V2 users, he talks about in his presentation what his process was. There was some good, some bad that he had to work through. It took him 2 weeks. So I have people call me, and we've had this happen, Nick, where they're a strong V2 user and they get that V3 file. First thing they ask is, can you downgrade? What's the answer, Courtney?
No, you can't downgrade. But can I just say, John,
Go for it.
QED does a summer externship every year for high school students. So if you have a high school student out there and they want to do a 1-week virtual online externship to learn about data analytics, mathematical modeling in the energy industry, send them on over to us. But last summer, my son, who's a junior in high school, requested that we do PHDwin version 3. Guys, in the course of about 5 days, working about 2 to 3 hours a day, I had a group of 30 high school students accurately modeling reserves and economics in PHDwin version 3. So just don't be afraid. If my high schooler can do it, you can absolutely do it. It's no big deal.
But have a plan and be ahead of it. Get the work today. Download it today. Let's answer some obvious questions we always get, Nick. If they're a supported client right now, what's their upgrade fee to get into version 3? Zero, right? Really, it's just the cost of training. It's just this learning curve that me and Courtney are talking about. Now, if you
I can send you,
go ahead.
I can send you a sample database. Like if somebody is out there right now going, you know what, I don't want to mess up my main database. Let me send you a base database to start practicing. Let me send you some sample exercises that you can work through, and then I can send you the answers and you can see if you got them right. Like if you want to build your confidence, I'm happy to send you those things. I think John's right. If you're currently in 211, you should run it, get a 1-line, get a reserve category cash flow summary, know what your numbers are, push to 3 and compare. Make sure on a 1-line basis that, all your columns are in line. Make sure on a reserve category summary basis, all your numbers are in line. And if there are differences, know why you have those differences. Is it the max cum cash flow? Probably so. There's a process for going through it. At QED Energy Associates, we help our clients through processes like that all the time. There's been many times where I've been called in where a company used to use Aries and now they're using PHDwin. And when we make that move from one software to another, how do we track where the main reserves changes were? How do we manage that variance analysis? We're happy to assist. That's what a QED reservoir engineering technician is for.
That's exactly what QED is so good at training. And yes, reach out to Courtney, anyone that wants those materials. And as you do the install, if you have questions, you're on support and maintenance, reach out to our support team. That's what they're here for too, to help answer those questions. But Courtney, I've got some news here. I'm going to announce right now because my years of TRC, I'm finally got director level. I'm the director of sales, so I can make some decisions. So I'm going to let everyone know that at the end of the year, everyone knows life got more expensive in the last couple of years. We've all been fighting inflation and all that. At the end of the year, going into 2025, there will be a price increase for version 2.11 and a price increase for version 3. So if you're watching the stream right now and you're not on current support and maintenance, or you want to get a copy of PHDwin, you're curious about PHDwin, you got a couple months left. We don't do deals. I don't have people call me on Black Friday getting an offer. The sale is until the end of the year. You contact us and we'll give you this year's price and you'll be ahead of the curve. But I don't know exactly what it'll be, but I can tell you all right now, there will be a price increase going into next year. It'll probably be low double digits, a significant price increase going into next year for everything, support and maintenance and our installations and our thing. And that's just us having to cover our costs to be able to straddle, do PHDwin wing, support both versions of the program, offer all these free training material and resources. And so if you're sitting on the sideline right now, if you've just kind of sat on your hands and you're just waiting for the file to hit you, well, then if that's next year, then for no good reason, you're going to be paying extra funds when you could be ahead of it. You could get into it this year. You could upgrade this year. We'll give you that lower cost. And then whenever you go into next year, you're set up for success. And so that's a little announcement for PHDwin Week. Anyone watching the stream right now, that's a little bonus for you to get ahead of the curve because we haven't officially announced it to the rest of the base. But here's where we're announcing it right now, Nick, right? So call Nick, get a hold of him, and he'll help you get this year's pricing because we are going up. We have to adjust. The rest of the world went up. We got to go with it. We haven't changed prices since 2020. And lots happened since 2020 as far as the cost environment in the country and our labor costs and all that and dev costs. And so we're going to have an adjustment. And so if you're sitting on the sidelines, time to get off the sidelines. That's what this year is all about. And that's why I want to have so many good sessions about moving people from version 2 to version 3. But I want to switch over to QED real quick. So let's say, that someone is worried about this. They're worried about, moving over from a different piece of software. They're moving from 2 to 3. They just don't have the help inside their office to handle this kind of workload. How can you help them, Courtney?
That's my main business. So my main business at QED Energy Associates is making great reservoir engineering technicians. Every quarter, I go out and recruit about 12 recent college grads. We put them in our training room and we train them at our expense to be great support personnel for reservoir engineers. Not only do we teach them the ins and outs of Excel, Access, SQL, PHDwin, but we also teach them that if you say jump, they say how high. We make sure that they're going to be great support professionals. See, I've been a tech my whole life. And I know how to be a great tech. And I knew if I could make duplicate copies of myself, that those would be very valuable. Of the 12 people we bring into our training program every quarter, only about half make it through to the end of the training program. Feel free to refer anybody over to our training program. We have a new class that starts on September 30th, and you can apply at our website, qedea.com/apply, 10 seconds or less. Of the people that finish our training program, we place them in oil and gas companies, energy lending firms, software companies, investment banks, reservoir engineering consulting firms. PHDwin has always hired several. You've got Hunter Rossblock and JD Patrick right now. When we place a technician, we continue to support them for infinity after their placement. So anybody, that's a QED client or a QED technician can call in, and we're going to be helpful with a lot of hustle every single time. So really what I make is somebody that can come in and be a great little reservoir engineering technician for you. And they're going to handle all of this. They understand the ins and outs of database conversions because we do them, we do like 10 plus database conversions a week here at my office. They're going to understand the mentality of how the software works. My technicians go through a 5-day reserves and economics theory course, which defines for them, what is a shrinkage factor? What is an NGL yield? Why do we need a price differential? They're going to have the understanding to be able to help you make this move from 2 to 3. So if you've never had a great tech before, you've never known a QEDer, but give me a call. I think that the QEDers can add a lot of value. You can hire them for a short-term assignment. Maybe you just want somebody for 6 weeks to get you through the migration from V2 to V3. We can do that, or you can hire them outright.
And that's what we do. So if anyone wants to get a feel for one of these QED trained technicians, calling and support and maintenance here at TRC.
If I could jump on that as well, I didn't go through QED, unfortunately, but I didn't know about it until I was here. And I was being trained, of course, by Dre, but the other person who was training me on support was Michael Hampton, who was from QED. So I was trained by a QEDer. And then a few months ago, we hired JD and Hunter, and I largely was training them. And oh my God, they've been so good. They are doing so well. And, at this point, I feel like, and I probably shouldn't think this way, but when we get a QEDer in the door for an interview, I'm like, do we even really need to interview them? They're always going to do well. Like, I feel like there's never going to be a bad one. So, that's a really good program. And I'm amazed at how good you are to your people. It's amazing.
Thank you. We do about half of the people that start the training don't make it. So I will say, if you refer somebody over, please be prepared for the weeding out process. It's an important thing that I do for my clients, that anybody that's not going to be exceptional cannot wear the brand of QED. So please feel free to refer any recent college grad that you like, or we'll take somebody that hasn't actually finished a degree. Michael Hampton, for instance, went to community college but didn't do a bachelor's degree. That's absolutely fine with us. As long as somebody's great with basic mathematics and logic and has a good attitude, we'll give them a shot. For all those people that we give them a shot, about half can't make it through our rigorous training. That's okay. It's just part of the process. And so I do say, if you send somebody over, please don't get mad at me if they don't make it through to the end. Hopefully everybody that comes here learns something and has something that they can take away from it. I appreciate you guys complimenting QED. If there's anybody watching that hasn't met a QEDer, look around. There's more than 200 of us at this point, so you should be able to find one pretty easily.
There's a reason you're on every single week for PHDwin Week. Part of it's because you got such great insights, Courtney, and we love hearing your opinion on the industry and where you're sitting. But part of it is I want people to always know that between TRC and QED, we can take care of you. People come to us and they need conversions of software we don't know before. We point them to you. People come to us, they ask, I need to just hire a technician. They go to the training class. They're like, okay, this is a bit too much. I'm the engineer. I really probably need some help with this to make my company effective. Where can I hire? We point to QED, right? So that's part of it. But then, you have people come to you and they have software problems and that that we can solve. And it's this kind of back and forth, that we've had for a long time, right?
Oh man, I had one yesterday on my desk that was absolutely using the wrong tool. Gulf of Mexico properties with group economic limits, with incremental economics, stacked on top of each other with recompletions. And I'm like, there is no tool that you should be using except for PHDwin. Like, let me put this in PHDwin and show you how much easier it would be. Same thing for late stage shale. If you haven't planned to tune into my session on incrementals, make sure to do that this week. But there's a lot of people out there modeling late stage shale in Aries, which is not the optimal tool. If you're going to be doing things like installations of electronic submersible pumps or acid jobs, cement jobs, workovers, you can model the incremental economics and get those rate of return factors that you want very quickly and easily in PHDwin. And it's kind of a beast to make sure you're getting it correct in the other software. Really make sure you're checking your numbers. So yeah, there's lots of times where the right tool, John, is your tool. And so it's easy to point people in the right direction. And thank you for always taking care of my clients. We have 535 happy clients over here at QED. I believe firmly that their success is my success. And I always want them to be using the right tool. And I want them to be working with people that are good people. I'm always happy to refer my clients over to you. You take care of them. You do a great job. You've never done anybody wrong. You're respectful of everyone and kind and fair. Man, you're the kind of partner I want to work with.
And we're right back to you. You've always taken care of everyone we've sent your way, and you trained great technicians. I have this spiel. Anytime anyone comes to PHDwin, Courtney, that's from some other software, I always talk about there's a cottage industry that's built around PHDwin. It's not just us. There's an ecosystem. There's a community. And part of PHDwin Week is to highlight that ecosystem, highlight that community. That's what we're trying to do on these morning shows, right, Nick? Bringing people on and talking with people. But you have by far the biggest house in the community. You've been there the longest. You're so important to the TRC ecosystem. We really appreciate all the hard work you and your technicians do. So we're going to switch over right now, Courtney, to you again, doing a quick start session, showing everyone how to master views in PHDwin version 3. But just real quick, tell everyone where they can get a hold of you, where they can get a hold of QED, so in case they have any questions for you.
The easiest way to get us, honestly, is to email us at dreamteam@QEDEA.com. Our website is QEDEA.com. And I wanted to shout out to Memorial High School right over here. Isha and Dev Patel are Dev's actually at Colorado School of Mines, and he's at the job fair today talking about PHDwin and how great it is. And our one of our externs, Isha, is right there.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, Courtney. Thank you for sitting with me. Nick, go ahead.
My mom went there, by the way.
Oh, there we go.
Memorial High School, the Mustangs.
There you go.
There we go. All right. High five on that one. That's great. This is cool. Well, thank you again, Courtney. You got me amped up. So we're going to go and get you right back on talking about in just a couple minutes about our views. And then, as I said, 10 a.m. Don't miss Brandon Penner talking about moving into version 3. All right. Thanks for sat with us, Courtney. We'll talk to you in just a minute.
Bye, guys.
We hope you enjoyed our morning session. Coming up next is another QED Quick Start from Courtney Stevens.
Today, Courtney will cover leveraging custom views in PHDwin v3. Custom views in PHDwin v3 allow users to tailor their data display for specific needs, making it easier to focus on relevant information, improve workflow efficiency, and enhance decision-making by highlighting key metrics.
Please welcome Courtney Stevens from QED Energy Associates.
Hi, I'm Courtney Stevens of QED Energy Associates. Big shout out to John Smith and the team over at TRC Consultants. Thanks for having QED Energy Associates on PHDwin Week again this year. We're bringing you today a QED Quick Start. This one is about leveraging custom views in PHDwin v3. Let's look at my database. On any computer on which PHDwin v3 is installed, you're going to have some views already set up for you. And what we mean by view is the way in which things are laid out on the display. Right now, we've got a case list on the left. Some information looks like general info and prices in the middle, along with some tabs behind those. And two graphs, a 70-year rate time simulog and a 30-year rate time simulog. Now, this is a pretty nice view. When you're on the home ribbon at the top, the far right-hand side is going to be the views menu. When you see this drop down right here, if you use a single left mouse click to click that, you'll get a list of all the views that are currently set up. If I go over to laptop view, you'll see that the way in which things are laid out on the display changes. Might go over to blank, and then I'll go back to standard. So you can actually change views to change what you're seeing as you work through your database. The neat thing about PHDwin version 3 is that you can save your own views, and I do that all the time. There's lots of standard workflows that I go through on a day-to-day basis, and the way in which I have my input or output information displayed on the page significantly speeds up my workflow. Something I was working on this morning was recompletion timing for my prove develop non-producing cases that are behind pipe to some of my PDPs. Let's look at that right there. This morning I was working on this Carson Wentz and the Bobby Wagner. I actually created a recompletion view. This is kind of even better than the old recompletion tree in PHDwin version 2. So what I've done is I've still got my case list along the left-hand side, but I popped out my projection or my ARPS box right here for this particular view. I've got a little bit of identifying information because as I'm working through recompletions, I want to make sure that I've got the right reserve category designation associated with each case. So I really need to see these boxes as I'm working. The next thing I need is my investments tab because I almost always forget to make sure that I have the investments on my upside cases that first time I run through a database. So hopefully by having this set in my view, it decreases the number of iterations I go through as I'm error checking my evaluation. I've put the recompletion tree over here in the top right-hand side of this view. And then I like to have a graph or a visual display of my graphical projection as I'm working. This view is perfect for me whenever I'm going through to set up and make sure that all of my recompletions are working in the way in which I intend. Again, I do love to have uphole zones dynamically timed to my PDP so that as soon as my PDP goes offline with whatever offset I may choose, that new case will be dynamically timed to spend its capital and start producing. Looking at this Bobby Wagner right here, I can see that it is a recompletion to this Bobby Wagner 61 sidetrack 3. Let me double click on that case. When I double click on that case, it automatically changes the population of this view to be that PDP or the downhole zone. And so I can actually look at that. I can see, that's going to go uneconomic on 1/1/2027. So if my uphole zone is supposed to start 60 days after that, let me just check my start date over here in my ARPS box. Yes, 3/2/2027 works out. And this is an offshore case, so it is kind of a significant investment in order to pull uphole and shoot the next zone or do the next sidetrack. So that recompletion view, I really like looking at specifically these things whenever I'm setting up my recompletions. Another thing that I do that I like a standard view for or a setup specialized view for is incrementals. So I was working on my incremental probables this morning, and I thought, wow, wouldn't it be nice if I had a special view for incremental setup? So I've called this my incremental view. It looks very similar to my recompletion view. I've got my ARPS box popped out. I've got some identifying information so I can check the reserve categories. I've got my investments because I definitely want to check that I made that correct on both the proved case and the incremental probable case. And then I've got the incremental tree up here as well as, or the incremental properties as it's called, as well as a rate time similar graph. It's nice because I can check and see, okay, my IP on this incremental case is 8,500 barrels per month, with $4.5 million tangible and $4.5 million intangible capital. Let me double click to the PUD. So now I'm actually viewing the PUD, the Chase Claypool for PUD. Yes. And so that was only a $6 million investment scheduled for the proved drilling complete, and 500 barrels per month. That is a much lower IP. So I like this view for whenever I'm going through and making sure that I've got the correct investment and projections on my incremental probables. Turns out I set up custom views for loads of different workflows. I've got a database conversion view. This is for the things that I use most whenever I'm converting databases. I've got a building upside cases view. This is what I use most whenever I'm setting up new cases. I've got a special settings view. This is actually what I use when I'm bus checking. This is all those special boxes and icons and things you can click that I don't normally look at, but if something is a little different, then I do need to spot it. Sometimes I need to enter production scheduled every single month, just paste it in out of a spreadsheet. I was doing that this morning and I thought, well, it would make sense for me to have a custom view so that as I was going through pasting in the production, I want to be able to see that tabular production within the view. So I use custom views so that as I'm going through doing different things, my screen is set up perfectly for not only my data entry, but also my QC and my data checking.
Thanks, Courtney, for showing us how to leverage custom views. Now, if you've never actually made one yourself, let me just walk you through real quick how to start one up. So I have up here our PHDwin v3 database. I'm just going to go right here to a blank view to show you what it is like just from the get-go. So right here, I have no view selected. I've got nothing except my case list and then the list of forms right here. What I can actually do is this right here, the form list, is where pretty much everything is that I'm going to want to see is. I can build from here. So I can click and drag general info out to the main screen. I can do a couple things with it. I can drop it anywhere I want and then move it around, and I can then select where I want it to go from this spot right here, or I can just from here click and drag it to where I would like it to go, and it highlights blue to show you where it's going to stick. So I can put it up here at the top, grab ID codes, then our little left and right bar moves. I can click and let it go right there, and then I've got ID codes. I can click at the bottom of it and drag it down or drag it up if I want to space it differently. Daily production, I could put that up here too if I want. Then I can do things like, let's say, I'll put prices down at the bottom. And I'll put expenses right there with it because those usually, you feel like those go together. And I'm going to space them a little bit differently so they're kind of evenly spaced. Case settings, I'll put that at the bottom as well. Eco options, I'll put it at the bottom, but I'm going to put it in another block right here to the right. I'll put investment over here as well with eco options. I am actually going to grab a graph and put it up here at the top. Now to do that, I'm going to go over here to the graphs little flyout and click graphs. And then I'll grab myself my 30-year graph and I'll set it up here just to the right, let go of it. I've got my graph up there. And then from there, you can just keep building however you want. I can put shrinkage up here with everything else. I'll put my incrementals down here at the bottom, which is what Courtney had. I'll put recompletions down here at the bottom as well. Ownership, I'll put here at the bottom too. And, you can pretty much just kind of play around if you want. I've got my graphs right here at the right. If I didn't want them there, if I wanted to put them right over here with my shrinkage, data production, ID codes, and general info, I could click the tab for my graph and I could drag it over here. And you can see I'm getting these little up down arrows between the different tabs to show that's where it's going to sit when I let go of the actual tab, let go of the mouse. It's pretty easy to play around with, just to manage. From here, if I like the way this is set up,
I could go to the Home tab, and up here in the View section, I could click Save View. It's going to ask, you don't have permission to save the blank view, which is what I was in. That's a default TRC view. Would you like to create a new view? Click Yes. I'm just going to call this guy FD. That stands for my initials, Frankie Delgado. Click Apply. And then that's up here in the list with everything else. And I could switch between views if I wanted to. Use expense view. Go back to that FD view I've made right now. And that just has everything where I put it beforehand. Okay.
Thanks, Frank. Now, you said grab a lot. When you say grab, what do you mean?
When I say grab, sorry, I just mean over here in the form window, I can click on a name and drag it out. Now, if you notice this daily production, when I click and drag it out here, nothing happens. That's because it's bold. And that means I already have it somewhere on my view, which right here, you can see I've got it out here in my view list.
At QED Energy Associates, we make the world's best reservoir engineering technicians. Please feel free to call on us for our database conversion services. You can use our reservoir engineering techs for on-demand consulting. You can also utilize them for dedicated consulting for a block of time. You can hire our technicians. You can attempt to hire our technicians if that makes more sense for you. We offer custom classroom training and one-on-one training in your office. At QED, we have technicians certified at every level. We do believe that competency as a reservoir engineering tech is not tied to years of experience. And so for any technician that works for me at QED, we've gone through and verified their technician critical skill set, and we know exactly the level to which they're currently competent. It's my job at QED to make sure that every purchase is one that you're happy with. If ever you purchase a QED service and you're unhappy, please give me a call directly and I will make it right for you. You can call us at the office at 832-581-3758, or even faster, email us at dreamteam@qedea.com. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. And thanks again to John and the team at PHDwin for this wonderful PHDwin week.
Thank you, Courtney, for presenting custom views in PHDwin v3.
Stay tuned to the stream. Next up, we have Dr. Wigway returning with part 3 of his short training course. We have a featured replay from 2023 at noon, and much more in our afternoon sessions for today.
You don't want to miss Nikhil Joy's presentation at 1 p.m., where he dives into features and capabilities of PHDwin v3. We will also announce a special V3 promotion that you will not want to miss.
Make sure to share PHDwin Week on LinkedIn by telling us which session you are watching for a chance to win today's $100 gift card. We will announce our gift card winner during tomorrow's opening morning show.
Also, don't forget to tune in at 2 p.m. where our special guest, David Clark from Marathon Oil, is presenting ethics in forecasting for professional engineers.
This will not be your average ethics presentation. David has made this presentation engaging and informative, with references to real-world events. After David's presentation, Keith is back with another quick start. Joining us back today is Frankie Delgado.
Frankie is presenting one of our most requested tutorials, merging databases in PHDwin v3. We would like to extend our gratitude for the team at QED for their incredible work on Quick Start tutorials and for being a gold partner on PHDwin Week 2024. Stay tuned to our live stream. There is much more PHDwin Week coming up next.
Thank you for joining us for Anthem Energy Partners presentation.
We are glad you could join us today. Let's get started.
Brandon Penner will discuss his experience as a former V2 user moving to V3. He has titled his presentation, Jumping Off the Deep End.
We would like to thank Brandon, Gavin McQueen, and the team at Anthem Energy Partners for joining us this year as Gold Partners. Please welcome Brandon Penner.
Hello, my name is Brandon Penner, and today I'll be giving discussion about my experiences as a long-time PHDwin V2 user, starting in and using version 3. So let me switch over to my presentation. Calling the presentation Jumping Off the Deep End. It's always intimidating to use a new software, and PHDwin V3 is no different. A little bit about myself. I'm a petroleum engineer by degree from University of Tulsa, and have spent my entire career so far working out of Tulsa. It was with Foundation Energy to start, and that's where I first started using PHDwin V2. Then was with Calyx Energy 1 and 2, which was a horizontal Mississippian and Woodford play in Payne County, Oklahoma. And there I was a production engineer and did the reserves. And then Calyx Energy 3 was is a erase the last 10 seconds, starting again on Calyx Energy 3. And then I went to work for Calyx Energy 3, which is an upstream Arkoma company in the northern Arkoma Basin, and did production reserves. And then most recently, I was a COO of Calyx and used V2 extensively there. And then left Calyx back in February of this year and joined Anthem Energy Partners, and talk about them in a minute. I've been using V3 for about 2 months now, extensively. And again, I've been a PHDwin V2 user for 15 years and have went through the learning curve with V2 and know the ins and outs of it. And that's my background. A little bit about Anthem Energy Partners, where I'm currently working. So we are an upstream, or restart that 5 seconds. Anthem is a startup energy platform based in Tulsa. We're actively seeking upstream and midstream oil and gas properties. It's a direct invest financial structure, so offering an investment at the asset level. And then it was formed in 2023 by Gavin McQueen and Jeff Olmstead. And we're actively out there looking and evaluating projects, upstream and midstream, centered in onshore U.S. And so we have a lot of experience here at Anthem. And hold on, pause for kid in the background. Charlie, I'm on the phone. You need to go that way. Let me finish, then I'll get you guys lunch. Okay? Okay, please get out of it. You can watch TV or video games, right? Tell everybody else to be quiet and stay out. Okay. All right, restarting. At Anthem, we have a very experienced management team across most major basins in the U.S. And been using PhD to actively evaluate dozens of projects, and has allowed us to have a very quick workflow. So into my experience with V3. So this graph, this is called the Dunning-Kruger effect, and it has really summarized my experience so far. For those unfamiliar, it talks about the phenomenon of when you first start to learn something or do something, you can have an outrageous amount of confidence, even though you don't know very much. And so as it relates to V3, just starting to use the software, there's just enough familiarity where it feels like I could get up and start and perform right away. That's called the peak of Mount Stupid. and it's quickly followed by the Valley of Despair. So it's where you're learning just enough to realize you don't know very much at all. And I'll say the peak amount stupid for me for PHDwin lasted about 2 days, just as I was able to begin to forecast curves, adjust some economics, do some case level ideas. But quickly, for many reasons, went to the Valley of Despair, where it was a pretty aggressive learning curve for maybe 1 to 2 weeks before I really started to get my feet under me and be able to efficiently start to evaluate projects. And I think the key to progressing out of the Valley of Despair is one of the things that PHDwin is great for, which is their support team. Dial their support number, click 5, and help me through the times where I'm banging my head against the table. And eventually, you learn some of the subtle differences in V3 and get to where it really can churn out a lot of good work quickly. So I love top 5 lists. I'm going to do my top 5 favorite PHDwin features and talk about the things that were sort of new to me going into V3 that really made a big difference. So first is the workflow. So when you first start to use PHDwin 3, it has the feel of PHDwin still. I mean, you'll recognize the projection chart in the bottom right, price deck. It has the feel of a improved user interface, but still PHDwin. And I think that's accurate. I think they did a great job preserving the look and feel of PHDwin while bringing it forward and modernizing it. So one of the great things about V3 is you have 3 main toolbars, one on the top, and then you have left and right. And those are sort of your access points to anything you need in the software. So everything is 2 to 3 clicks away. And whether it be updating your models, global edit, grid edit, which is essentially edit in Excel. You can go up here to reports, database settings, we'll get to in a minute. And on the home tab, you can switch between scenarios and change your view. So the views in PHDwin, this one is the A&D view. And so it has 4 different grids, but you can resize these. You can make some bigger than the others. You can change the tabs, and you can click and drag a tab from here to there. You can really fully customize whatever you need. And in these toolbars on the right and left, they pop in and out. You can pin them. So it really makes the workflow to get to where you need to very quickly. And you can customize it to be your own workflow. But they do have some great presets, such as the A&D. And then the laptop view just has one screen really big. So, for projecting, I usually go to the laptop view, make the projection graph front and center, and then work on my projections there so it's easy to zoom in. So same PHDwin, better workflow. It's easy when you, like I said, when you jump right in, it feels like PHDwin. And so you have a huge amount of confidence that you're ready to, start kicking butt here. But it's a learning curve on all the different aspects as you just learn how there's some small differences that ultimately are mostly improvements that you have to work through. So number 4 is the database structure. So when I first looked at installing PHDwin 3, I kept not doing it. And the main reason was the requirement to have a database installed, have a server running on your computer. And so for me, that seemed like a very intimidating process of installing a server on my laptop, which wasn't that great at the time. And just the idea of running a server and a database on my laptop seemed intimidating. And so I ended up just not doing it and just staying with V2. But what I didn't realize is that the install of V3 comes with a pretty seamless install for the server, and also having support ready to help me out as well. It took probably 30 minutes of the computer itself installing it, but it works. And to me, it was definitely a mental hurdle and beginning to install and think about using V3 is I got to figure out what to do with this server thing. And, right now we're lean and mean at Anthem, so I can just put it on my own laptop. But when I was thinking of it at Calyx, it's like, well, I got to involve IT. It's bigger than just me. But again, it's really not that big of a deal. It adds a ton of benefits. And I think mentally getting over the mental roadblock of thinking about having to install your own database and server, once you can get past that, the benefits of database is one, a much larger project size. V2 tended to get bogged down depending on how many wells you're looking at when running reports. This is much faster. Database enables you to look and evaluate a lot more wells at once. It really improves one of the nicks against V2, which was limit to the size of the project. This lets you scale efficiently. Number two is multiple users working together at once. A lot more seamless. It saves a lot of time. And again, some stuff you can do in V2, but V3 really makes it a more efficient project that works for the small guy, but also on the corporate level, it's something we can scale as we grow here at Anthem. Third is data integration. So since there isn't a physical database, and this goes with number 4 as well, but you can tie your visualization software into the database so you can quickly have reports ready to go with whether it's Tableau or Spotfire. It's easy to connect your data analytics software to the database, automating some reports for management, and also automating some evaluation of type curves of your P2P base. There's a lot of sensitivities you can do within Tableau and Spotfire because it is tied to a database. It also helps you because you're tied to Tableau and Spotfire doing some of the broader checks, especially as you're tying the outputs of your reserves to an LOS statement as you're doing A&D evaluations. This streamlines that as well. You can tie out your cash flows in one source using Tableau, then connecting to your LOS statements and see how the tie-out is. And finally, on the database structure, I think a real benefit is the ability to tie the reserve outputs to other parts of your business. Down the road, thinking of tying your reserve outputs to production, tying it to your accounting easier, like giving everybody a place to point their database tools to, so they can integrate it in their workflows. By putting in a database, it really improves the structure of your reserves and lets other parts of your company have read-only access to tie out to some of the critical reserve outputs that a company needs to operate. Where before in V2 was more manual, V3 enables a direct connection that is going to be streamline a lot of the business intelligence parts, as other parts of your company can utilize the reserve information. Number 3, scenarios and qualifiers. So this is something that very similar to functionality to Aries. So scenarios are the ability to switch between every type of assumption, whether it be your ownerships, cases, prices, expenses, projections, strength, yield, anything you want to tie to, you can switch globally between one set to another set. And so, for example, in A&D side, we're looking at a new prospect, copy and paste the company's curves that we get to optimistic, and then can switch anytime to use their curves to switch to optimistic, and I load in the previous company's curves. And so you can pick and choose what things that you reference from each scenario in the qualifiers case. So for example, maybe one scenario, I just want to update the projections. One scenario may just want to update the ownerships. So you can pick and choose what those things are. And it's really good for one, talk about projection sets quickly. You can do that by year. You could say, here's my 2020 curves, 2021 curves, 2022. You know, every year you can update your official company projections. You can see how those change over time. It's good for economic sensitivities. You can set, you know, let's say you know 4 or 5 different things you would look at with each update and run. You can make those each their own scenario. And then also for drill schedules, so each scenario can have different selection of cases. So you can make a quick run of a 1-rig drill schedule, switch your scenario to a 2-rig drill schedule, you know, switch between some of these what if scenarios that always come up. And scenarios is a way to do that quickly. And then when looking at a basin, or let's say you looked at, you know, 5 or 6 different operators that all have non-op interests in each other, this is a way to switch between ownerships. And this is stuff that you could do in V2, but here it's set out much more concisely, and it's a much more logical approach to it. And it makes you really able to take a more holistic view of evaluating a company, a basin, and running sensitivities in a logical, straightforward manner. So one example I thought was really helpful that PHDwin gives within their support file is on projections here. They show the example of on projections for the reserve manager scenario, it'll take the projections from the reserve manager. If they don't have a reserve manager projection, it'll take it from the operations. If there's not one from operations, take it from field engineer. If it doesn't have a projection for field engineer, defaults to the previous year forecast. So you can set it where you can have multiple people working at once, doing their part in it. Telling the software which person to default to first. And so you can have this really working live document that everybody has hands-on approach to, and helps as your company grows bigger than just one person running economics, small guy, you know, really enables PHDwin V3 to scale to a larger corporate environment. Number 2, reports. So the reporting at PHDwin is very nostalgic. You know, and one of the advantages is for the person that's not PHDwin user, you hand them this report and they will know no difference between a V2 report and a V3 besides this logo in the bottom left. So it offers a level of familiarity and confidence to the external person getting the report, where they don't have to question, like, well, what is this new software you're using? You know, they're going to recognize intuitively the PHDwin format as well. And all the same reports that you're used to in V2, they are accessible in V3, but they are perhaps a little bit more, with the report viewer, you can do more in depth than you can in the previous version. For example, the detailed alt NGL reports, in the report viewer, you load up the detailed report, and inside the report viewer, you can customize and put settings on exactly what you want the detail to be about. You know, you could do a detailed expense report where it breaks off the well cost, the fixed cost, lease costs, the dollar per barrel, dollar per MCF in their own column. You can go dive into the detail of whatever aspect it is you want, as well as giving the typical detailed report that you're used to in V2. So the report viewer really enables a lot of functionality, both on the data that it shows, but also how you can export data, whether it be PDF or Excel. They really got away from the Crystal reports and made their own custom report viewer that is far and away better than what they had before. In addition, on the reports, they're entirely customizable and enable you to have custom reports, whether it's an output to Excel or an output in this type of format. Any piece of information that's in the database at PHDwin, you can more or less get it out of there and into a report that you run each time. So, you know, maybe you want this one, but breaking out oil and gas revenue, you can do that. Any type of customization you want, you can work on it yourself, but support's there side by side to help you as well. And it's really been a game changer to add some of these new reports that were hard to get to data-wise in V2. And then finally on reports, it has this ability to store your historical reports so that you can go back and see the database that was ran for that report. So there's not as much, no second guessing of, I ran this PDF report. Now, what database settings did I have? You know, it's there, it's stored, easy to access. You can convert your database back to it. And so the reporting itself far and away has improved the user experience while keeping the nostalgia, the familiarity that V2 had. And it's really been a step change of improvement. You don't need to learn how to customize reports to use PHDwin, but as you get deeper into V3, the customization and the report viewer really add another level that is can take your outputs in the right direction. Number one, a little internal joke. You know, what do we do as reserve engineers? Well, we just draw lines through dots, and V3 makes it really easy and fast to do that. And so you'll notice on the workflow, it's a very familiar PHDwin feel for the projection window. And you can click and zoom in. You can, same functionality as before. Your projection toolbox is on the top of the screen instead of that little floating box that was always dialog box that's hard to grab, hard to move, always in the way. Projection is now on the top in the ribbon. And then learning the keyboard shortcuts is crucial to success and really speeds up some things. So here's my workflow that I do for setting up forecasting for a new project. So I customize the graph I want to forecast on, apply it to all the cases. I switch to laptop mode, which is a view select in the top right of the home ribbon. And that's mostly a full screen where the projection tab can get really big so you can see what you're doing. I global edit and I do auto fit based on the ARPS parameters that I set up, B factor and minimum decline. And then as I go through each case, I do keyboard shortcuts to do full data or multi-point. So I pull a case up, I do, say, auto fit for full data. So Alt F U A, and then select the points I want to auto fit. And then I use the arrow keys to adjust the decline from there. So using that general method, 15 to 30 seconds to evaluate a case. And, you can get through roughly 150 cases per hour. It's very fast. All the same things you can do in PHDwin, but it's like bringing everything forward for how easy it is on the user interface and how easy it is on the keyboard shortcuts. Feels a lot like forecasting in Harmony with some of the things you can do with your declines, with your arrow keys. You can click and adjust with B factor, and it also will show you graphically, visually. You can set up to do a few different things in the projections. For example, you can make it show a vertical line on the projection when you hit your D-min, when you go to exponential. And so there's a really interesting things you can do with the graphs, fit what you're trying to accomplish depending on the project. But again, utilize AutoFit liberally, both globally, and once you get in the case, then make your manual adjustments and memorize these keyboard shortcuts and be off to the races. So that's a positive, the 5 things that I really enjoy about the software, and wanted to talk a little bit about the pain points so far. First, that graphic beginning, Dunning-Kruger effect. It's not just for the software as a whole, but it's for learning all the different pieces. I can't say how many times I've thought to myself, I know how to do this in V2, and then bang my head against my desk as I try to refigure out how to do it in V3. And thankfully, the support is there to answer your questions. And but there is a learning curve for different aspects of the software, so don't let that intimidate you. Oftentimes, V2, in my opinion, pretty quirky software, and you had to learn the software and know how it works. Things were hidden in different places. V3, There's still a little bit of that quirkiness. A lot of it's worked itself out, but you still have to learn how to do some basic things, and some of them aren't intuitive. For example, biggest example I have is how to update your pricing model. And so for the longest time in V3, I was copying, this is right here is a copy or an image of the models window for updating your pricing. So I was pasting in my dollar per MMBTU in my date. Well, there's a third column, which is how many months long is the segment. And what I eventually figured out is if you just paste in your dollars and your dates and leave out the third column, it'll completely mess up your date column. And so to copy and paste in a price deck, you need a third column that's just one or reflects the distance between the dates. If you don't do that, it doesn't work. And so just an example of, it's not intuitive that you would have to copy this in. You'd think it might auto-calculate, but once you figure out how to do it, it's easy, it's quick, but there's some things you just have to relearn how to do, relearn what the steps are. Next is, depending on your laptop age, one of the great things about V2 was you could have a Windows 95 computer and the thing would work and be fairly quick, especially if you're only doing a few cases. You could, no matter what your system was, the software would operate, be fairly quick. V3 is a lot more powerful, and you require a pretty modern laptop to run it. So you can look at the recommended system operating parameters, but nothing that a $500 at Sam's Club won't buy. But if you're using a laptop from 5 to 10 years ago, you likely will run into some problems as the amount of memory and back-end processes that PHD3 runs, which add a lot to the value of the software. You need a more modern machine to do it. And third is that there are still occasional errors. I think that from my experience, most of them have to do with the database side itself. And maybe it's the database on my computer not refreshing or stalling out, and PHD tries to talk to it and the database bugs out. I think they're probably 70-30 on the database side. And to resolve that, I close out PHDwin and open it back up, and it resets the database. It all works. So in V2, the first thing I taught someone learning V2 was Control-Shift-Escape. If your V2 freezes up, Control-Shift-Escape. Typically, keep clicking those buttons, and it'll unfreeze it. V3, shut down the software, load it back up. All my problems have been resolved. And because it's a database, it doesn't lose your work. Even if you have a weird error, if I close it out, load it back in, it works fine. So this is an example of, it didn't pop an error message, but I was trying to forecast a new well. I said a 1.2 B factor. I typed in 13% and it changed it to 0.13%. And it still reflected a weird decline. It wasn't working, right? I typed stuff up here in my projection tab. It wasn't translating to my curve tab. I wasn't getting an error message, but I just closed out of the program, loaded it back, and suddenly it's working great. So if ever you encounter something that just seems off, close it, the software, load it back up, fixes almost all the issues, and they don't happen very often. I mean, I'm talking about like once a week typo frequency, and it's quick to get it back on. So ultimately, why am I staying with PHD V3? I've got 15 years of experience with V2. Number one, dependable. When I run V2 versus importing into V3, the answers are the same. If not, there's a tiny bit of a difference where V3 is calculating some things more accurately. So I'm getting the same answers in V3 versus V2. The math works. I have never encountered a situation where there was a math error in the reserve. So the answers it gives you are dependable and accurate, which is the most important thing. You can't have a software that gives you, that has a bad math somewhere in its logic. The math is there, it works, and you can depend on it to give you a faithful evaluation. Number two, efficiency. Really not underestimating, probably twice as fast in V3 versus V2. Once you learn where things are and the shortcuts, the workflow and the database structure of things lets you holistically evaluate a project multiple faster than before, and it lets you scale. And so they've made those crucial changes to the user interface, the database backend, and the adding qualifiers and scenarios are a game changer, and it lets you scale projects, it lets you holistically evaluate an asset, and it lets you run sensitivities much faster than you could before. Number three, and this is why I love V2 as well, but the support team at PHDwin, for those unfamiliar, you need them on speed dial, and then get their line and press 5, and you jump right into their support team, and they'll call you back, within a few minutes if they're busy. But they're personable, helpful, known by name at this point, and couldn't ask for a better support staff than PHDwin has for software support. And so any problems you run into, they can screen share in moments notice and help you work through any issues you're having. And it's been a great experience with V2. It's continued with V3. And like I said, I bang my head against the desk 5 minutes, and then I call them. And so they've always been helpful, and they brought me up to the learning curve very quickly. And number 4, the value. The PHD3, because it's now easier to scale, it offers a value proposal to the bigger operators that I think it probably missed before, where it just plainly stated, it's hard for other reserve softwares to compete for the value you get for the software that PHD3 now has. I think V2, you could have said that it's more for the small team, the small guy. I think for V3, you can still use it as the small independent engineer, but now you can scale it corporately, and you can make it tackle a lot bigger projects than you could before. And so the value that it brings for what product it offers is incredible. And it gives you a dependable answer. You can work fast, you can work as a team, and you can scale it to a large capacity. And so those are why I'm saying it's V3. It's been a good experience overall. Like I said, it's easy to jump in quickly, but then you got to work through the learning curve, and then after a week or two of that, you're off to the races. So I would encourage those who are on the fence on V2 to V3 to really dive in hard at it for a week, see where you're at, and then dabble on it from there. See how you can translate some of your processes over and do some things that give you just a more dynamic engineering role as you use the V3 software. So again, I appreciate your time listening to this, and I hope it was helpful. Again, I recommend everybody, if you haven't tried out V3 yet, to give it a shot and work on it for a week and see where you're at. But anyway, thank you everybody for your time. Bye.
Thank you to Brandon Penner and Anthem Energy Partners for joining us on PHDwin Week. Don't miss the Q&A later today. For now, Jonathan Smith joins us to share some additional thoughts on the presentation.
Jonathan will provide a few tips for version 2 reporting, switching to version 3, and helpful tips for everything PHDwin. Your stream will update soon.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Thank you, Brandon Penner, for that excellent presentation. Brandon is someone that I've worked with for a long time. He's one of the strongest V2 users, now V3 users, as you saw in that presentation, that I've come across. And so it really means a lot for me that he was willing to come on PHDwin Week and talk about his own experiences. And one thing I really like the way that Brandon framed that is he talked about the good and the bad, what you got and what you didn't. One thing I'm very want to be consistent about. I want you to see is consistency from us, TRC, your vendor, your software provider, is transparency, is coming forth and being forthright and being honest with you. There's a lot of new competition in this industry. We know it exists. You don't have to tell us about it. I get on the phone. I know it exists. But we personally think that there's a lot of promises that get made in some corners of this industry that can they be lived up to? I don't know. Sometimes you got to fake it till you make it. Especially if you're an upstart, that kind of thing. But we don't want to be that way. We want to make sure that whenever you use our software, whenever you're talking about our products, you are getting a really good experience. You are getting it set up so that you can have success. But there's going to be challenges, and anyone who's been in this industry for a while, you're an engineer, a technician, been in this industry for a while. Would you actually believe someone that said, "Oh, I've got the perfect conversion"? No. Would you actually believe someone that said, "Oh, my software can fix everything and there's no errors and it'll figure it all out for you"? I hope you don't. I mean, maybe you would, but please don't. That's not the answer. That's not the reality of the situation. There's always going to be good and bad. And, I just want to address a little bit of what he talked about. And then I want to kind of give some extra information for y'all before we get in our next session. So 11 a.m., Marshall is going to do the third part of his course. Dr. Wigley is going to continue his version 3 course. So if this is something where you're want to move into version 3, be sure to watch these courses. We're going to have replays available. That's why we have that as part of PHDwin week every single day, or at least till Friday. Friday we'll do something a little different. But for these 4 days, we're doing this mini course that, why aren't we charging for this? Why isn't that we charge $2,000 for a training course? Why aren't we charging for all this stuff? Because we want y'all to feel enabled to move forward in this era like Brandon did. But I think Brandon did a really good job of framing it. If you have an old computer, you might need a new one. Version 3 uses a lot of the hardware. Version 2, I always tell people, is built for a Pentium 4, which some of y'all might not even know what that is. But I'll tell you what, you got an Apple Watch, it's got more power on it than a Pentium 4, okay? That's an old setup. In version 3, we built it for modern computers, i9s and Ryzen chips and lots of RAM, and we're using all of that. So you need to have a modern computer. And Brandon's right, something that's, I don't know, $500 at Best Buy, maybe more like $800. I'd like to have a nice screen or something probably, but in that range, then you're off to the races, right? And, it's the kind of thing with version 3, you have a lot of monitors, or my boss, Davey, has this huge ultra wide mega monitor that spans his desk. 3 just perfectly scales across that, where 2 didn't really as much because it was built using older technology. And so if you make the investment in the hardware, version 3 will pay off for you because we're going to utilize that hardware. Okay. That's one thing I think was a really good point. And then the other point that he made about, there is a learning curve. Brandon took about 2 weeks. I've had some people that have moved faster, slower. I will say, if you come to one of our training classes, a 3-day training class, and we'll force you to sit down, we'll force you to learn everything. I taught the last version 3 training class. By the end of it, I felt like people had a pretty good idea about how to run version 3. And that's why we do that. You're forced, you're in there, you're focused. Yeah, we do ask for a charge for that one because it costs a lot for us to rent those centers. That's the honest truth. We have to pay for all the computers and the space and all that. Those centers are very expensive that have nice computers, especially that can run 3. And so that is a cost. There is a charge for those training classes. But if that maybe it's your main cost of going into 3, I feel like that's pretty reasonable. We're not charging, if you're part of support and maintenance, we're not charging you for the upgrade. If you've been paying support and maintenance, you're still using version 2, you can have 3 whenever. That's just in the bag for you. It's just will you learn to use it. And that's one thing that Brandon, I think, was very honest about, was what it took for him to get into it. So what I want to be honest about right now, I'm gonna switch gears. I have a little mini presentation, not to jump on Brandon. I want to just kind of extend what he was talking about. I have a little mini presentation of what to watch for moving from version 2 to version 3. So let me go ahead and share my screen real quick, and then y'all can see what I'm talking about. So hold on, let me minimize my spreadsheets, and hi version 2. So here is my presentation. So moving from version 2 to version 3. So first of all, in version 2, before you move from version 2 to version 3, note that all the archives that you have in version 2 are going to come over at version 3. They're going to be called something called qualifiers. If this doesn't make sense to you yet, of course it doesn't. You're not used to all this yet. If you're a version 2 client, I'm going to do a session tomorrow, and the whole thing is going to be about what happens when you import a version 2 file to version 3, how data is structured in version 2 and version 3, how it's qualified in version 2 and in version 3, and then comparisons between them, hopefully to accelerate that understanding. But you probably, if you do use version 2, you at least know what an archive is. And so, the active archive comes into version 3. I say here only the active. Only the active archive comes in as a qualifier called active. All of your archives come in, but whatever your active one is gets rolled up into one called active. And so I don't want version 3, though, to do that for me. I want it to be maybe a more manual process. So maybe what I want to do is I want to do a sort like I have in this window right here. I want to sort the wells. I want to see what the active archive is on each well. And then if it's like here where I'm looking at different active archives on wells, I want to know why before I roll it up into version 3. Maybe that's on purpose. Maybe there's a reason that your different wells have different active archives. But once you move into 3, they're just going to all move in a qualifier called active. Okay. And so, and the other ones will come in, but you won't know what's in them, right? If you don't know why these are set up like this. So there is a little bit of setup in version 2 where I want to know what my active archives are and why before I go to version 3, because whenever it does that roll up for me, I want to know what it's rolling up. Also, just quite frankly, if you have a ton of ancient archives, if you have archives going back 10 years, this is a good time to prune. This is the moment to cut the branches off the tree. I had a client that I helped convert. They had like 10 years of archives in every quarter, something like that. And it brought all of these archives in, and we found all these problems in archives. So one thing version 3 is really good about, I'm talking about in a second, is error checking some of the issues that we've identified in version 2 that we fixed going into version 3, like logic loops and statements and formulas and all that. And quite frankly, there was an engineer that no longer worked at that firm like 5 years ago that built all these logic loops into their archives. And then whenever I imported it, the database was basically messed up. It's kind of broken. And I was asking him why. It's like, oh, well, that was the guy that we got rid of 5 years ago. We don't even know what he was doing, right? And that makes it real difficult. So one thing I would say is if you're moving from version 2 to version 3, maybe prune off every archive that isn't your active one. Maybe go in there and do the global edit and roll up to a single archive. And then if you need to go do look backs, go into the old system. Keep version 2 around and do a look back because the methodology is going to change. We're going to talk about that in a second, how the methodology changes. And quite frankly, if you need to match to a number, you need to be in that old system. And so this is an opportunity to do some spring cleaning. Pretty much every major client that we moved from 2 to 3, it ended up being a bit of some cleaning of like, why do you have these models? Why do you have these product configurations? Why do you have these archives? And sometimes the answer is, oh, we just, been carrying them along for no good reason. So just like you have all that junk in the attic that you haven't touched in 10 years, now's the time to clean off all your archives. So I roll, in the demos I do, I usually roll up to a single one, or like if I have ones that are old archives, I might roll them up to like a 22, 23, 24. But just know that you might want to do some setup to align in your archives and make sure you know what the active archive is. Next up, as I was talking about earlier, when you do that import from version 2 to version 3, it's going to build out a new phase configuration for every product tree you have. Then it's going to label it cryptic stuff like this one here is phase 14 oil. What does that mean? I don't know. That was a product tree that you set up in version 2. And I mean, I can sit here and I can click and I can see what that configuration is. And I can just look here and see how it varies from, phase independent gas. But, a lot of our clients don't even know that this is happening. Maybe 2 engineers, they never worked on the same well. They're in the same company, but they were doing water flood differently. They had their product set up differently. And then we go into 3 and it's like, well, who's right? Or I talk about all the time. I've seen version 2 files that someone did a unit conversion in the actual formula, divide by 1,000, right? Or multiply by 1,000. Well, they divided by 100 on, and they did it on only a couple wells. And there's like hundreds of wells in the database, like finding a needle in the haystack. How do you find the ones that are set up? And so it's one of those things where you have to know what you're doing. You have to kind of be on top of that. And so, the version 3 is a great way to error check version 2. You do that import, you have a bunch of phase configurations. You probably need to go back in version 2 and figure out what's happening. So just be careful about that. Just be ready, that to not be a straight shot. There's a lot of clients where we imported the version 2 file. We found these issues. They had to go back into and fixed it. Some of them did a whole other reserve cycle because they had to then show their auditor these fixes, and they needed to have a couple years in line of these fixes. I have one client that's taken 3 years to get into 3. Now, that's a dramatic example, but that was because they had to work with their auditor to clean up problems we found in that very first import. So this is a great time to do some spring cleaning. It's a great time to put everything together. You know, if you have a smaller data set, it should be really straightforward, but you know, the devil's in the details. And I just want, again, I want to be transparent, want to be honest about this process. So as you have these different data sets in version 2, you know, and these different partners, especially those partners get built out as scenarios in version 3. And it's really easy to jump between the partners in version 3. What we're partners now, we call scenarios. It's really easy. There's this drop down now that you can easily jump between them. And you can use multi-scenario reporting to do the same as multi-partner reporting back in the day. But just note that this is going to happen. Again, I'm going to talk a lot about it on my session tomorrow. So if this is something you need to do, this is the year. You're finally moving from version 2 to version 3. You need to watch my session. And I'm going to through detail of where all this data is laying down. Maybe you need to watch it more than once. Maybe this is something you got to come back to so that way you can be successful like Brandon was. But let's talk about some of the economic changes going on in version 3. So the biggest economic change is this thing called max cum cash flow. So look, I'm going to get in the weeds a little bit. If you're watching this and you're not used to PHDwin, you're on YouTube or something, this might not make sense to you. But if any of y'all are like, you know, 5-10 year PHDwin technicians, pay attention real quick. ECL after is gone. I'm going to say that again. ECL after is gone, okay? Where the old engine would calculate to first negative, the version 2 engine would calculate to first negative. The new engine now calculates what's called max cum cash flow. However long you have what used to be a project, now it's going to be a scenario, so the 50-year default, however long you have that running. In version 2, it just run till it hit the first negative, stop. In version 3, okay, it's actually going this extra step, okay? There's actually going this extra step. And I really want everyone to be cognizant of that there is this change in the calculation itself. And the idea is, you know, you get in a time whenever there's a marginal price and maybe wells go offline, but you're not going to actually take them offline because the price is going to come back. It's maybe like just a month where, the Saudi prince decided he's going to let the wells go wild, right? And all of the prices drop worldwide. Well, you're not going to go shut all your wells off immediately. You're probably going to, especially marginal strip wells or something, you're going to ride through that, see if you can come back. Well, you have to do that manually in version 2. In version 3, though, it's going to calculate that entire 50-year span. It's going to find the point in that 50 years, or however long you have it set to, 75 years, 100 years. When I was in China, they made me do 120 years. So that's the most I can vouch for is 120 years economics. It takes longer to do that, by the way. If you increase that number, it does increase the number of years to calculate. So that can change how long it takes to calculate. So be careful about that. But by default, it's 50 years. So what it'll do is it'll run every single case 50 years. That's why you need more power in your computer. That's why we need those extra processors and RAM. Because where the old one would just stop as soon as it hit that first ditch, that first negative. The right now, that's one of those things where hold on. I just got told that y'all can't see my screen. So let me show you all my screen real quick. 1 second. Thank you for the note from my team here, letting me know. Here, let me go to the screen real quick so y'all can see the slide that I'm on. So right here, the economic changes that we have with this new max cum cash flow, it can be a big deal. It can make a big difference in what's going on in the life of the well. And so here, let me just put my camera on. Let me just talk to y'all for a moment about this real quick. I had a client that earlier on this year, they contacted me and they said, John, I have this package that we're looking at, and I've got all these young engineers, and they're really pushing me to move to a competitor to go and get all these other tools because they want to do all this new cool analysis, all the statistical analysis stuff that these other tools can do. And they really think it's going to make the difference on this package we're evaluating. I like PHDwin. I haven't seen version 3. Can you demo version 3 for me and show me what this tool can do, so that way, maybe we can stay clients and I won't get pushed to a new tool. So they sent me over the package as a V2 file. Okay. And we got on the call, and all the young engineers, all they wanted to know about is, how I changed the engineering methodology and all the statistical analysis and stuff. I want to be clear. We think that this probabilism, the statistical stuff does have a use, a purpose. On Friday, Blue River Analytics is going to do a whole presentation. They're going to show some cool stuff that they built on top of PHDwin that allows you to do some of this analysis, but you got to get the fundamental economics right first, okay? So I took that version 2 file, I brought it into version 3, and they've been working on it, mind you, in version 2, and they've been demoing some new product or something that magically takes our file and does something. I don't know. I don't get to look at competitors. Y'all tell me. They won't give me a call, right? I can't get a product demo for someone else, right? And what ended up coming up and happening was that whoever gave them that file, whatever that file came from, had ECL afters that were set that were not accurate. Someone had done a conversion or something and just kind of arbitrarily stuck ECL afters in there. And so then whenever I sat down and I went ahead and I tried to help them out, and I did this, import from version 2 to version 3, and this new maximum cash flow calculation happened, all of a sudden the value in that V2 file changed by over 10%. It was like a 15% change. And all the fun stuff that they were doing and all these other tools was finding maybe like a 2%, 3% uplift or something like that. So I was like, look, guys, I understand that y'all want all this fancy, shiny, a new white paper got written, and everyone wants to chase the newest trend and that sort of thing. But right here, I can see in this V2 file where, y'all didn't catch whether there was a setup issue. We fixed this in V3. If y'all moved to V3, it would have done it for you. It would have fixed this problem for you going into V3. And that's your big benefit for V3 right now. And the boss was like, thank you very much. I can't believe we missed that. We'll make sure to keep working with you, John. V3 is great. I'm glad y'all fixed that for me. But that's why we did it. Because, the computers are more powerful. That's why we ask a better computer. And in that time span, since the Pentium 4s came out, we can do a lot more. And with that more, we're going to do that max cum calculation. And that max cum calculation, quite frankly, is something that can be unintuitive if you're used to ECL after. So in my course tomorrow, I'm going to talk about as of date and how as of date got broken into these different dates. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of this, but just to hear me out right now. If you're used to version 2 and the ECL after, you're not have to fight that anymore. But that means that the calculation will be different. That means numbers can be different. That means you can get an uplift going from 2 to 3 if people didn't set the right ECL after in 3. And sometimes I just feel like people, they get sold on fancy, they get sold on slick, right? And you miss the forest for the trees. You get off wanting to auto forecast stuff and make it all magical and, oh, look how pretty I can do this graph. And look, we like pretty graphs too. Version 3 has really pretty graphs. I think the stuff that the Blue River guys did in Spotfire on Friday that they're going to show off is really cool. I saw a demo of it the other day. I think it's really cool, built on top of our data, built on top of our calculations. So we support that kind of stuff, but you got to get the fundamentals right first. And the fundamentals here were an issue with the economics themselves that 3 fixed on the import. But if you don't know that's happening, then you might have real problems, And so one thing that I really want to get across to anyone who's watching is that's the first thing you got to watch for is the actual calculation difference in this new maximum cash flow. Second thing, taxes. So in version 2, the default was to not deduct state taxes from local taxes. You could do it. There was a setting, and many of y'all know how to do it. A lot of y'all didn't, though, and the default taxes actually didn't. We've since been informed, through the different consulting firms or banks, other partners, that they, the correct method would be to discount the state taxes from the local taxes. So we did that in version 3 by default. That means if you pull in a 2 file to 3 with taxes applied, whenever the 3 taxes get applied, there will be a difference in taxes. By how much? Basically the difference in the state taxes. So with that extra deduction not happening on the local taxes, you'll see what, like here in Texas, 7.5, you see like a 7.58% difference on the local taxes, which can be significant. But if you know about it going in, then you can either fix it on the V2 side, or we can go into V3 and we can get rid of that deduction and make the numbers match. But we think the right answer is to take that out, to take the state taxes out. And so that's the new default. Part of the version 3 is we updated our methodology, max cum cash flow, update and how taxes work. Another one is how reversions work. Version 2 used to revert a case at the day of reversion. If you had to pay out in the middle of the month, it would revert it in the middle of the month. Well, that's probably not reality. We've been doing this for a while. We go back and forth with clients. What we realize is that most people wait till that next check stub, that next period, to actually change the interest. Who's changing the interest in the middle of the month? It was a cool thing to do. It was great that we were calculating that, but didn't reflect reality. So in version 3, reversions now wait till that next period, wait till that next month to do that change. So you have a V2 file with a lot of reversions in it, you can get differences. So let's stack them up. V2 file with a lot of hard-coded ECL afters and a lot of reversions and all the taxes model could be fundamentally different. I've seen 25% changes going between the products because of all these differences. Now, I don't want to scare anyone. Usually it's in the benefit of 3, unless the V2 file just had like a logic loop or something that, again, 3 caught, right? But this is the kind of thing where you need to be meticulous about moving forward. We did update things, as Brandon talked about. There's a lot of benefits there. And, as a sales guy, I love to talk about how much prettier the interface is and flow regime identification. I like flashy too. I like showing off flashy too, but we got to do the job. We got to get to real value. A big part of the PHDwin week, our big theme this year, is getting back to work and doing good work. And part of that is understanding that we did change these methodologies and we did change what's going on in the system. On our client portal, we have a whole sheet that goes into detail about, here, let me try to share my screen again. I might mess up again. I apologize in advance. I'm having a little problem with the screen share. Let's see if I can do this. Let's see if it actually works this time. Yeah, okay. So here's a whole sheet that we have in our client portal that talks about all the little minor differences. I went over the big ones, but here are all the little minor differences. You can go take a look at that. I wrote that document. It's pretty comprehensive, but I got something else for you too. So anyone running to 11, into 11, there's a new report. If you go select and run and then go down into the report section, there's a new report called the Excel one-liner. If you run the Excel one-liner, that is a new output that I added in. Me and Garrett worked on. We added it in at 211. I actually think it's the most comprehensive one-liner we've had in the history of the company, at least as far as version 2 has been concerned. And, it has a lot of stuff in there that you might want in version 2 today. Like if you're in version 2, you might want this stuff. Look at what it has. It's all like the nets and the grosses of gases and oil and NGL and all the costs broken out and all the taxes broken out and all the abandonments broken out. This is a really cool sheet. Well, I've talked earlier in this week about the tool that we built called V3 Connect. I just want to give you all a little hint here. The V3 Connect, the one-liner built into the V3 Connect, uses the exact same output, at least as much as we can match. There's extra stuff that we've added to the end of the 3 one that 2 can't do. But like, for example, if I go in this thing and I go to column X, which is gross oil in the V2 one, right? And I go back to the V3 one and I go over here and I go look and find gross oil, here's gross oil right here. It's just off by 1. So we try to keep them to match as close as possible. So then you just compare those 2 columns and boom, you can know your differences in your gross oil, your cash flow, your value between the 2 of them, because for the most part, all those columns match between the 2. So if this is something that you need to do, this is the year that you're going to move from V2 to V3, download V3, get it set up. If you have problems, call the support team. Download my V3 Connect, get it set up. I've got a great guide for it on the client portal that you can use. Move the 211 beforehand, get your archives cleaned up, run that report, import over to 3, set up V3 Connect, compare in the sheet, make sure case by case that you're not seeing the differences, that you're not seeing these changes, and really drill down. One thing that's really nice about my V2 sheet is it tells you when all the ECL afters are on that sheet. And if you see all these hard-coded dates and all that, well, guess what? You might not actually be running to the maximum value of that case, in which case version 3 will have a difference, and it's up to you to find it. So this year is all about getting to work. I want to be honest with y'all. Like, this is a process. Could we just magically do everything? Maybe, but then what would that answer be? And would you understand that answer? I don't know. So some of this we purposely set up that a human needs to be in the middle, because we want to make sure that you understand your reserves, you understand the differences that are being made, and you understand why we move forward in this methodology. That's a big part of why we're doing this for PHDwin week. Now, do you have questions for Brandon? Do you have questions for me? Do you have questions about any of this? Be sure to reach out, events@phdwin.com, and just, right there, you can email us, and then we'll answer those questions. If it's questions for me, I'll write you back. Question for Brandon, I'll send it over for the Q&A. But thank you very much for watching this presentation. Thank you very much for going along with me as I talk a little bit about the differences. Right now, we're going to switch and go into a session, new session. Dr. Wigwe is going to, I got him set up in the other room. He's gonna go through and he's gonna teach y'all the 3rd session of our short course for PHDwin week. And then afterwards, we're going to do a replay, one of my favorite PHDwin weeks from Jessica Bird from Blackstone Minerals from the 2nd year of PHDwin week that really goes deep into data, gives you a good idea of data structure in version 3. Then 1 p.m., Nikhil, that sat down with me earlier, he's going to do a complete demo walkthrough of everything in version 3. So if all this is new to you and you want to get into version 3, watch this training course, watch Nikhil's demo. That'll give you a jump start to know how to actually get over that learning curve and use version 3. And then I just want to point out 2 p.m. is our ethics presentation. Make sure you catch that. If you want PE hours, you need to catch that presentation. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Dr. Wigwe. Thank you all very much. And thank you, Brandon, again, for an excellent presentation for this PHDwin wing. Y'all take care.
Thank you for joining us on PHDwin Week. Today's training session may run for 10 more minutes than expected. Without further wait, please welcome Dr. Wigwe.
In this section of the presentation of this tutorial, we're going to be talking about graphs and projections. We will discuss graphs and graph properties, graph models, and then we'll discuss some of the projection forecasting methods that we have in PHDwin. Let's write them. So PHDwin comes pre-installed with 5 default graph models for every single case. Okay, so the first one here is the 70-year rate time graph. Essentially, this is a semi-log plot showing oil, gas, water on the y-axis, and then time, the rate in a log scale on the y-axis, and the time on the x-axis is a span of 70 years. The 30-year rate time is similar to the 70-year rate time, but this time around, the x-axis is over a 30-year period. We also have the revenue and expense as a function of time graph. This gives you the all revenue and all expense for the case, and as long as the case has prices, has cash, has expenses, you'll be able to plot this graph and capture all the revenue. Now, if you want to see just the revenue for a specific product or the expense on a specific product or a given expense stream, you can do that on the regular rate time graph by customizing it. We'll talk about that in a minute. We also have the rate cum graph. Again, 3 product on the y-axis for this one, but on the x-axis is the cumulative production of the major phase. So if gas is the major phase, it's going to be cumulative gas. This time around, in this particular graph, oil is the major phase. Finally, is the rate versus delta time plot. This is a log-log plot with rate on the y-axis and delta time being the time from the first day, from the start of production, the number of days that has elapsed since the start of production. So it's a log-log plot, and this particular graph is very, very useful when we talk about flow regime modeling. We will be able to have some time to discuss it, if not in this tutorial, but in a separate tutorial that will be connected to this one in some way. But yeah, if you want to do flow regime modeling, this is the graph you will be able to use to accomplish that. So in V2, we have what we call a graph template. In V3, we are replacing that with a new terminology called graph models. Essentially, graph model is a set of graph properties that you have customized and then you've saved it. Same functionality like a graph template, but let me not get ahead of myself in this presentation, but what really makes it a graph model is the linking. When you link that particular template to cases, you're not copying the properties on case graphs, you're linking it. That way, as you make changes to the graph model, those changes, they flow to every case that is connected to that model. So that's the main idea right here. So, but a graph template, a graph model, it's a graph that has been customized with a set of properties, things like the scale on the y-axis, the x-axis, the product you're adding on the graph, whether you want to display some information on the graph. So once you customize your graph in that particular format, you can save it. Then once you save it, you can apply that particular template or model to other cases. So how you apply it is what it's really key. So in the program, if you go to the graphs flyout, you see the list of graphs here. By default, we have these 5 graphs for every case already ready to go. Now we refer to the graphs in terms of their slot number, which is pretty much the order in which they appear on this list. So we have slot number 1 to 5, or by their graph name, 30-year oil, gas, water rate time, or total revenue and expense graph. So those are 2 different ways you can reference the graphs. So once you open the graph flyout, you'll be able to add a new graph. If you don't want to use any of this one, you can add additional graph by clicking on the plus sign. Once you click on the plus sign, it brings up this list. Then you'll be able to use the drop down to select from this list and then add it to your graph. These are some of the graph properties you can edit on the graph. If you double click on the graph, it will take you to the graph properties. You can add product. You can set up the scale on the x-axis. You can set some settings for the product, like how the line style for plotting, whether you wanted to plot historical data, monthly data, or daily data, or even forecast. And then how you want to customize both your Y and X axis, whether you want to display qualifiers, alternate projections. Maybe you're looking at this year's projection data and want to display last year's projection. That way you can compare both of them. You can do that. If you're looking at incremental cases or recompletion cases and you want to display related cases on the graph, you can do it through the graph properties as well. Now you can add reference lines for flow regime modeling. You can add graph nodes. Once you customize this to where you want it, you can go ahead and save it and then apply it to other graphs. All right, so if you wanted to visualize multiple cases, this is one way to do it. You're looking at multiple qualifiers, and then you'll be able to see the differences in their forecast, whatever is causing that difference. This is just for demonstration. Related cases, recompletion, and incremental, you can see that as well. So once you're done adding it, in the model section, you have the option to save the graph settings as a model. Once you save it, you can give it a name. You can go to a different case and go to apply model properties. Then you can apply that particular model to that case. Or if you go to use the global editor, you can apply that model to multiple cases at the same time. All right, let's go over to PHDwin and see how we can go about creating a graph model. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get back into PHDwin. This is the PHDwin database I'm working with for this set of tutorials. You can see this is the instance, and then that is the particular database I'm working on. All right, so right now I'm in the default, in the blank view. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the standard view. All right, so PHDwin has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ribbons. If you go to the projection ribbon, it has a lot of information on the graph. Now, if you're in any other ribbon, once you click on the graph, PHDwin thinks or assumes that you want to make changes to projection, then it quickly switches you to the projection ribbon. All right, so in the standard view, we have 2 graphs being displayed here, the 30-year graph in slot number 1, and then the 70-year graph in slot number 2. If you click on the graph flyout, you see the list of graphs, the 5 graphs we talked about, and then the slot number for the graphs. So if I move these graphs, move them up or down, I'll just reorder them and change the slot number. So what I'm showing here is anything in slot 1 and anything in slot 2. So you can reorder it and make other changes, and then it takes effect on the view. To make changes to the graph, right now we only have oil, gas, water displayed on the graph. So a lot of times you want to be consistent across your display for all your cases. So for somebody that wanted to model NGL product, NGL is currently not on this graph. well count is not on this graph, you may be looking at a lease that has multiple wells. Maybe well count is something you may want to add to your graph. And maybe you want to set up your axis to look at maybe a 50-year duration on the horizontal axis. You can have all those plans. So let's go ahead. If you double click to go to the graph properties window, you can either double click on the graph, which is the quickest way, or in the projection ribbon, under the tools section, you see the settings. That also brings you to the graph properties window. Okay. So in the graph properties window, the first tab is the product tab. Okay. So the graph PHDwin can let you add 6 products on the graph, 3 on the left and then 3 on the right. We have multiple graphs. If you want to visualize additional products, you can add them to multiple graphs. But we think 6 is a good number to see on the graph. In fact, even seeing 6 products on the graph, sometimes it gets too busy, right? So it depends on what you're actually displaying. Okay. So we have the left axis, we have the right axis. On the left side, we have a list of products. We have products, we have test product, actual product, and then the cash formulas. We are going to focus on the product side. Now, if you notice, some products have this green dot next to them. Any product with a green dot, it means that product has been defined in your phase configuration. That essentially means if you add that product to the graph, we'll be able to show you values for that product. Anything you haven't defined in your phase configuration, you can add it to your graph, but we're not going to display data for that particular product. So if you want to see any product and you can see it on the graph, first question you want to ask yourself is, does that product exist in this phase configuration? And of course, how to tell your phase configuration will be in the general information. You can see your phase configuration, or in your projection ribbon, you can see under phase configuration, you can see your selected phase configuration. And then to see the list of products that are in your phase configuration, you go to database settings, phase configuration. I will say no. And then for the phase independent oil, this is the list. We do have a video that talks about phase configuration, so I'm going to refer you to that particular video. Go watch it, see how you can customize this if you're interested in that. Okay. But just for this purpose, if you double click on the graph settings, you open this window. Anything that has the green dot means it's in your current phase configuration for the selected case. So I can add gas, oil, water. Maybe if I wanted to add NGL, yield, and then you can double click on it or you can drag it and put it there, or NGL. And maybe I wanted to add my well count, which is total wells, and then I add it to the slot. Once you add your cases, if you apply and close, it's going to apply this update and then it's going to close the graph properties window. But you can also apply it and keep the window open. It applies the updates, but it keeps the window open. So now you can see that we have well count plotted on the graph. We do have NGL yield and NGL, but because there's no value for those products, there's nothing to show on the graph. All right, something else to see is instead of plotting the base product for the specified product, you can plot the accumulative value. So PHDwin is not going to let you add a product twice. So if I add gas, I deleted the NGL right now. So if I add gas, you see how it's pretty much yelling at me, telling me something. This is not allowed, essentially, right? So you can have two gas. It's the same product. There's nothing that separates those two, so you can do that. Okay. So I can either delete it, or maybe if I want to see the cumulative of the gas, it's going to let me do that. If I do the cum, I apply, then you see the cumulative value for the gas. Now, the reason why this particular stream is purple is anything, again, go watch that phase configuration video. In the product details tab of the phase configuration, you can define the color for daily production, monthly production, and cumulative production. So anything you didn't define, PHDwin is going to assume this purple color right here. Okay. All right, so the other one is, you see, there are errors that need to be corrected before continuing just because of that. So I delete that. Let me add it back again. I wanted to show you something. Okay. So instead of showing the cum value under the stream, you have the option to display so many information. So if there was prices applied to the gas, if you select this, you'll be able to see the price displayed, on a month-to-month basis, see the price value. You have these additional streams. If there's a fixed cost stream, there's an up cost stream. On the revenue side, if you on the expense side, if you pick the expense category, it's just going to give you the sum of all the expenses applied. Or you just want to pick the specific expense stream, will show you the value for that. And these are going to be expenses for that particular product associated with the gas. If you want to see the total expenses, there's a graph that is all revenue and all expenses that sums everything together for you. The other one is the interest. The gross is going to be 100%. Your working interest will be your share. Your ECL will be your net revenue interest. The lease net revenue interest. So you can actually display your own net volume on the graph, and it is going to take your working interest and then multiply that base value with your revenue interest. Of course, it's going to take shrinkage into account as well. Now, if you have shrinkage applied, you'll also be able to see the shrunk volume on the graph. So, okay. I'm going to get rid of this and bring back the NGL product. Okay, hit apply. Okay. In the next tab is the product settings tab. In the product settings tab, this is why you really have to hit apply, because if you don't hit apply, this doesn't update dynamically. Once you to apply it, then it's going to update this list based on what you've already saved on the case. All right, so how do you want to display the historical data? By default, we are showing lines. If you wanted to see points, you can do that. If you do gas points, you see how that changed to points. You can do all that. If you want to do area under the curve, you can do all that as well. Just shade that area for you. I think the popular ones are lines, points, and then area under the curve. Okay. Endpoint label allows you to append labels to each product. So if I apply that for gas, you see how it shows gas. And if you watch the video on scenarios and qualifiers, we did talk about the reason why we put abbreviations for your scenarios and then for your qualifier. This is where it really comes in handy. As we apply this endpoint label, it tells you the curve, which one is your primary, your current scenario, and then the primary qualifier for that scenario. Now, endpoint label is really important when you start displaying multiple cases on the graph, multiple qualifiers on the graph. But when you're not displaying multiple things on the graph, it doesn't really convey any additional information, because gas is red, oil is green, water is blue, so those are standard colors essentially. If this particular case has daily production data, so if you're looking at the form right here, this is general information, this is daily production data. So if it has values in the daily production form, You can check this. It's going to plot the daily production data as well for you. Okay, if those values exist, but they don't exist, so it doesn't plot nothing. Okay. Then of course, if you have monthly data, you want to plot your monthly data, and then you want to plot the forecast. If for some reason you don't want to plot the monthly data, then you can do that. You see, it's not going to look good, right? So most likely, that's why we put these two as default, enabled by default. Okay, yeah, people, you want to see your monthly data, and you also want to see your forecast. We also have a smooth function. Let me hit apply. We also have a smooth function that uses a 5-month moving average to smoothen out your historical data, to clean it up for you. I mean, depending on the level of noise that you have, that could be very helpful to have a clean data to visualize while you're applying your projections. So if I click on the smooth factor, you see how it smoothens the gas production. So we use a 5-month moving average. Usually the first 2 months, they will almost be the same. Then subsequent months, we're going to take the middle month, which is the current month. We take 2 months before that and 2 months after that, and we keep moving along the line. Alrighty. So we're going ahead, making changes, adding product, updating our graphs. That way we can customize it to the way we like it. Then we can save those settings and reuse it on other products, on other cases. Next, we'll go to the x-axis. So the x-axis, the first thing you're going to see is how do you want to plot the horizontal axis? Is it a function of time? It's all going to be a function of time. This is the first one, is the time is essentially date. If you want to do it as a function of number of days from the start of production, you do delta days. If you apply that, this is day 1 down to the end. So this is Cartesian. That's a lot of information. So most likely, if it's in delta days, you'll be able to pick a log scale to display that data in a much readable format. Okay. If you want delta days squared, you're just going to square that particular information. You want to do square root, we'll do the square root of that. The shape stays the same essentially. If you want to do material balance time too, material balance essentially is the material balance time, the cumulative production divided by the rate, right? Will give you the material balance time. So both the delta days and the material balance time, they are useful for flow regime modeling. So I'm going to take it back to time. So if it's in time format, you have all these ways to specify the minimum x-axis to control the minimum and the maximum of the x-axis. So you can use a fixed date. Maybe for this particular reserve season, you say I want my graph to start from 2000 to 2050. You can definitely do that. You can link it to the eco stats of the case, or to the major start of production, or to the report date, and then you put an offset for these 3 options. So what an offset is going to do is essentially, an offset on the minimum side is essentially a negative offset. So we're going to be subtracting that from there. So if the ecostat is 2024, which it is in our case, if we take away 3, it's going to take us back to January 2021. So this is a negative offset. So if I link it to my report date and I put a 10-year offset, report date for us is 2024, 1/1/2024. So 10-year offset takes it back to 2014. Okay. On the maximum side, so if you have multiple minimums selected, PHDwin is going to reflect the minimum of the minimums. So using the major start of production, it's not I don't like this option personally, just because some wells probably started producing in the 1940s, in the 1960s. So I don't think I'm interested in seeing that much historical production that far back, right? So I'm most likely interested in the last 5 to 10 years of data. So, but if you do link it that way, and then you apply this particular model to other cases, you may end up seeing a bunch of history data, then you don't get to see a lot of forecasts. In fact, you don't even get to see the most recent history. But both the economic stats, the major SOP, and the report date, these are very dynamic. It's going to depend, it's going to be specific to the case, but of course, this is specific to the entire scenario. Okay. So I'm going to do report date with a 10-year offset. On the maximum side, I'm going to do fixed number of years. I want to see 50-year data. So this is a report date. I go 10-year backward. From that point, I add 50 years. So from 2014, if we add 50 years to that, it's going to take us to 2064, something like that. Yep. Okay, 2064. We apply that. See, 2014 to 2064. See, as we keep updating, we're applying, and we're seeing the changes reflected on the graph. Next, on the y-axis, again, the format for most y-axis is going to be log scale. If you want a different scale, this is where you can make the selection for that. And the number of log cycles, 5 is the default. If you want a different log cycle, you can go ahead and pick that. Then the scale is volume per month. If you want to display your axis in volume per day, you know, some people prefer volumes per day, you can definitely pick volumes per day. Now, if you pick volumes per day, it doesn't mean we are plotting the daily production data. It just means we are taking the monthly production data and we are converting it to a daily equivalent, a daily rate. And how do we do that conversion? We have 3 options here. You can do it based on calendar day. So everything is pretty much the same, but February can be 28 days or 29 days if it's a leap year. We can also convert it based on normalized month, which is 30.4 days, or based on days on. So days on the monthly production form, there's a field called days on. This is actually reported with the production data. That's the actual number of days the well was online for that specific month. So, all right, I'm going to take it back to, so if I do days on, for example, I apply that, see how everything is in gallons per month, MCF per month. Once I hit apply, you see everything looks, this is pretty much daily production now, MCF per day, and goes from there. Alrighty. The next step is qualifier. So right now in this particular scenario, we do have the backing qualifier is the primary qualifier, and you always display the primary qualifier for that scenario on the graph. Then you have the option to show alternate qualifiers. So if a company has a situation where they're looking at this year's reserves and they want to compare with last year's projection, they can put last year's qualifier in the hierarchy as an alternate, and then that last year's will be on this list, so they can make sure, usually this year's is going to be enabled because that's a primary. So they can go ahead and check last year's qualifier, and they'll be able to see both of them on the graph at the same time. And if you do have multiple scenarios, you'll also be able to see the effective qualifier for those scenarios and compare against your current scenario. Okay. Related cases, if you do have recompletion and incremental cases, this is where you want to come to enable related cases. That way you can see on the incremental case, you can see the base case. So Reference lines, we'll talk about this a little bit in either a separate video most likely or a continuation of this video, but this is where you do your flow regime modeling. We have three types of flow regimes we're looking at here. We're looking at bilinear flow, we're looking at linear flow, and then the boundary dominated flow. So the quarter slope, the half slope, the unit slope. There's a way you can set this up. You'll be able to see the flow regime on the proper graph, and then we're going to create some shaded lines on a regular rates time graph. We'll talk about that later. Finally, the last tab here is going to be graph notes. You can add graph notes for as many graph notes as you want, annotations. Just click on the plus sign. Let's say for this particular well, we are planning a walkover in January of 2025. So that's the note we are making. If you put it on the graph, we let you put it based on a percentage positional ratio on the graph, maybe 50%, 40% here, 60% here. If I leave it this way and I hit save and then apply, you see the note is essentially in the middle of the graph, right? If I apply and close, it's essentially in the middle of the graph. I can double click on it to come back to the note. Okay. So I can point it to a product on the graph. If I link it to the gas, I can change the date. Maybe since it's 2025 we're planning, I want that to be on 2025. In 2025, what's the gas rate? Maybe around 1,000, maybe 1,500, something like that. So I put 1,200. I say apply. You see the note is just right around that point. You can edit that again. You can make it maybe a little bit larger, maybe 22. If you want it to be text only, you have that option. If you want it to have notepad feel to that, you want it to be bordered, you can have some control on how you want to shade the edges of the border. If you want to put a pointer, bottom left, you can do that for sure. And then you can change all those colors and customize this note the way you want it. And then you save, you apply, and then you close. Now, once you have the note, remember you can have multiple notes. Once the note is on the graph, you can move it to any position you want to move it. You can double click on it, edit it. If you don't want the note anymore, you can go ahead and hit delete and remove the note from there. All right, so this is the first level of customization you're doing on your graph, putting the graph properties, setting it up the way you want it. And as you're making your save on the top, you see that you can save changes on the case with a Control S, or you hit the save icon right here. All right, so if you save this graph model now, this is going to save fine, and then you can apply to other cases. But one additional thing I like to include on my graph models is graph titles. So on the to section, if you don't have show titles, go ahead and click on show titles. If your titles are not already showing, so right now I have titles showing. These are the default PHDwin titles. Okay, and you can customize the titles by going to the drop down next to titles and hit edit titles. Okay, I'll leave the top title the way it is. On the bottom side, I like to put information on the reserves and on the historical values. So I'm going to grab the gas historical cum. I will do oil historical cum. I'll probably maybe do water historical cum. Then I'll grab the EUR value. We have EUR, we have technical economic EUR, pretty much takes economics into account. Technical EUR is just going to give you the EUR for the projections that you've already created. So for now, I'm going to do technical EUR since I'm not planning to show economics in this presentation. So I'll do gas tech EUR, I'll do oil tech EUR, then I'll do water tech EUR, okay? And if you also have economics being generated for the case, you can also look at their remaining reserves, okay? Now, for the titles, notice that you can show the label or you just show the value associated with that title. So if I show label, is going to, like in this case, show label for case name is going to show me case name, and then it's going to give me the name of the case. If, for example, I didn't say show label for country and state, I say no label for that, I apply that. It just gives me county and state. It doesn't give me the label option, but if I show that, now I have county, state before it actually gives me the value, okay? All right, let's say I like what I'm seeing. I like the setup. I think this is the graph layout I want for all my cases. I'm going to go ahead and save this as a graph model. So in the model section of the projection ribbon, I'm going to click on Save As. You use the drop down, you say Add New Model. I can call this one 50-year oil, gas, water, NGL. Okay? Something like this. Now I have it saved. So if I go to a different case, let's say the case below that, this one still has the default setting. I can come to my model section of the projection ribbon. I say apply model properties. Now I have my 50-year oil, gas, water, NGL model in the list. I can copy the properties or I can link it. So if I copy it, it's just going to be like I'm copying that template. If I link it, then I won't be able to change it on this particular graph, but I'll be able to change it, overwrite it, and whatever I replace on the model is going to reflect on anything that's linked. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and copy the graph properties. So as you can see, we have the graph titles the way we have it set up. We have the product, NGL, well count, and then we'll have the 50 years on the x-axis the way we set it up. Okay, I'll go ahead and save that. Okay, I'll go back to the previous case. So one way to easily go back to the previous case, I think you use page up or page down. Okay. All right, so far so good. Now, one thing to note is the graph note doesn't save. We don't save the graph note as an item on the graph model, because most likely every case will have a unique graph note. It's not something you want to apply to other cases, right? Okay. All right, so now that we have saved the graph model, what if I get into another database? I don't want to rebuild this graph model, but I want to be able to reuse it. So this is where the database settings default graphs comes in very, very handy. All right, so right now, if you can see, the default graphs has two sections. This is the database graphs, and then this is the instance graph. So every database that comes into this instance, they will always have these 5 graphs as the graph listed on their graph flyout, okay? But if I bring in a new database in this instance, it's not gonna have this 50-year oil, gas, water, because I just created that in this database. So to save myself the stress or the time of having to recreate this, I can grab this particular graph model and put it in this instance location, the bottom right section. So putting it here means it becomes available at the instance level, but it's not one of the default graphs. If I want to make it for one of the default graphs, I'm going to put it on the top section. It becomes slot number 6, and then it becomes one of the default graphs. As I start bringing new cases, creating new databases, they will have that graph already applied to them. But no, I just want to keep it here and just make it available at the instance level. But if you want to make it the graph in slot number 2 moving forward, you can grab it and put it in slot number 2. Then as you create new cases, it just becomes the default graph in slot number 2. So if I save this now, okay. If I go to a different database by right-clicking on this, I click on PHDwin again. I think I have a test database here. I'm going to open it and see if we have any case inside the test database. Okay. All right, so the test database has some cases, right? Now, in this test database, if I go to the graph, I go to apply model properties, you'll see that it doesn't have the 50-year graph model we just created in the other database. So how do I bring that particular model into this? So while I'm in this database, I go to database settings, default graphs. Now you see that 50-year graph we have here. I can grab it and put it. Now it becomes available for this particular database, but I didn't move it. I just copied it into the spot. It's still right here for other databases I may need to apply to. I click save. Now if I come back, I go to apply model properties. I have the 50-year graph available in this database now. I go ahead and save it. There you go, 50-year graph. This one had a different report date. You see, it did 10 years before the report date, and then it did 50 years. Was it 50 or 60? I think it's 50, yeah. You did 50 years, then you see all the products, everything set up the way it is. So this is this is a quick way to share graphs across multiple databases. If you build a graph in one database, you like it, you think you're going to reuse it, go ahead, go to database settings, default graphs, drop it in this section. That way, whenever you're in the other databases, you can easily come back here, grab it, and put it in your particular database. Okay. Well, I'm going to close out of this test database and go back to our PHDwin week database. Okay. All right, so I think that covers it all for how to customize your graph, save your graph template. In the next section, or in the next video, we're going to be talking about the different graph, how to do projections, the different projection forecasting methods that we have in PHDwin. All right, so in this section, we're going to talk about the forecasting methods that we have in PHDwin. Production forecasting is a big aspect of what people do in not just PHDwin, any decline curve model in the industry. Because you can get price from somewhere, the ownership you can get from maybe the accounting team or the land team. Expenses, you can get it from the company. It's a data that's well known, but projection, this is where a lot of engineers, a lot of techs spend their time. So we're going to talk about the forecasting methods that we have in V3. So V3 introduces 5 forecasting methods that stay up to par and exceed even industry standard for this decline curve analysis software. Now, you can build projections and you can modify those using the projection ribbon. That's where you do everything on the projection. Okay. I think this was previously called the forecast ribbon. That's why it's still showing forecast. But right now we call this the projection ribbon. These are the types of forecasting method we have. We have apps, stretch exponential decline model, SEDM, scheduled projection. This is actual volumes as you schedule those volumes as projections. lean time, linear time, and then flat projection. Now, across the industry, apps projection is pretty much very popular for decline curve analysis. I know originally it was developed for boundary dominated flow type environment or flow regime. But with the unconventionals coming, some years ago, apps has been extended to be able to handle those transient period. And the way typically apps, what really controls the definition of the different apps model is going to be the B factor. So the original apps, the B factor goes from 0 to 1, but with the transient periods that we model with unconventionals, you tend to see people taking higher values for B factor. People take B factors greater than 1. We've seen some people have B factors of 3 and even higher. But that's going to happen like a very short period of time, then it kind of changes to something more conservative. Stretch exponential decline model, it's a different type of model, but we're not going to spend so much time about it. We're going to focus this discussion on apps projection. Now, apps projection can be modeled essentially to capture a lot of these other types depending on how you manage it, right? So if the initial rate and the final rate are the same, or the decline rate is 0, that's essentially a flat projection. We also have auto fit options that you can edit, and they are all database specific. So every single database can have their own auto fit option. And in the forecast, in the projection ribbon, you'll be able to link different products, link their start date. Mostly you're going to link things to the first segment or a particular segment of the major phase. So the auto fit options, they help us to automatically fit decline curve. Once we generate those decline curves, you can manually adjust those to meet your needs. Because at the end of the day, you are the engineer. The software is going to give you good starting curves that you will need to modify and make sure you put the right the right experience and judgment in creating that profile. So we offer 4 different options for generating your app's projection. We have the standard auto fit, we have the forced exponential, the curve data, and the multi-points. They have their different uses. My favorite is the curve data, but they all have their different uses, and these are the auto fit options. So in the auto fit options, this is pretty much how you control the behavior of these tools, right? The first one is, what data do you want to fit? We have the most recent data, we have all the data. I think in the near future, we're going to be adding additional options, maybe the last 5 months of data, the last n months of data. Should your forecast overlap history? Do you want to allow inclining projections? What's the minimum decline rate? What's the minimum B factor? What's the maximum? So you can really set a range for your B factors. And once you auto feed out projections, how far into the future should we extend the curve? So we're going to be extending it 50 years past the end of production. So once you click on the standard auto fit, it's going to use these settings and generate your auto fit. Force exponential is going to use these settings as well, but it's going to force the B factor to be 0. Call data, on the other hand, gives you the option to actually pick the set of points that you want to use to auto fit, or pretty much remove outliers or remove points that you don't want to be used for the decline curve analysis. Multi-point, on the other hand, allows you to generate points along the production profile. I mean, you can click anywhere actually, but in reality, you want to click along the actual production profile. But instead of using everything plus the outliers, you're just going to be relying on those points that to generate that clean profile that goes through the actual production data. All right, let's see what this looks like in PHDwin. Let's see. All right, so this is PHDwin. If you are looking from the previous section where we talked about customizing this graph, we'll just continue from that. Let me see. So right now, this graph has oil, gas, water. We have oil, water, well count, gas, NGL yield, and NGL on each axis. And we do have projections already applied to the cases. So you can move the axis. If you drag the x-axis, you can move it back and forth. You can move it up. You can grab the product. You can move it up or down and make adjustment as you want. Okay. Now, there are different ways you can select the product you want to modify on the graph. So you can either click on the curve if it's already existing. If it's not existing, you click on the scale on the y-axis. Or on the projection ribbon, there's a product drop down. You can use that to select the specific product you want to modify. So each one you select, you see that that's been selected. So whatever you have selected, the parameter specified for that segment is shown on the projection ribbon. So every product, you can apply multiple projection segments. So a projection segment can have 3 points. Has 3 points. It has a beginning point, it has a midpoint, and then it has an end point somewhere. Okay. Right now, I can't see the entire graph. The quickest way to see the entire graph is to zoom out. Okay. Zoom out. Okay. So it's going to show me the entire graph up to the last point. So it has 3 points: the beginning point, the midpoint, and then the end point. So the beginning point is going to correspond to the beginning date and the initial rate, and then the initial decline is going to be linked to that, right? The end point is going to correspond to the end date, the Q final, and then of course the B factor is what controls the band. Now the end date here, you can actually click on the end date. It's going to give you instead of a date, but a number of years from pretty much from the beginning to that point. All right, so this looks like the number of years from the report date to that point, actually. Okay. So if you grab the first point, you can move it up or down. That's going to be changing the initial date, the beginning date, the QI, and then the initial decline rate. If you grab the end point, it's going to change the final date, the Q final, the end date, and also that initial decline rate. But if you grab the entire midpoint, it's going to move the entire curve. You grab the midpoint, it's going to move the curve up or down. Okay. So PHDwin, you can have multiple segments. One segment, you can add another segment next to that. You can delete a segment by hitting the delete. It's going to ask you if you want to delete the current segment or all the segments on all the products. So you have all that option. And you can switch the forecast from the current apps to a different forecast type. If you want to do that, we're just going to convert it for you. If you're a V2 user and you're used to the apps projection window, you can click on this. And this shows you the apps projection ribbon window, just like you have in V2. Okay. If you notice now, V3 supports the three types of decline that we have in the industry: the nominal decline, PHDwin uses tangent effective decline, and most other softwares use the secant effective decline. So even if it's in tangent effective, I can go ahead and convert it to nominal. You see the number changes for the initial decline and then the minimum decline. If I move it to secant, it changes to a different value. I think nominal is pretty much the highest, followed by tangent, then followed by secant. Now, depending on the B factor too, that plays a key role to that. So I'm going to put it back to the default that we have. So V3 has that flexibility to switch between decline rates. Now, on the volume side, looking at the segments, the volume is going to be the volume under the projection under that particular segment you're looking at, okay? If there's an asterisk next to the volume, it means that there's an overlap with historical production. So because of this overlap, that's why I have that asterisk. If I move this projection forward, you see that asterisk is gone, and then you see it's pure forecast data. DM is going to be the minimum decline. DM date is going to be the date at which this minimum decline occurred, okay? So right now it's showing us July 2nd of 2034, and you can visually see that as the spike. So this is not a real data, it's just a visual display of when that minimum decline rate kicked in. So the minimum decline rate is the decline rate at which we're converting a hyperbolic decline to an exponential decline. So this is the strategy we tend to use for hyperbolic declines to force unrealistic or to prevent us from generating unrealistic reserves for the asset, right? So we want to specify that minimum decline that way, because every month we calculate the change in decline rate. Every month decline rate changes. Once it hits whatever minimum decline rate we specify, we are going to convert it from the curve from a hyperbolic decline to an exponential decline. So essentially we are going to change B factor to 0. Again, on the volume side, this is the cumulative volume from history up to the report date. The tech remaining is going to be everything from the report date moving forward. And then the technical EUR is going to be the sum of the cum and the tech remaining. These are the auto feed options we talked about. Let's go ahead and click on auto feed options. So right now, by default, we have it to use most recent trend. You can use all data if you want, but most recent trend is ideally the one you want to use for the auto fit. That way you're not looking at a trend that is years behind us. You're looking at most recent data. So I want us to leave the minimum decline as 5%. B factor, let's put it between 0 and 1, because a lot of these wells they've produced for a while. I think they started falling within that that boundary dominated period where B factor should be between 0 and 1. All right, let's go ahead and save that. So the fact that we change B factor to 0 and 1 doesn't really change anything now until we start using that particular the auto feed options. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and delete all the projections I have on this curve and build them from scratch. Okay, we're going to focus on this one case, project oil, gas, water, well count, NGL yield, and then generate the other ones. For the other cases, because this is just a demonstration, I'm going to go ahead and import projections from a spreadsheet I already have. That will again show us how to import projections to our cases. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and delete. First, let me delete everything, all segment for all product. Okay, I'll save that. Okay. Now, this is all I have. Okay. So I have oil, gas, water, I have well count. I can, kick this out one side. All right, so I'm going to start with the standard auto fit. If I hit the standard auto fit, all right, so now I'm going to hit the standard auto fit. So that is the standard auto fit. So we have the standard, the force exponential, call data, and multipoint. So if I hit the standard auto fit, so there's a drop down next to it. By default, we apply it to apps, but if you wanted to apply it to other projection types, use the drop down and do that. So we're going to hit the standard auto fit. Okay. So minimum decline is 5%. B factor is going to be 0 to 1. So it's being constrained with that information, and then it pretty much applies the decline to the case. Now, if you don't like the fit, this generally looks like a good fit to me, and it's essentially a function of the consistency of the data. If your data is good, it's consistent, it's going to do a good job looking for a good trend, right? So, but that doesn't stop you as the engineer from looking at this curve and say, okay, it's a B factor of 1, an ideal B factor to use for this, or I should use something else. So for example, you can force exponential on this, and you see the exponential is a better fit. I can make the endpoint to come closer by making that endpoint to be 100. That way I can grab that last point. So if I make this 100, I can grab that last point. I can adjust this manually by myself, because you're the engineer, so you're really in charge of this. You're in control of what's going on right here, right? Okay. And that seems to be the trend of what's happening in the last few, that's at least before 2024. Last few data points is a little bit high, but you look at it, that looks like a good trend. Once you get a good trend, you go ahead and make the final rate maybe a small number. That way PHDwin, you can extend it. And then you let economics be the ones to constrain your final rate, your Q final. Okay. All right, so we've seen force standard and then force exponential. The other one is going to be the call data. If I click on that, this is going to give me the ability to select what data point I want to use for my decline. So I can use this and click on this and say fit data. So it's going to fit the data with that with the set of point I provided. So again, this is suggesting a hyperbolic decline for me. If I think it should be an exponential decline, I can force it, or I can manually enter 0 and then control that endpoint manually by myself, right? Okay. But it always gives you that starting point, and then you can make adjustments as you go. So. And then I make it 10, push it all the way down, okay? The final one is the multi-point. So the multi-point actually generates data that it uses for the client. So what you typically do is to click on point along the historical decline. You want to click as close as possible to actual data. So instead of using all these outlying points and including those in your decline calculation, it's just going to focus on the 5 points we've applied. So once you're done clicking all the points, you right click. It's going to use those 5 points to generate the production profile. Okay. So if you use the call data, once you click the polygon across, you have to right click, not left click. You need to right click to generate the curve. Multi-point, the same thing. You click all the points. Once you're done generating the point, you right click, is going to produce the curve that you want. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and feed the client for oil, gas, water, well count, and NGL. Okay, so I'm going to use the call data. Okay, I'm going to keep that way. I'm going to grab my gas production, do the same thing with call data. Trying to focus on that most recent trend I'm picking up right there. Okay. I do the same thing for my water production. Okay. For well count, I'll just add a flat segment of 1. Okay. All right, so something I haven't mentioned is the linking. So you see how on the segment side there's a lock. So every minor phase projection is going to have this lock. So that means you can lock the endpoint of the minor phase to that of the major phase. So if I go ahead and click on this, it's going to extend or shrink the well count projection to align with the major phase. So I can select gas and do the same thing. I can select water. We do the same thing for water production. Okay. And we did that for the end date. You can do that for their beginning date as well if you want them to get aligned. And we have a keyboard shortcut for that. So the endpoint is going to be Control M. And to lock the beginning point to the start of the major phase is going to be Control L. So if I do the beginning, link date to segment 1 of major phase, it's Control L. So what this is going to do is going to extend this curve to align with the major phase. See, it's going to extend it backward. It aligns with the major phase. But you don't have to do, the important thing is the end point. The beginning point doesn't really matter as long as you have projection past the report date. It's the information past the report date that we use, well, the eco start date that we use to calculate economics. All right, so if I click on the gas, I hold Control L. You see how he extends that?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Marshall, for that very informative session. We are going to put on a replay, one of my favorite sessions from one of the most effective people in PHDwin version 3 on the entire planet. So we're going to do a replay from PHDwin Week 2021. Jessica Bird is going to give her breakdown of data and data discipline. But then at 1 o'clock, we're going to start again with live sessions for this year's PHDwin Week. And Nikhil Joyce, who sat down with me for the morning show, is going to jump on and give y'all a full demonstration of PHDwin version 3. So we're going to turn it over to Jessica for now. So if you need to go get lunch, you need to have a break, this is going to be a replay. And we'll start up again with this year's live content at 1 p.m. Thank you very much, and I hope you're enjoying your PHDwin Week.
Good morning. I hope you've enjoyed PHDwin Week 2021 thus far, and I hope you've found some useful intel on the different presentations given to date. I would like for you to join me for the next hour in a presentation regarding data organization and optimization for V3. Just a quick disclaimer before we get started. This presentation is the complete work of myself, Jessica Bird, as seen from my viewpoint within my 20-year career. The presentation does not depict in any way specific practices or ideologies of Blackstone Minerals as a company. For those of you that don't know me, a quick overview of myself, just so you'll get a feel for where I come from and what I'm presenting. I grew up in Cotton Valley, Louisiana, which is next door to Haynesville, Louisiana. I actually stomped those grounds with boots on the ground. I come from a large, diversified oilfield family. I come from everything from welders to slickliners to actual pipeliners and well drillers. My first oilfield related job was in December 1999, and 21 years later, I'm still here. I volunteered and sat as the president of the Houston SPE Chapter's Petrotech Group for a total of about 5 years. I believe I was the president for 2 years. I'm a hobby genealogist. I'm credentialing in both American Studies and librarianship certifications from the National Institute for Genealogical Studies, and I include that because the largest part of genealogical studies and becoming a genealogist is record keeping and sourcing and determining the probabilistic outcomes of certain theories. A little bit of Langyap. I have a awesome, most greatest husband ever, Kenneth, and I have 3 children, 23, 21, and 20, all in the college at the same time. One is graduated as a vet tech. The other is an electrical engineer and a psychologist. And of course, I'm part-time genealogist. The nuts and bolts of why I'm here. My career. I have worked the last 19 years predominantly in reserves. I do have other areas of expertise. 19 years of PHDwin experience, starting with version 2.4. Currently in 2.10, beta tester of V3 and a user of V3. I have additional experience in the A&D and M&A, volume rec, LOS analysis, SEC SMOG S1 10K 10Q reporting of all kinds, AFE capital outlay analysis reconciliations of all sorts, and then regulatory covering 29 states. I have certifications for SMOG reporting, division order analyst, lease and title analyst, and SQL basics. I'm working on quite a few more. In my 11 years with Blackstone in particular, we have assets in 40 states and 60 productive basins. As of our 2020 10K filing, we have a gross PDP well count of 69,000 plus. We manage 39 reserves databases containing 96 acquisitions simultaneously. I personally handled 53 acquisition fold-ins to our holdings as we purchased them. The A&D exposure is a wide array of database structures and formats from across the industry. And of course, why that matters is I know a thing or two because I have broke a thing or two. Practice makes perfect, I suppose, and so does making errors. I'm very passionate about data discipline, process, and procedure, whether it's public or private, large cap, small cap, doesn't matter. Company-wide best practice is to behave as if you are being audited every day. If you don't take anything else away from this, please take that. That in itself will set you up for a great year every day, all day. Before we jump into PHDwin specifics, let's talk about reserves in general. Reserves, as a whole, is data analysis. And the golden rule of data analysis states, the quality of the output is determined by the quality of the input. Let's translate that to reserves. A solid database foundation creates solid reserves reporting. Over the years, I've constructed a top 10 reserves code of conduct, if you will. They are, number 1, consistency, consistency, consistency. This is key and vital to a quality workflow. Number 2, scheduled routine updates. This is where a good quality reserves calendar comes in. Know what's due when, who's out when, and plan backwards from there. Schedules keep the gray hair down. Trust me. Number 3, reconcile, reconcile, reconcile. Data inputs should always match the data outputs. Adding production data, reconcile it, even if it's a spot check. Updating the ownerships, reconcile it back to the data received. I cannot stress this enough. Gut check everything. There's nothing worse than another department finding dumb mistakes, the fat fingers, the mismapped data, and etc. Number 4, create well-written procedures and stick to them. If everyone has the same set of rules, consistency will reign. Number 5, plan it out. The order of operations matters. There is nothing worse than a tech having to go back and tell an engineer to retweak curves because the production was updated after they reviewed the curves. Number 6, templates, templates, templates. The best option around for consistency and time reduction. If you're completing the same task on a routine basis, make a process and a template. Reinventing the wheel went out with the cavemen. Number 7, set principles and standards documenting data sources. Absolute, hands down, best thing you can do for an audit time. Always, always work for auditability. If everyone works as if they're being audited, then the being audited is actually a breeze. Number 9, use the rule of 3 for property ads without an API. Pop quiz. Where can you find a field in the United States that has multiple wellbores with the exact same well names? Anywhere. If you don't believe me, go look at the Carthage Field Unit in Texas. That was originally operated by 2 different operators, and now Carthage Field Unit is operated predominantly by BP, and they have multiple wells with the same well names, and the only difference is the APIs. And finally, number 10, maintain interdepartmental communication. Who is using your reports and for what? You don't know? Then how do you know if they're using the right data for the right things? Are you using another department's reports for your LOS analysis, your property ads, your ownership adjustments, etc.? Do you guess at what they mean, or do you communicate and ask? I'm always very surprised, and I probably shouldn't be after so long, at how many people just guess or pick what they want to use. Oy vey. My variety of exposure over the years has led me to identify 3 basic groups of reserves software type users. I love analogies, and I've decided the 3 different user types are correlative to home buyers. Our 3 types of users are movers, interior designers, and architects. Historically, these 3 types of users correspond to conversions from other reserve software, Aries, P, ValNav, and Excel spreadsheets, etc., to PHDwin. However, with the release of PHD v3 last October, these same user types can be applied to and correlate with PHD version 2 to PHD version 3 conversions. My hope is that after this presentation, upgrading to V3 will not seem as scary to most of you as you may have first thought. Now, let's break down the 3 user types to better understand each and where your company may fall within them. Maybe you'll decide to change after this. The movers. If you're part of this group of users, you're simply upgrading your environment. You're boxing up all your holdings and you're moving them from one software to the other, or in this case, one version to the other. You bought a new house and you're packing up, you're taking everything with you, and you're relocating as is. To do this, you PHZ your files in V2, you open up V3, you import, and you go. You're off to the races very quickly. The predominant users that fall under the movers group are the small mom and pop shops, bank groups, and royalty owners. So let's talk about the pros and cons of the movers group. PHDwin is going to automatically convert your data to pre-map defaults. It takes minimal, if any, revisions to your in-house process and procedures, allowing you to focus more on the GUI interface learning curve. There's minimal forward thought needed. You can just keep on doing what you've been doing for the most part. The data stays the same. You just have to learn a new improved import routine and how to manage the forms and views. There's minimal overhead implementation, and when I say this, I'm referring to both employee time and expense. An import error log is generated at the conclusion of your V2 to V3 upgrade. Like your home inspection, where you make a list of all the things you want and need fixed prior to the move-in, an import error log allows you the opportunity to make needed adjustments to your data after you move in. The pitfalls, or the cons, of movers are that the newest and best features of V3 are not utilized to their fullest potential. The default standards used for your go-forward starting point are confined to the abilities of the version converted, in this aspect V2. Your database structure maintains most of the V2 schema design constraints and will import data inconsistencies as is, leaving no room for data discipline upgrades at rollout. And lastly, there's minimal, if any, needed review of data fields, allowing for the dreaded GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. The interior designers. You've bought a new house, more square footage, and a better layout. You're moving everything you own, but you're taking the opportunity to cull the items you've outgrown or that don't fit in the new house, leaving them behind. You're picking only the best items you need to move with, and you're redesigning your interior to better suit the new layout. Instead of the PHDwin Go, you're opting for flat file exports from V2 to then import and map to V3 as you see fit. The predominant users of the interior designer method are large independents, M&A groups, working interest owners, and such. For an in-depth look at how M&A work in V3 is done, check out A Case for Running Acquisition Evaluations in PHDwin's V3 presented by the QED team in the 2021 presentations. So what are the pros and cons of interior designers? For your pros, you still have minimal revisions to the process and procedure, focusing more on the GUI interface and the forms learning curve. You will put in moderate forward thought, and it will take a moderate amount of overhead implementation, again, time and expense. You will have a clean data values foundation, and you will take the time to remove outdated, redundant, or incorrect data. This will create a more stable database foundation to build from going forward. The cons of the interior designer group: you still maintain most of the V2 schema design constraints, and you can or will import some data inconsistencies as is. There's still minimal review of data fields, which continues to allow for the GIGO. New features are not utilized to their fullest potential or at all, depending on your mapping decisions. This group also requires moderate back-end work, decision-making, and data gathering. And now for your architects. Your architects are your heavy hitters. They're taking the time to explore the V3 functionality, the data schema changes, the process, procedure, and implementation. You're designing the optimum database for your specific holdings, planning for future growth and improvements. Architects want to build a clean, fresh foundational database with all new data imports that have been reviewed, vetted, reconciled, and QC'd several times. You're folding in the data discipline ideology needed to help maintain data integrity going forward. Moving forward as a team, becoming cohesive, and working toward a company-wide effort. Your predominant user types of architects are your majors, your large M&As, third-party independents, corporate planners, and such. The architects, the heavy hitters. What are the pros and cons? Your pros are clean data foundational beginnings. If your data foundation is clean, if your data is good, then all the reports, all the documentation, all of the things that follow will stand. Your house will be sturdy. The ability to remove outdated, redundant, or incorrect data. If you've put your processes and procedures in place, if you put your QCs in place, then your data is sturdy, it's clean. You've taken out anything that you've found that doesn't work or that was working but not quite the way it needed to. You have the ability to adjust your data schema for optimal results. There are so many new bells and whistles in 3 that weren't there in 2, and if you don't map to them, you're not using them. It creates a more stable database structure and environment. We all know we need that. New features and modules are utilized to their fullest potential. Again, if the new features weren't there in 2, but they are in 3, you're not using them if you don't apply them. So your cons. you have a very large learning curve. It's not just a GUI interface, but it's the data interactions and the areas, the new modules, the forms, the flyouts, all of those things. Even your imports and exports are slightly different. It's extremely time intensive. It's a lot of high overhead implementation, predominantly in time. And when I say an expense, I'm referring to the expense of the employees, the salaries that you're having to pay for all that extra time. It's extensive schema design. You have to think about and map where you want it to be in 3 for your quality and for your utmost potential. So the schema design changes need to be incorporated. It's iterative. You may build multiple databases before your total optimization and go forward. Personally, for Blackstone, I've already built and dumped 5 to 10 data sets because I didn't like how I set them up after I got into a lot of the data. So where do you fall into this graphic? You have your movers, your interior designers, and your architects. And of course you have some overlap from them. So right now, today, based off of this existing process, procedures, workflows, and reporting that you have in-house, where are you? Do you know? Where do you want to be? Which of these do you want to be? Do you have room for improvement? Where would you like to be versus where you are now? Can you make it happen? Hopefully today, I'm going to give you some tools to actually work to make it happen. So now that we've defined the user types, let's take a step back. Let's discuss some of the V3 functionality and benefits to all user types. We will discuss some of the best practices for even the novice user that you can implement right now wherever you are in the scale and build for the future. So let's take a step back so that we may move forward. So before we go any further, before we discuss all the rest of the things, let's just stop. Stop and take a minute. If you aren't already aware of the absolute best kept secret of V3, here you go. Here's your secret sauce. If you don't do anything else with V3 for years, days, weeks to come, everyone, and I mean absolutely everyone, can benefit from this. All you're going to do is go into your V2 and you're going to open your databases and you're going to do a file transfer. You're going to create those PHDs of your V2 files as is. You're not going to do anything to them, just file and transfer. Then you're going to open V3 and you're going to import them. Hot tip for anyone that's not already aware, if you have multiple databases, whether it be one case or 1,000 cases, doesn't matter. If you have multiple databases, PHD them all to one single folder, and V3 will give you the option of importing all files within a single folder to one database with the click of the mouse one time. Import those V2 files into your new PHD3 database. If this is going to be a toss-away database because you're not going to do anything else with it, then it doesn't matter whether you add them all together or not. What you're going for is when the import is finished, you're going to be presented with an error log. You're going to save this. This error log can be an absolute goldmine. Now, if your error log does not contain the section that says start warnings and end warnings here, well, guess what? I want you to be my new best friend. I want you to give me a call after this, pat yourself on the back, whatever you're doing, it's working. However, if you do have warnings here between the start and the end, that means that whether you realize it or not, something is awry in your V2 file. So if you have no intentions of ever moving into V3 or are not moving right now, then this alone will tell you that where you're at in V2 right now has some problems. And you're going to want to take this file And you're going to want to go back to V2, and you're going to want to look at each one of those PHDwin ID codes. It gives it to you right here. And you're going to want to adjust whatever it is on this case that says is incorrect. Now, if we look at a few of these, we can tell that on PHD ID code 332, it has a new face configuration created, which means that even with all the face configuration options in V3, it didn't recognize this. What that means for V2 is that you need to put the genie back in the bottle, and you need to go back and adjust your face configurations and look at them. And if you don't do that routinely on all your cases, then I would suggest you look at all your cases. Then, as you can tell on PHDwin ID number 5745 on my little screenshot here, the projection had an error. The product yield in an archive was off. So I need to go back and I need to look at the product setups on those cases. Now, once you're done with this and you find all the issues you didn't even know you had, while you're at it, go out and watch the CGNA's top 10 pointers to prevent common mistakes in V2 for additional QC areas prior to your V3 move. The more you can do in V2 right now, where you like being and where you're comfortable being, to adjust for V3, it will set you up to have a better file, better data discipline, and a better result going forward. Let's dive into some meat and potatoes. Regardless of your user type and your software choice, a well-laid and well-constructed data foundation is paramount. Whether your database isn't even built yet, or you've had the same one for 10 years, or you juggle many, addressing these stress points will increase your data integrity and your workflows. When you're buying a house, regardless of the when and the where and the what and the why, there's always key utilities that need attention. Consider the following your key database utilities. Let's step through them real quick, and then we're going to dive into each one. All data types and all user groups start with a well-constructed foundation. So what makes a well-constructed foundation? Data discipline rules. Let me say it again. Data discipline rules. I was absolutely thrilled when TRC made this the tagline of V3. Next, well-defined business rules. Very important. Then well-written processes and flowcharts, documented data sources, data availability levels and sources, database ID codes and descriptions, and lastly, regulatory sites and sources. Now that we know how to construct our foundation, let's discuss the components, or the utilities if you will. We're going to start at the 30,000 foot, and we're going to go lower to the granular. So first, we need to start with business rules. They're your highest level. What are business rules? Business rules, in their most generic form, defines or constrains some aspect of business and always resolves to either true or false. They are intended to assert business structure and/or to control and influence the behavior of a business. So for reserves purposes, business rules are set as a team, and everyone follows the same set of rules to achieve consistent results. Your business rules can be created on the team level or department level, and then you take all of those department level business rules and you put them together to create the business's business rules. So these can be done as a single entity within the business. Well-crafted business rules contain forward thought, are ethically sound, and maintain data integrity throughout the company. When constructing your business rules for reserves database management, create them at the same time the database is built out and created to maintain data integrity. If you already have a database built out, if you already are working in what you're going to go forward with, if you have no intentions of changing, then stop and pay attention to your processes and your procedures and create your business rules from where you are now. They're the framing of your brand new house. They're laid out to the specs of your floor plan blueprint. They are what you need for a very well thought out go forward, regardless of the software, regardless of where you are, and regardless of where you want to go. Business rules will help define and maintain the integrity of your department. Now that we've defined what business rules are, let's talk about some examples of how they apply specifically to a reserves group. All reserves production data is sourced from, insert your data source name here. It can be Internal Software X, IHS, Inveris, Mr. Hot Wheels in XYZ County, Arizona for operator data. It doesn't matter. We could even set up a contingency here by saying use in-house SCADA data. If SCADA data is not available, use operator data for OBO properties. Where available, let's use LOS volumes in their absence, and third-party production data as a last resort. This spells out where the data should come from and what options are available in the absence of the primary source. Next, we have the order of operations. No one likes stepping on anyone else's toes or creating duplicate work because the cart came before the horse. Defining the order of operations as a business rule reduces your instances such as this. And our last example is a business rule that defines at what point a property can be added to reserves. This one is super important if you're going to be audited on reserves adds and for reconciliation purposes cycle over cycle. If you've ever tried to do a SMOG, then you know why this is very important. At this point, we've written out the blueprint and we've created the framework. So let's keep moving on. Now we're going to jump back up to your data discipline rules. What is data discipline? Data discipline is the process of setting ground rules from which the team works from. Everyone, and I mean absolutely everyone, including interdepartmental stakeholders, should sit around a table for this one. Everyone at the table shows their hand. You discuss the puts and takes of each department's needs and what your team can and cannot accommodate. Laying the ground rules for data discipline leads to greater data integrity. If you're wrong, again, be consistently wrong. And if you're right, we'll keep being right with consistency. And when I say everyone that has a stake should sit around the table, including anyone from an outside department, if you're providing a report to someone on a regular basis and there are fields on that report that are being used by other departments, know what they're using them for. Know what the needs are. Some of the things that people don't realize that go across companies, character limits per field, per software. PHDwin 2 had a generic character length and ID codes of 40. Well, what if your accounting software only uses 20? The first 20 characters can be correlated to something in your accounting software, but what if that 21st character is the difference? It matters. Keep your codes consistent across your data sets. Illegal characters, not recommended, especially commas. Use dashes instead. CSV files, comma delimited. Maintain the integrity of your files. No commas. I know that most of the time there's never a problem. I understand that you may be importing CSVs for the last 20 years, like I have, and have never run into an issue. But I promise you, somewhere down the line, somehow, there is going to be a file that gets corrupted because it had a comma in it when it shouldn't have. I've had it happen so many times, I just say no commas. Define what well events are. Well events in third-party data trigger updated import codes. So your IHS PIDs, your DIDRIs, and etc. If a well event triggers a change, everybody needs to know. Each third-party data provider has a different definition of well events. The events must be identified and reconciliations completed on the import codes, such as your change in operator, your recompletions, and etc. Determine how you want to reflect these events. either by new cases added to the database or continuing the current case history by updating the import code prior to data load. You won't know how you need to do this unless you talk to all stakeholders and all stakeholders weigh in. Your reserves team may want to see one solid production stream, so you opt to create one case and revise your import codes as needed for these well events. However, what if there is an ownership issue? What if you have depth severance? Unless you talk to the land department, you're not going to know. You need to keep those separate. So outline your data discipline rules, discuss them, and make sure you're interdepartmental with them. Take them, create them, make your first draft, and send them out to the parties involved and ask them, does this work for you? A little bit of conversation, a little bit of dialogue will save you a lot of heartache in the future. Our blueprint is handled, our framework is done, our data discipline rules, and our business rules. So now let's get down to the nitty-gritty. Process and procedure documentation. Consider this the drywall that defines each individual room of your house. If your house is built, you can still paint it, add your furniture, make it more efficient. Work with your feng shui. Your well-written processes and flowcharts will help teams work seamlessly together, keep data continuity between employees, as well as create data boundaries to maintain integrity of same. Processes can be as simple or as complex as needed and work for every situation. Once written, they can then be worked into flowcharts, which can be more conducive to relaying the needed decision matrix more efficiently. Well-written processes are a vital element in data discipline and integrity. So in this example, we have a process documentation for new ads. We're going to take our new proved reserves ads. We're going to be notified by land of new reserves. The tech is going to add the reserves, including the documented production source, the internal identifiers, your projection, your economics, and your ownership. And then your engineer reviews your projections. In a process flowchart, as you can see, we have the same process, the same written words, but in a flowchart that shows the order and the roundabouts that need to be made until it is okayed. So where data discipline is your blueprint, your business rules are your framework, and your processes and procedures are the room designs, documenting coding, descriptions, structure, and data sources is most definitely your home inventory. And we all know when disaster strikes, Hurricane Harvey, anyone? One of the first things we must do is file an insurance claim. What better way to manage your claims than with an inventory list? The same goes for databases. Know your databases and what's in them. List it out and stick to it. Documented data sources and structure are beneficial for small and large data sets, one database or many. At Blackstone, this is what I consider part of the if I get hit by a bus tomorrow package. Anyone should be able to pick up and move on with my work. This works great for A&D work as well. You can parse it down to just the pertinent information for a buyer, and they are off to the races. It's a cheat sheet, if you will. If anyone outside your department asks, what is this? What is it made of? You can simply send them this. This is a segment or a small portion of something that I created years ago, and I have worked it, defined it, changed it, adjusted it over the years, and I adjust it as needed for whatever database, whatever priority, whatever construct we're working with. But this is the fundamental structure that I believe works best for something of this sort. Regulatory sites and sources. If you're scratching your head thinking, I can skip this because we're operators and we know what our data is. Well, regardless of whether you use internal operated data, third-party data, or some other dataset type, understanding the constraints by which the data is reported to the regulatory agency of record can be highly beneficial. I urge you to reconsider. A regulatory listing such as this one will help you define production volume level granularity, frequency, and arrearages. Keeping handy-dandy little links within the spreadsheet allows you to retrieve information quickly and efficiently. You are able to look things up as quickly as you can. Not everyone needs to be a regulatory specialist, but this is one of those areas that a little bit of knowledge goes a long way for accurate reserves data sets. And don't forget your taxes. PhD has built-in tax models which we all love. They're fantastic. But there are those states that like to update their tax rates annually, and you never know when you're going to get a tax break by adjusting a model. Now that we've got a solidly built house to furnish, we need to look at a few of the upgrades we've been wanting and asking for over the years. In the back of your mind, think about what user type best describes you at the beginning of this presentation. Were you a mover, an interior designer, or an architect? You got it in your mind? Good. Now, like a magic trick, remember that card. Type. And let's discuss a few of the foundational BSOs, the bright, shiny objects of V3 you may or may not be familiar with yet. These BSOs are important to understand as you work through everything we've just discussed. So how do we correlate everything we've talked about thus far to PHDwin? I'm sure there's those out there that will have an argument to the latter, but for me, it's the case setup. And as such, my focus for the next few minutes will be on the fundamental parts and pieces of case construction, setting aside scenarios, qualifiers, economic parameters, and the like. We're going to discuss redesigns and additions of V3 that will set you up for a wonderful and fantastic database foundation. So case setup is the foundation from which all other necessary constraints are built. It doesn't matter what economic parameters or scenarios or qualifiers or ID codes or projections are put on a case. If the case setup is fundamentally flawed, then so are the outputs. When converting from V2 to V3, or when setting up databases in general, give the most consideration to your case setup structure if you want to maximize your reporting outputs. Behind door number 1, redesign of unit case types. So let's talk about some units. V2 had one basic standard unit option for creating production streams to which you could add economic variables. The standard unit. That was it. That's what you had. Well, in V3, we have 4. This does not include, of course, additional options for summary plots, normalized curves, and the like. So we went from a standard unit in V2 to the options of group economic limits, GELs, the allocation GELs, projection GELs, or aggregate units. So what is the difference? Why do we need 4? Knowing that our unit options increased, me being me, I created a list of a variety of scenarios and I sent it to TRC. It has since been dubbed the Josh test. What you see here is a sample of some of the scenarios I submitted at the close of the 2020 PhDwin Week, with the corresponding right answer highlighted in red. I encourage you to pull out examples of every case type you currently have in your reserves dataset or might use and compile yourself an answer sheet for everyone to go by. This will keep continuity at its best. So what are my 2 scenarios here and what are the best group case types for those scenarios? So let's look at scenario 1. I have 10 wells in a lease in Texas. My LOS values and my ownership are reflected at the lease level. My reserves are to be valued and projected on a well-by-well basis. Well, according to my answer key from Josh, I should create either a GEL or an allocation unit. Scenario 2. I have 300 wells in the New Mexico Bravo Dome CO2 unit. My reserves are booked individual and production is summed into a single entity case. My projection for the case is at the unit level. The LOS values and the ownership are reflected at the unit level. My answer key tells me that I need a projection unit. My reserves will be at the group level, not the well level. Redesign number 2. The key redesign in V3 that impacts everyone's data placement has to do with production. In V2, daily production had no true home of its own, and instead, everyone had to reallocate V2 production test area for daily production. So they didn't have test data, they had daily data. As you can see here, V3 has individual spots for monthly production, as per usual, as well as both production test and daily production forms. Now we get our cake with the icing too. When working on your V3 upgrade plan, be sure to account and accommodate for this change. You will be able to see all 3 types on a graph if you utilize all 3 types. And the last highlighted redesign that I want to touch on today is projection edits. Now, I did say a few slides ago that projection edits and projections in general weren't part of a fundamental case setup and database structure. However, it is a large part of the extensions of case setups that correlates to your reporting outputs. So I do want to touch on it here because it is a big change. As you can see, the only option we had in V2 was ARPS. But check out V3 styling over there with all those options. We went from ARPS or ARPS in V2 to ARPS, Lend Time, Scheduled, and SEDM. Each of these serves a purpose, and just like units, I encourage everyone to create an answer key of which projection type to utilize for what case type. Maximize the potential of the tools you are given. Next up, let's talk about a brand new addition to V3. This is something that was not in V2 at all. It's my personal favorite, and it's also my baby. I helped build what this is. I went to TRC with a specific request and a specific need, and they delivered big time. This is something that can be utilized industry-wide by anyone. That was a goal that I had in mind when I helped work with this and build this. I wanted to make it useful for everyone. TRC completely delivered. And if you utilize this, I think you will love it. The fundamental idea of the wellbore completions began with a desire to track specific completions in any given wellbore over time. So basically, it's your built-in wellbore utility chart. As you can see in the graphic on the right, each wellbore has data entry points for its specific demographics. These tidbits of information are vital to the engineer when reviewing reserves. Some of these demographics are also vital to your SEDM curves and other things. But the best kept secret of wellbore completions is the ability to document and track the individual demographics of any given case. It doesn't have to be recompletions. Anyone that's ever done an LOS analysis and or fielded questions from revenue and accounting on what cases go with what cost centers knows there's always at least one case out there that is so generic no one really knows what it is. You know what I'm talking about. It's the random OBO property listed as X County in Texas OBO or something like that. Well, if you're ever lucky enough to identify what that revenue stream is made up of, all you need to do is key the data into the wellbore completions form. From that point forward, when anyone asks what the case's volumes are derived from, you can pull up the form or output the wellbore completions information on the case in the grid editor, and voila, questions are answered. This works great for volume recs, cost center reconciliations, and a plethora of other workflows. You don't see it yet? How about now? To further understand how the wellbore completions work, let's consider this example. If the holdings in question contain the Pegasus field unit as an OBO property, there are 2 options in V2 for documenting the production in an either-or case setup. Either you create a single unallocated case for the entire unit with 1 production stream and 0 documentation of each well in the unit, as depicted in the blue line at the very top of the V2 scenario, shows a well count of 117 wells. Or you create individual cases for each well in the unit, and then you aggregate them with a standard unit case to maintain the wellbore level demographics. If you opt for the single unallocated case, you lose the granularity of knowing each individual wellbore API assigned to the unit. You get the one API that gets put in when you load the case, and you get a well count of 117, but you have no idea what the remaining 116 APIs are. Opting for the allocated wellbores and creating a standard unit case can generate dozens to hundreds of additional excluded, unused cases. You get your APIs, you get to see all 117, but you have an additional 117 properties in your database that you have to contend with. In V3, on the right, you get to have one case and record each of the individual wellbore APIs contained within that case via the wellbore completions. You have one case, you have the integrity of one case, you don't have a cluttered database, and you also get to maintain all the APIs associated with that case so that when you need to do an LOS analysis, or if somebody asks what is this, or correlate it to some other outside source, you can simply output the grid editor and voila, there it is. There's your case ID, and then there's all your completions for that case ID. So you get to have your cake and you can eat it too, because this is an all-in-one. No more stress on the what is this. Hey, do you remember that card type I told you to hold on to earlier? You still want that card? Or do you want to pick a different one now? We've barely scratched the surface of data discipline and V3 functionality, changes, and upgrades in our short amount of time today. Take a moment to contemplate this image of an iceberg. I'm sure most of you have seen something like this before. From the surface, it looks relatively small, but underneath, you see a much larger conglomeration of ice. Reserves work takes a team and a lot of teamwork. There are no easy buttons, no shortcuts, and no quick answers, no matter how much one would like it to be. What we can do, though, is to help quicken the speed of reporting, create solid reserves foundations from which we layer on the many scenarios and qualifiers reporting is built on. As I round out this presentation, I'd be very remiss not to offer up a roadmap to continue down the path I've laid out. So where do you go from here? My suggestions are: choose the user group you aspire to. Set goals and milestones to get there. Build your roadmap to fit your goals. Learn, educate, repeat, reevaluate, adjust goals and milestones as needed. I often say a quote that people hear a lot. The only thing certain in life is change. What's good for the industry today may be bad tomorrow. What software's out there now may not be tomorrow. What process and procedure works for you today may not work for you tomorrow. So always, always learn, educate, repeat, reevaluate. Teamwork makes the dream work. I highly encourage everyone to work on team training. Everyone trains the same. Not everyone learns the same, but everyone trains together. Teamwork will make the dream work. Invest in your whole team. Create a team schedule and work towards goals I've outlined for you as a team. Prioritize additional training and review as I've laid out here if you're unsure where to start. Make sure team discussion time is also factored in. All of the videos laid out here are found on the PHDwin portal under tutorials or the respective PHDwin weeks areas of 2020 and 2021. My suggested order for additional team training: the 2020 From A to PHZ, a transition guide from PHDwin to version 2. In 2021, top 10 pointers to prevent common mistakes in V2. Also from 2021, PHDwin group case economics functionality in V3. And then tutorials, customizing the interface with views, building and applying models, running reports. And lastly, 2020 Partner Focus. Courtney Stevens presents leveraging scenarios and qualifiers for a company workflow. If you go through these, if you haven't had any experience with 3 yet, if you're putting it off or stalling, these should help give you a good, solid, fundamental understanding of 3, and taking the presentation I've done today plus these, and you should be able to get off to a really, really good start. I've watched all of these.
Thank you all for joining us. We really appreciate Jessica Burt for giving us that presentation back in 2021. If you want to rewatch that presentation or any presentation from 21, you can find it in our PHDwin client portal. In about a minute, our next 2024 section, Nikhil's going to jump on and walk y'all through a workflow in PHDwin version 3. You won't want to miss it.
Welcome back to our afternoon stream. We are glad you could join us for PHDwin Week. Coming up next, we feature Nikhil Joyce. Nick will discuss the features and capabilities of PHDwin v3.
This is a great opportunity to ask questions about version 3. Let's get started with Nick's presentation.
All right. Thank you very much for joining me today. My name is Nikhil. I will be doing a simple demo of version 3 today. We'll be taking a version 2 database, importing it into version 3, slapping some economics on there, changing some curves a little bit. Not going to actually change the curves and save those changes because I'm not an engineer, not quite qualified to do that, but I'm going to show you a little bit about how to do that and some of the features you can use in version 3. And then I'm going to run some reports, show you some of the reporting capabilities, and then I'm going to zip up the file, make a new PHZ3 that you can then use to send on to an investor or whoever you need to send your database to for review. A little bit about myself. Yes, my name is Nikhil Joyce. I went to Trinity University. I graduated a couple years ago in business analytics and technology. So again, not a petroleum engineer, but you know, when I came here, I got this job last May. So started on support, did support for a full year. You know, when you're on support, you kind of get forced to learn the program very quickly. And you get put under the wing of Dre, who is fantastic at training people. He gets you up to speed quite quickly. It is a steep learning curve. You know, you got to learn version 2 and version 3 because we're still supporting both versions. So learned all that, and then we kind of put anyone who comes into the company, for the most part, goes into support first. And then that way they learn the program, and that way when they go on to some other position, they'll have a really good idea of the program. They'll be able to work with clients, demo the program, show clients how it works, and do any of that stuff. So I'm going to be doing sort of a slightly lengthened version of the demo that I do with clients now. I've been on sales now for about 4 months, 5 months. Mostly what I've been doing is version 3 demos. So what I do is I either can take some of the default databases that we have in our data room and just show, like, do basically a small training for clients where I show how to use the program. But ideally, what I always do is I try to tailor it to the person. So show them what they want to see, but ideally we can work with client data, that's ideal. Because sometimes people will come in with a project on the table, and I'll say, well, we can sit down, we can probably get some bottlenecks out if out of your workflow, maybe speed things up and actually get a good amount of your project done during this hour that we have set up here. So just so everyone knows, if you want to come in, bring some of your data, we're happy to work with you, get you past some humps. If you have a deadline coming up, we'll be happy to sit down with you and get you where you need to be. So here is the login window. We're going to start here. We're going to create a blank database, and then we're going to import our version 2 database into that. This is the first thing you're going to see when you open the program. Your registration info is all going to be in this window that you can click this button here and see. And then here is your SQL Server instance. So when you install PHDwin version 3, it automatically will install a SQL instance that comes free through the Microsoft download. This is where all the data is going to be stored. You know, in version 2, we had all the databases in Access. In version 3, it's all SQL. SQL is able to handle much larger amounts of data. do bulk operations much more quickly. The SQL Server instance that's SQL Express, which is the free version, comes with a 2 GB limit. It's very rare that you're going to go over that. We do have a few clients who go over that, who we recommend get the full version of SQL, but most of our clients are able to get what they need done in their standard SQL Express instance. So here is my SQL instance right here. You can click this drop down. You'll see I have a whole bunch of them here because these are all the ones that are on the network here at TRC at our office. This is the one I'm going to be using that's on this machine. And then you can hit this drop down here. And from here, you can either use one of the databases that's already loaded in, or you can transfer in a zipped PHDwin version 3 file that's already from version 3, or you can create a new database. For this, we're just going to be creating a new database. We can name it here. We're going to call it Demo Joyce. Joyce is my last name, in case anyone didn't catch that. And we're going to go ahead and create. So right now it's building a SQL database. It's also building, when you create your first database, it's creating your system databases. There are 4 system databases that must exist in order for version 3 to work, but they're automatically created upon your first database creation. So here we are, we have our new database, it already exists. There is no data in here, as you can see. We have nothing in the case list, but we're gonna go ahead and now we're gonna bring in our version 2 file and import it and convert it to version 3. So go ahead and hit add import and then import. And here we're going to hit those 3 dots and you can go ahead and find your file. I'm just pulling it right here. I'm going to be using one of the version 2.11 sample databases, the Puckett Field PHZ. This is actually the database that I was trained on when I first came in here. This is like the first thing I saw on day 1. And they were like, go ahead and play around with this. So it's a database I'm pretty familiar with. And go ahead and select my database. And I have the log on here. I have it on always because I like to see exactly what was brought in and how long it took and all the information. So it's going to pop up a little file, a little text file showing that information. So right now it's doing the import. When it's doing the import, what it's taking is it's taking all the access data, converting those tables from access tables over to SQL tables. So it's a big restructuring of data, and you'd think it would take a long time. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, but here it took, it took about 10 seconds to bring in that database. So we have our log here. It's telling us all the cases that came in along with their PHDwin IDs, case IDs. Go ahead and close that. You can also save your logs. You can also turn logging on all the time to see if maybe an error is popping up in some other process you're doing. It's not just for importing, so that's always an option. But there you have it. We already have a version 3 database converted over from version 2, and we have our cases all listed here. This is our case list on the far left. So we can see most of these are in red. We only have 4 that are in green. The ones that are in red are going to be our gas major phase cases. The ones that are in green are our oil major phase cases. So mostly this is a gas database, but right now we can't see any data because we are still in the blank view. So something about version 2 that was frustrating for a lot of people was the workflow being all windows. So you had to drag around these windows and reshape them, resize them, and you kind of had to do this a lot. You might have to drag out the graph window to make it bigger, then you'd have to manually go back and change it. We've made that a whole lot easier with version 3, where we have these preset views that you can choose, and you can also customize them and save a new one. So we're going to do that today. So most of our training material is built off the standard view. I'm going to show you that. Click the standard view and we can see gen info, prices. We have these forms broken out. So you can customize this however you want using this forms list out here on the far left flyout. But you can see we already have the 70-year graph and the 30-year graph over here for the standard view. We got some of our economics down here and some of our general info and production info on the top left. So that's the standard view. I'm going to change this a little bit because, like I said, I'm not an engineer. So I'm not exactly qualified to manipulate the graphs or change the curves. So I'm going to be careful about that. And so I'm going to change the view to stuff that I would more likely be looking at in an A&D project from a data room single user project. So I'm just going to go ahead and close out these graphs. And then I'm going to split things up over here. Let's put my You can click and drag any of these forms, move them around however you want. I'm going to put my production stuff over on the far right. And then I'm going to break up my ownership and investments to be on the bottom over here. Actually, let's just put them on top of each other. There we go. Of course, we don't have any real info over here yet. We have the default ownership set up. But this is more comfortable for me. I can get used to this. We have our production info, everything's showing like this. So now this is how my standard view is showing, but I haven't saved this yet. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go ahead and save the view right up here. It's saying I don't have permission to change the standard view because it's one of the default views. So it's giving me the option to create a new one. Create a new one, and I'm going to name it, and I'm going to, not Juice, Joyce. I'm going to name it after myself. There we go. Apply that, and now I have my own view. And you can go and you can also manipulate these views. You can edit it. You can change the name by doing that. You can go and manage your views by hitting this gear wheel right here. Sorry, let me click that a little slower so you can see. You can hit that right there. And then you can change this to be private or public. So that way, when I zip this up into another file, if it's public, they'll be able to see this, this view. I can also export or import these views. They come in as XML files. So you can export this view and send it to somebody if you want them to see the database in the same way that you do on a different database. This is just saved to this database as of now. I'm going to keep this private for the rest of this demo. Save that. Another thing that you can do, let's say we're getting kind of involved on something. Let's say we start messing up our view. You know, it's become kind of a mess. We want to go back to the prices, but now it's kind of smushed in the bottom there. What I can always do is hit this Fix All button. It's the Refresh Current View button. Hit that, and it goes right back to exactly how we saved it. And this is exactly how it's going to look. This can get to be a real mess when you're getting really involved in certain parts of your database. So that view, that Refresh View button can be really useful. All right. So next thing I'm going to do, one of the things that is really great about version 3 is that there is no limit on how many ID codes you can use. So we're going to create an ID code. You can add an ID code. There's already a bunch of predefined ID codes that come into the database. These are the ones that are already assigned in the ID codes form. You can also hit this bubble to see everything that's in the database. Most of these are not populated, and you can also see the ones that are not populated automatically by hitting the unassigned button. But you can hit that assigned. If you want to add ID codes, that's going to be a database-wide change. So what we're going to do for that, we're going to go over these database settings in these top ribbons. We got these 5 top ribbons. These are kind of be the things that run your workflow most of the time. Database settings, these are the ones that are kind of locked down. So if you're working with a bunch of people, bunch of engineers on the same database, these are the things that are database wide. You know, if you want a product configuration that's the same for everybody, and you have to go into edit mode in order to change that. So, but that also applies to any of these things. These are all the database settings here. So we're going to go into ID codes here. So as you can see, I can't actually change any of these things until I go into single user mode by hitting edit mode right there. You can see a little description of what that means there. We're going to make a nice little general purpose ID code here. I'm just going to name it after myself and make it a string. All right, close out of that, and then you have to exit edit mode. Whenever you change any of the database settings, you have to enter and exit edit mode to make sure it knows you're making a single user change. Now I'm going to go back over to my home ribbon, and now if I go in here into my ID codes and I hit unassigned, I'll see my new ID code right there. Now I want to populate this. What I'm going to use this for is to classify all my cases as the date that they came in. So I'm going to make them. I'm going to set some date in the past to show, like, for example, this is the date that these cases came in, because potentially I could be adding cases to this database, and it'd be helpful to know when each one of them came into the database. So the best way to do this, in my opinion, is to go over to the grid editor. So the grid editor, we had the edit data in Excel feature in version 2. People really loved that. It would pop you out to Excel. You could make your changes, save them back into the database. So we have that, but it's not Excel anymore. We just baked in this grid editor, which simulates Excel, and it's within the program. So you don't have to pop in and out of the program to make these changes. So I'm going to go over to this right flyout. We have a bunch of things over here: global editor, grid editor. All of our models are listed here, recompletions and incrementals. I'm going to hit that grid editor, click on it, and it stays. I'm going to go to the gen info table. I'm going to drag in my cases. This is our case selection over here. You can go to this case list, and you can also, if you want to select just some of these cases, you can click on one, control click, and select a subset there. You can also, or that was a shift click. You can also control click where you select specifically like that. Or you can just drag from the grand total, pull it over, drop them in, and then I'm going to hit edit on the bottom right. And that'll open up my table. So, got a whole lot of info here, and you can edit any of the edits you make here. It functions just like Excel. And you can change that, and then once you make a change, you can go ahead and hit save on the bottom right. Sometimes with the grid editor, I like to just use it as a reference, because this is a really good spreadsheet within the program that I can use to see what I'm doing, see what my cases have under them for whatever table I'm opening. This is just the grid edit table. But for the grid edit table, the ID codes aren't showing by default. So there is a button. It's a very small icon right here in the top left, right next to case ID, to show or hide columns. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to scroll down, and you'll see the ID codes. You can select which ID codes you want. You can select this button to have all of them show up, or you can just select a specific ID code. So I'm going to just select Joyce. I'm going to close this out. And if you see on the far right here, we have Joyce right there. So I'm just going to select some date from the past. I'm going to let's do 7/11. We all love 7/11, right? So enter that, and then just like Excel, you can double click there. Oh, sorry, that was too much like Excel. Let me change that a little bit. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and hit edit here. Going to open up our grid edit table. So this is the grid edit table for general info. I've already gotten Joyce to show up here. If you want any ID codes to show up for the grid edit table, there's a little icon on the top left here right next to case ID that has the option to show or hide columns. So by default, the ID codes are not shown. But you can also hit any of these checkboxes to get whatever you want to show up. You can also just have all of them show up by hitting that. And you can see before I even had to submit anything, they're already showing up in the top right there. You can drag over and you can see all your ID codes. So as you can see, we already have our Joyce right here. Let's go ahead and populate it. I'm going to populate it with a date. I'm just going to pick a date from the past as an example of this is the date that we got these cases and brought them into this database. So I'm going to go with 7/11/24. Big fan of 7/11. And then this is going to operate just like Excel, where you can double click on that bottom right of the cell, and it'll copy down for the rest of the cases, or for the rest of the cases. And there you go. So it's showing as just 7/24, but if we save that, now it's saved all those changes. We go back to all, we see 7/11/2024, go to here. Okay, so this is our ID codes window. Once we're in here, you'll get this prompt to go into edit mode. You can't change any of these things or any of these database settings until we hit that. So let's go ahead and go into edit mode. It takes a sec to make sure it's logging out any other users that are in the database. I'm going to go into general purpose. We're going to hit this plus sign. And we're going to make this a date because what I'm going to do with this, for this ID code, I'm going to use this as a reference to know when the cases that are currently in the database came in. So I'm going to put this down as July 2024 because we could potentially be adding cases to this database later on, and then we'll know exactly when each case came into the database. I'm going to give it a name. I'm just going to name it after myself. That's my last name right there. I'm going to make it a date. Let's go ahead and close that, and then we're going to have to exit edit mode, go back to multi-user mode. Now let's go ahead and populate that ID code. We can see we're still in this Mitchell Thomas case. If we go to ID codes here in all, we'll see the Joyce is there with no value. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to this right, all the way on the far right. We got these flyouts. Got a bunch of stuff here: incremental tree, recompletions, all your price expense models, global editor, and grid editor. We're going to go in the grid editor. Click on one of these, and it'll make it stick there. And we're going to go into the General Info tab. General Info is where the ID codes will come in to the grid edit tables. So go ahead and hit edit. It's on the very bottom right there. And it's going to load all of our data into this massive Excel-esque spreadsheet here. So we have all of our general info here. By default, it's not going to show those ID codes. So there's this tiny little icon right here. I think we might have a plan to make this a little bit more visible, but if you hit this right here, you can hold your mouse over, it'll show you, you can hide or show columns with these checkboxes here from that icon. And if you scroll all the way down, you'll see all your ID codes. You can hit this box and it'll show all the ID codes. We're only worried about the Joyce ID code right now, so we're just going to hit that one. And let's close that out. Now you can see on the far right, we have that showing up. We're going to go ahead and populate it. This works exactly like Excel. Let's just make it July of 2024. Enter that. Let's make it also, let's fill in the second one so that we can copy it down the entire column, you know, the way Excel works. We can highlight those two, double click, and boom. Every case in our selection there has those populated for July of 2024. Then we go ahead and hit save. I might have gone a little bit too quick through the grid edit there. The way I selected the cases to be in the grid editor was by grabbing this grand total line at the very top of the case list. If you grab that, it selects everything by default. You can also select subsets. You know, you can shift click to get a subset there, or you can control click to be a little bit more precise, and then you can grab and then it will drag those four. You can see 4 cases right there. So that's how we did that. Let's go ahead and hit that pin button. It's going to collapse the grid editor back into our right flyouts. And now you can see right here under Joyce, we have our July 2024 for whatever case we choose populated. So now we know when those cases came in. Okay, now I'm going to show you a little bit more about the case list. So the case list, you can organize it to quite a precise degree using the sorts and the filters. I'm going to show you some of the sorts here. We have a whole bunch of already default sorts. You can sort by, right now it's not sorted by anything, it's just sorted by how the data was structured in the original database. So that was just based on the PHDwin ID from the original database, but if we want to go by case name and go alphabetical, we can do that by hitting that button. You can also go by class and category, subcategory. That's a very common one, and this one is actually grouped by each of those things. So you can go, if you hit this gear wheel next to the sorts, you can see more detail about these sorts. The classification category and subcategory here has this little group checkbox selected. So that what that means is that it'll show up as groups here in the same way that the grand total shows as one group. So, you know, it's still the case where if I click that, it'll select all 74 cases. But now I can be more precise and I can select just the 44 producing cases, or all 74 proved cases, or just the PDNPs if I would like. So what we're going to do here, now that we have this new ID code, let's use it to sort our case list. And then we can see later on, whenever we bring in new cases, it'll already be sorted by how many, which cases came in which month. So let's go ahead and create a new sort. So you can hit this plus sign at the top. Go ahead and add a new sort. And let's get a few things in here. I'm going to, first I'm going to get my ID code, grab Joyce. Let's make that grouped. Why not? And then let's also let's get some economics as well. So I'm going to get an economic output of value. This is really useful. You know, you want your discounted value to be shown for each case in the case list while you go through your work and have them sorted by that. You can do that. You can also drag this on the top so it can be the primary sort field that is used for the sort. So we have that created. Let's make a nice simple one there. Now I'm going to go ahead and name it. I'm going to name it after myself as well. Why not? Just keep the theme going, and go ahead and close. And the sort is applied. Can't see it yet. Got to drag this out so we can see our case list. Now you can see none of these cases have value except a couple down here, and we have it in ascending. So we have our most valuable case right at the end. We can just see that already with a sort. We don't have to run any reports or anything to see that yet. This one already has some economics applied. Looks like we have some pretty old economics here, so we're going to have to make some changes to our economics there, but we have a good little overview now, and we can see the date that these came in as well in our sort order. Let's go ahead and refresh my view, get back to where we were. All right. Now let's go ahead and update the prices. Let's get some new prices in here. So there's a consultant that we work very closely with named Dwayne Purvis. He has a website called purvisenergyadvisors.com, and what he does is he updates his price models every week with up-to-date information. If you go to purvisenergyadvisors.com, let's just pull up this browser here. This is his site. If you go to that resources page at the top, you'll see NYMEX prices updated as of August 9th of 2024. He does this every week, and I'm doing this a little bit ahead of time. So you also have instructions if you go to here on how to bring these into version 2 or version 3. With version 2, there were two different files. There was the PHD file, which is your main database, and then there was the mod file, which stores all your price and expense models, escalation, shrinkage, all that stuff is saved in there. Version 3, it's all one database, and your models are included in the same file. So, but what you can do, there's a few ways of bringing in prices to version 3 from this site. What I like to do is just download the mod file. So I hit that button. I'm going to go ahead and download this file, save that to my computer, and then what we're going to do, now that that's saved, I'm going to go back to PHDwin. Need to go do add import, same way as we did with the PHZ file. Import, hit our three dots, and then just go pull that new file. It should be in my downloads there. There it is. Open and import. This is going to bring in up-to-date prices for gas, oil, and NGLs. And that import went very quick. Now we go back over to our far right flyouts, hit our models, and you'll see right there, NYMEX, August 9th, 2024, for gas, NGLs, and oil. So we're gonna go ahead and apply these to all our cases. Let's do this with a global editor. It's right here, right in the very next flyout. Let's go ahead and expand this so it's taking up more of my screen. There we go. Prices. Price models, drag that in. I'm gonna make it apply, and I'm gonna do this 3 times because I'm gonna do this for gas, oil, and NGLs. I'm not sure if we have NGLs in this database yet, but just in case, if they do come in, we'll have prices applied automatically when they come in. So let's go ahead and select NGL for our product. And select price. These are all the different types of models that you could apply using this price models edit. Select price for all 3 of these, and then we're going to do the NYMEX. This is automatically pointing to the NYMEX model for the product that we've already selected over here. It just narrows it down based on your previous selections. And there we go. And now we need to select some cases. So the case selection works exactly the same way as the grid editor did. We're going to go ahead and drag in everything from the top, from the grand total. And we can go ahead and apply. You can drag in a whole bunch of edits there as well. We're only doing price models for this one edit, but we could also do expense models, shrinkage, all those things. I'm going to do them one by one just to keep more of a steady progression going to the demo here. But you can drag in all the things that you want to apply to those cases at the same time and hit one button, apply, and it'll apply all those things. So I'm going to go ahead and pin that back over there. There goes our global editor. And now you can see just on this case that we have selected, we replaced the price with the NYMEX there. You can see that it's showing 0. That's not something to worry about too much. That's just showing what the price is at the report date that we have set for the default scenario. We're in the default scenario right now, so the report date seems to be shown quite far in the past, way before these prices came in. So that doesn't mean that the price model isn't applied. It just means that it's showing 0 at the report date. Something I like to do after doing a big global edit like that is go back into the grid editor. And I like to use this as a reference, like I said earlier. If you go to the price table, we still have the same case selection. We don't have to change that. You can open it up, and we can see which models for which products are applied to each case. You can open this up. I like to open this up, not even make any edits, just to see a spreadsheet of my data right here. This is a very useful thing. So that confirms that that model seems to have applied to everything. Let's go ahead and pin that back over to the right. All right, let's go back to one of our first cases here in the sorts. So that's prices. We now have up-to-date prices, and now we can move forward and start adding some more economics to these cases. So let's go ahead and do some ownership. We have default ownership. By default, any case you bring in is going to have these default ownership interests. All we're going to do here, let's go ahead and reduce the working interest by 10%. We could also do a whole specific setup for this case, because what we're going to do afterwards is do a copy from existing global edit, where we enter the case ID for the case that we've done our setup on, and it will copy exactly those interests over to the rest of the cases. So we're only going to do working interest just for the sake of the demo here. I'm going to reduce that to 90%. It's going to make our ownership out of balance. If you don't want to do the math to make it in balance, you can go ahead and hit these calculators here. And the revenue interest is now adjusted for that working interest. And that's really all you have to do. It does the math for you. So let's go ahead and save that. Up here is where you can save changes to the current case, just to save what we just did to that ownership. And now we have that change just for this case. So we want to copy this over. So we're going to go back to our global editor. It's dragging back out because I already dragged it over. It knows that I want it to fill up more of the screen. It has a good memory on it. So we're going to go to ownership this time. We have the same case selection. We don't have to do that again. Do copy from existing. Now it's going to ask me to put in the case ID. Let's say I don't even want to go into my ID codes and figure out what the case ID, even though it takes just a second. You can actually just drag the case over to here, put it right there, and it tells you what the case ID is right there. And now we're going to copy, we're going to hit that apply button, and it should be copying those interests over. You can also do this in the in the grid editor by copying down specific interests and being a little bit more precise there using that spreadsheet. But we want these cases to all be the same for this particular A&D project. So this works even easier than that. And now this is just my workflow. I love to check the grid editor just to see what everything looks like at once. I like to look at the big picture using the grid editor. So here we can see all those working interests have gone down to 90%, and the revenue interest has adjusted from 75 to 67.5%. So I like to do this just to constantly check my work. I believe this is a good way of doing that in version 3. Go ahead and pin that grid editor back over there. All right, and now we have updated prices and updated ownership, just like that. Next up, let's go ahead and create an investment. We're going to do this the same way as ownership, actually. We're going to copy from existing. We're going to set it up on this one case on the Mitchell Rosa. Going to go to our investments form. Currently, we have nothing. This project came in with no obligations, but I know we're going to need some plugging and abandonment costs to come in at some point. So I'm going to add a P&A investment. I'm going to customize it, set up the numbers, and then copy it over to the rest of the cases. Go to your investments form here, add a new investment. We're going to call it P&A. You can set your category here. There's all these options here. It's already an abandonment cost. It just knew what I was going to do. We're going to make this, we're going to set this, so these are the date options. You can either make it a hard date. By default, it's a hard date. But for plugging in abandonment cost, I don't really know exactly when that's going to be for all of these cases. So we have the option to link the date. So you can link the date to any of these things that come in this dropdown. What I'm going to do, and this is a typical way of setting it up, especially if you don't have specifics on your plugging in abandonment and when it's going to happen, you can set it to the economic limit of the case. So it could be a completely different date for each case. And that way, the investment will come in at the right time for each one. I'm going to put an offset of 365. You can also link to the economic limit of other cases. It kind of works the same way as that copy from existing did, where I dragged the case over into the global editor to have it find what the case ID of that was. So you can link this economic limit to the economic limit of a different case if you'd like. But we're going to do this to the current case, make sure it's correct. Let's go ahead and put in an amount. These are all in M dollars. It's very important to note. Make sure you're not putting $1 billion on your plugging in abandonment costs. Let's go ahead and make this $1 million. So put in 1,000, that's going to be $1 million. And let's go ahead and save that to the case. Same thing as we did with the ownership. And then we're going to go back to our global editor. I'm going to go copy from existing. Oh, sorry, that's ownership. Let's go back over to investments. Copy from existing, drag it in. We're going to drag in the case again. We already know what the case ID, but I like to drag because it's fun. And go ahead and apply. All right, that should be applied. Let's go ahead and pop this back out to our flyout. And once again, go in the grid editor. Let's go to the investments table this time. And now you can see we got those P&A investments copied all the way down for every case, all 74 right there. All right, so now what have we done? We've made an ID code, we made a custom sort, we made prices, we put in investments, we put in ownership. Now let's say that we have a well cost that we need to apply to all the cases. So I've already shown you how to import a model, how to bring in an already set model from the Purvis site, but let's show you how to make a new model. So we're going to make a new model. Let's say we have a well cost that we already have predefined, and we need to apply it to all these cases. But let's say maybe that well cost might change. Maybe we'll get new information down the line that says we need to change that, and we don't want to have to delete everything and redo it. Let's just make it a model. That way we change the model and it changes all the cases. So we're going to make a well cost model. So we're going to go back over to that models flyout. We're going to drag it out. And we're going to go to expenses, hit this plus sign. You can add a model and it gives you the option to choose which product you want to make this expense for. You're going to make it total wells to make a well cost. And let's make it, I don't know, I'm just going to make up a number, $50 a well. And let's link this, do a link date. Typically what you're going to want to do with one of these economics models is link it to the economic start of the case. That is defined in the eco options form, which is on each case. Every database, you can have a different economic start. It's very simple. It shows you when the economics are starting to calculate for any given case. So, and it's going to go, we're going to just have that one segment go from the eco start until the ECL. And that's going to be, could be different dates for each case, but it's going to adjust accordingly. And let's go ahead and rename this model as well. If you double click on the name, you can change the name. I'm going to make it Joyce Well Cost. Hit enter. And just like that, we already have a well cost model created. All of those changes that you make over there in the models, they save globally to the whole database because models are a global thing that can be applied to any case. So we're going to go to our global editor now. Okay, this time we're going to go to the expenses section. We're going to pull in the expense models field. This is going to work the same way as the price models. I'm going to do apply. I'm going to select our product. It's going to be total wells. Select our stream. This is going to be a well cost, expense, and it's already selected the correct model because this is the only well cost model we have in the database. So we have our case selection correct. Going to go ahead and hit apply. There we go. Let's go ahead and pin that back over there. And I'm going to go to the grid editor one more time. I'm going to open up our expenses. Let's take a look. Got our well costs in there. Looks like every case applied correctly. Beautiful. I know it's a little bit repetitive to go to the grid editor. This is just my preferred workflow, but I find it very useful. All right, now we have prices, expenses, we have investments, we have ownership, everything's been adjusted. Let's see, one more thing we should do before we end up running some reports. Let's go ahead and add a shrinkage model. Let's say you have a certain amount of shrinkage that you know you want to apply to all of your cases. This is going to work pretty much the same way that the prices or expenses worked. We're going to make another model, but it's going to be specifically for shrinkage. So I'm going to go over to our models here, and we're going to go down. It's at the very bottom, and we're just going to do a percentage. Let's hit that add button. Let's make it for gas. Let's make it 15%. Just making up a number here. Also going to make this tie to the eco start date going to the ECL. And let's go ahead and double click there and name this. I'm going to name this Joyce Shrinkage Model. Enter. That's saved globally already just when we hit enter. So I'm going to go ahead and collapse our models. Go back to the global editor. And again, you can do all of this more efficiently by building all your models first and then doing it all in one global editor, all in one click, but I'm just doing it one by one for the sake of the demo. So go ahead and bring in the shrinkage models. So at the very end of the list for our fields here, go ahead and apply. We're going to select this for gas because that's what we already made it. Shrunk volume. We're going to do shrinkage percent, and there's our Joyce shrinkage model. We're going to apply this. Starts to get quicker and quicker the more you do these things, you know. Go ahead and collapse that back over there. And then we also have a shrinkage grid edit table. So I'm going to go ahead and open that just to check real quick. Make sure that applied. There it is. And we can close that. We now are certain that everything has been done correctly. Just keep checking our work, make sure we don't make mistakes. All right, now real quick, before we go to the reports, I'm going to show you guys some of the projection features that we can do in a graph. I'm not going to save these to the case because, again, I'm not an engineer, but I'm going to pull up a graph here just so I can show you a couple of the cool features in version 3 that we've added in. So I'm just going to pull up a 70-year graph. You can just double click it and it'll show up right there. I'm going to go ahead and expand this. And after we're done looking at the curves, I can always go back to the home ribbon, refresh the view, and it'll go back to normal, back to what I saved before with no graphs. So we have some curves on here already that came over from the version 2 database in the import. So I just want to show you a couple cool features here. So this is our curve here. Something that you can do that's really useful when you're manipulating a curve is you can pop out the ARPS window. So you can move the curve around like this. I can just click it, move it about, and you'll see when I'm moving this that the parameters in the top left are changing. But you sometimes, let's say our graph is over here, you don't want to have to be looking back and forth across your screen. So what I like to do is pop out the ARPS window, and maybe you can put it wherever you want. And let's put it right there. I'm going to go ahead and close these for now. Oh, I closed my graph. That's all right. We can quickly just go ahead and grab it again. Now we have all of my ARPS parameters listed on the far right, and you can see those as you change your curve. Something that's really helpful to do. You can see our B factor right here. That's our measurement of how much curve we have. Something you can do is if you hit Control B when you're selecting the graph, it'll change that middle dot in the middle of the segment to a B. So that means you can just bend the B factor, and if you see in that ARPS window on the far right, you'll see the parameters changing as you edit that. You can also shorten the curve, and then you can change the B from there as well. Usually you're going to keep the B between 0 and 1 to have a reasonable curve. You don't really see many people going to like this level, or you don't see very much of this either. So let's go around there, 0.513. That looks good to me. And now, let's say this is a curve that you're happy with. You can go ahead and now there's a new feature that we have in version 3 where you can take your ARPS curve. This is an ARPS curve with ARPS parameters. You can now change this to a scheduled curve. This was not an option in version 2, but this is a really good feature. You can put in the exact volumes that you want in the curve in your forecast, and you can also see them and edit them and watch the curve change in live time. Or you can also take an ARPS curve and convert it to a scheduled with those exact parameters and continue to change the curve and see the exact volumes change. So I'm going to show you how to do that. If you go to this type at the top of the ARPS window here, you can go ahead and convert it to scheduled. And there you go. There's all your volumes going throughout for every month. We have this curve starting way back. This is an old well starting back in '88. So you can see those volumes, but you can also see that the curve has changed a bit because now it's actually showing your reported values for each month. That's going to be different month to month because it's based on the number of days in the month. So every time you see one of these dips, all of these little dips that go a little bit lower than the rest of the curve, that's always going to be a February because there's fewer days in those months. But you want to go ahead and keep editing this curve. If you watch those values while I do this on the far right, you'll see that they change in live time as you manipulate the curve. It's doing a whole lot of calculations very quickly, and this can be extremely useful for a lot of engineers who want to get really precise with their projections. But notice how right here I haven't saved this. I can always go ahead and cancel. We're going to go right back to where we were before. None of my lacking expertise is going to be saved to this database. I'm going to go ahead and now I'm going to pin this projections ribbon. I can also pin this out, so now I can pull that out from the flyout whenever I want. Oh, sorry about that. Let me go ahead and pin those back over there. And now that's enough of me messing with curves. So I want to go back to where I was. I'm going to go ahead and refresh that view with that perfect fix all button at the top, and we are back to where we were. Okay, now let's run some reports. We have economics, we have prices, we have expenses, we have investments, ownership, shrinkage, everything is ready to go. The only thing I believe we need to change real quick is our report date. We have a report date going back to 03, and we have prices starting in August of 2024. So I'm now in my scenarios. I just jumped over to the database settings again. We're going into the scenario real quick. This is where you change your report date is in your scenario settings. So just like we did with the ID codes, we're going to have to go into edit mode or single user mode, lock out any other users, and make a quick change to our report date. Let's go ahead and put this at something a little bit more current. Let's go with 2024 August. That works with me. Save that, exit edit mode. And now we can go ahead and I'm going to show you guys some of our default reports in the program. So probably the most common report that is used in PHDwin, both version 2 and version 3, is this detailed report right here. This is a very standard overlook of everything in your database, or everything in each case. You can also change the settings here to say how many years you want to see, how many of them you want to see broken up monthly, by hitting that gear wheel right next to the report window. But if we go ahead and run this, we're going to run this to the preview. I like to run reports to the preview. You can change the destination to be any of these options. You can run it straight to the printer, you can run a PDF, straight to Excel. But if you run to a preview, it gives you more options for what you want to see in the report before you export it to one of those things as well. So I always like to go to the preview first because we have, in addition to all these reports in the drop down here, we have more options for some of the reports that are built into the preview itself. So
here's our detailed report. This is our standard detailed report. And this is what the preview looks like. It's this big blue window. And if you look over to the left, you'll see for some of the reports, they'll have different types that you can make. So we can go ahead and change this here. This is the standard one, but we have all these different versions within the detail that we can do. So let's go ahead and see the 3 volume. We have NGL by default. I don't believe we have NGL in this database, so it's going to show a new column here for NGL, gross and net, and as well as NGL price and all these things. It's not going to show the price because the report shows the back calculated price. So if there's no value for the volumes for NGL, it's not going to show a price either. But let's go ahead and do water instead, because I believe we should have some volumes there. There we go. And just like that, it immediately switches over to water for that extra column. And you can also change it to any of these things, any of the other products that you want. And you can also increase how many products you want by changing the products configuration for the database. And whatever case is set to a different product configuration, it'll change the list of products that you get, not just here, but in anything when you're applying a model or making any sort of edits or adding economics. So that's the detailed. We have the 3 volume. We got the alternate. It's really fun to play around with these. There's a bunch of different options, especially with the detailed. But I'm going to go ahead and show you guys my personal favorite of our canned reports, which is the one-liner. We got all these options. Go down to the one-liner. I'm going to run this on all the cases because one-liner with one case is not worth too much to us. Go ahead and run that. You can also see your progress bar on the bottom right that shows you the progress of the report being made. What it's doing is it's querying the SQL database. It's running a store procedure that's built into the SQL database to query that data and pull it out and then give it to us in this preview. So here we go. This is our standard one-liner. You know, this is one of the most common reports. This gives you a really good overview of your data. But this particular one has some really good types built into the preview as well. So I showed you guys how to put the value into your case list so you can see that just there for your workflow. But let's say we want to run a report that shows the value so we can really represent where the value lies in this database to an investor. So if you go over to these types here, there's one right here, and this is probably my personal favorite report in the program, is the value rank. So this is going to rank all your cases based on the value. Sometimes there's a few cases that hold a majority of the value for a whole database or a whole field, and that's really valuable information to know for investors. So they love this report. You know, you get the value rank, and you can also group this by class and category. This is a very common thing that our clients have been doing, and then you go ahead and make those selections. Let's leave it like that and submit. So now we can see a whole breakdown ranking everything, and we have it grouped by, so here we have PDNPs first, the proved non-producing. We can see their value is not great, of course, and then we have some are proved producing, ranked by value. Looks like we got the Robbins Jerusha at number 1 there. And you can just take this, you can go ahead and hit export. You can also go and make a watermark in here. You can type something I've gotten a lot in support will be a report that says, ASAP or confidential or something like that. You can always make that. You can customize that and put it at the top of your report if you so please. So that's the value rank. We have a whole bunch of options here. You can also break out your present worth values, so you can see what the values would be for each case at a different discounted value, at a different discount rate. And you can see that broken out into all these columns here. You can also change which discount rates you will see in your present worth profile, which is something that you can change in your database settings as well. So you can change this to whatever group of discount rates you would like. All right, so that's my general overview of version 3. We've gotten some reports. You can go ahead and export those. You can export from the preview into whatever you like. You could also copy them from clipboard and paste them into a PowerPoint presentation. There's really no limit on how you can export these reports. But let's say we've done some work now. We've saved a lot of these changes. We've updated all the economics to be up to date. Now, what do I do with this? I need a way to give this file to somebody else or maybe send it over to an investor so they can see exactly what I did. So the way to do that, we already did an import, but we need to do a transfer. I've mentioned PHZ3s before. The PHZ3 is the name of the file that you're creating from version 3. So with version 2, you just had PHZ. We added the 3 on the end of that file extension to specify which version you're getting it from. And when you are creating a database, you saw, we can show you this again in the login window. When you hit this drop down, you had the option to create a database, but you also had the option to transfer into PHZ3. That's what you're going to do if you receive a PHZ3. You hit that button, you select your file from your file explorer, and you bring it right in. And it happens very quickly. But let's go ahead and make this into a PHZ3 right now. So there's a button right here. We had the add and import, the merge, and then right there, the top left is transfer out. Now, all we have to do here is hit these 3 dots, and it automatically is going to create a file name based on the database name that we already have. I'm going to go ahead and go with that. You can also change your file name to include the date in which you made it. So let's go ahead and make it 9/3 and save. Then you hit transfer, and you see on the very bottom right, there's a transferring out little loading screen. As long as it's doing that, it's still creating that file. It's zipping up a whole lot of data. So sometimes the first transfer can take a minute because it will be building your transfer cache from there. I'm not sure if we've done any transfers on this machine, so it might take a second, but once it's done, then you'll go to that location that you saved it to. You'll see your PHZ3. The PHZ3, it zips up really small, it compresses really small, usually just a few megabytes. You can go ahead and attach that to an email and then send that to whoever you like. And it's very rare that you'll exceed the size on an email. Worst case, if you have like a really big database, you can always use one of those different file transfer systems, a Dropbox or whatever it is. When we were on support, or when I was on support, we would do WeTransfer.com was this free website with no registration that you can use to send big files up to 2 gigabytes. And yeah, once it's finished transferring out, then you're done. And I also recommend using the transfer out frequently. You can use that to back up your database. You'll have a zipped up file that operates like a backup, although we also have backups in the database settings in the database manager, where you can also make backups through there. Both things do the same thing. It's a very good idea to back up everything you do at the end of a workday. You don't want to lose your data. But yeah, that's all from me today. Thank you guys very much for joining me. This has been a lot of fun, and I'll be on sales. You can always reach out to me if you want to do a demo. If you have any questions on the sales side, go ahead and reach out to me. My number is 888-248-8062. My private extension is 311. So thank you very much.
Thank you to Nikhil Joyce for his presentation on PHDwin v3 features and capabilities. If you have any questions for Nikhil, please send them to sales@phdwin.com. Stay tuned to the stream. Coming up next is our ethics session.
David Clark presents Ethics in Forecasting starting in a few minutes. Last, make sure to tune in at 3 p.m. for another QED Quick Start on merging databases in PHDwin v3. We will start our Q&A session right after QED.
There is more PHDwin Week coming up next.
Thank you very much, Nikhil, for a very enlightening session. In about 2 minutes, David Clark with our required session for PE hours. If you're tuning in this year to get your PE hours, make sure you don't miss the session. It's going to be very informative. David Clark at 2 p.m. in just a couple minutes, like 2 minutes. All right, thank you all very much.
We are starting our PHDwin Week Ethics session shortly. We'd like to share some background on David Clark. David Clark has 12 years of experience across multiple unconventional and conventional reservoirs, with a focus on reservoir engineering, reserves estimation, and data analytics.
He is currently a reservoir engineer at Marathon Oil. David has made this year's presentation a must for any petroleum engineer. As things in the industry change, David's conversation focuses on ensuring integrity as a part of the process. Please welcome David Clark, presenting Ethics in Forecasting.
Hello, fellow industry professionals. My name is David Clark, and I will be your guide for the next hour on Ethics in Forecasting. As a bonus, for any professional engineers or SPEE members watching today, this will count towards your annual ethics requirement. Also, before we get started, I do want to send out a special thanks to the fine folks at PHDwin for inviting me to speak. I'm honored to be here and to be able to talk to this group. I do need to give the obligatory disclaimer before going into the material. The views and opinions in the following presentation were created independently by the author, me. None of the content herein should be interpreted as official policies or positions of either TRC Consultants or my employer, Marathon Oil. If you do have any questions, concerns, or would just like to talk about this further, feel free to reach out directly to me. I generally don't like to toot my own horn too much, but I suppose since I'm going to be speaking at you for a while, some introductions are in order. A little bit about myself. So my current role, I'm the manager of corporate reserves at Marathon Oil. Although if you're following the news at all, you'll know that Marathon Oil will cease to exist in the near future as we are being purchased by ConocoPhillips. However, I remain enthusiastic and excited about whatever the future holds for me. I've held various roles over the last 12 years at BP Alaska, Chesapeake Energy, and then my current employer, Marathon Oil. All my positions have been reservoir engineering related, and then more recently I've had a focus on just reserves estimation and data analytics. I do have a Bachelor of Science degree in petroleum engineering, and I actually just finished my Master of Science degree in petroleum engineering at Texas A&M. And a side note on that, the Texas A&M Petroleum Engineering Department has really stepped up their game in the past few years. So you can get your graduate degree almost entirely remotely. So for any of you who don't have an advanced degree but are interested in getting one, definitely look into the program. It's something that you can do while you're working full-time. Let's see, I've also listed some other credentials and memberships for completeness, but I won't go through those. When Dr. Wigley approached me and asked, would you do a 1-hour ethics presentation at PHDwin Week? First, of course, I was flattered. Well, of course, it's such a great honor. But then this looming question started to percolate in my mind. Am I qualified to do a 1-hour talk on engineering ethics? So let me pose the question to y'all. Who qualifies as an expert in engineering ethics? Engineers? Geologists? I think so. How about technicians or executives? Maybe a little more ambiguous there. Probably most importantly, do you qualify as an expert in engineering ethics? And I'm certain I'm going to get some differing opinions from the group, but my stance is this. If you touch an engineering process, regardless of how big or small the contribution is, then you are an expert in engineering ethics. When we drill or complete a well, when we perform well work or create a forecast, all of that, it's expected to be done ethically. And if it's ever found out that the work was deficient ethically, then there is no lenience from the government, from investors or the public or your manager. The hammer will come down. So, I pose to you that we are all experts in engineering ethics. So you've probably guessed from the title of this presentation that the focus of this talk is ethics in forecasting. However, to begin our venture into the consequences of ethical shortfalls, I'd like to start with a couple of so-called obvious examples where some sort of ethical dilemma ended up in a physical outcome that damaged property or even hurt people. So I'd like to briefly cover two examples, the first of which is Lake Peigneur in Louisiana, and then the Texas City refinery in the Houston area. So let's start with Lake Peigneur. And if you aren't familiar with what happened, in 1980, a Texaco drilling rig in a Louisiana lake encountered a salt mine. This effectively drained the lake into the mine in a giant vortex of water. It sunk barges. Subsidence destroyed property in the surrounding area. And as the mud and water were compressed into the mine, explosions blew out of the air shaft. Amazingly, no one was killed in the incident, likely due to the rigorous evacuation procedure that the mining company had. So what was the cause? An engineering miscalculation. One of the three measurements when triangulating the bit location was incorrect. So, at 1,300 feet, they unexpectedly encountered the mine. The following pictures were taken directly from the Mine Safety and Health Administration report, showing the aftermath of the incident at Lake Peigneur. On the left, a massive geyser of mud and water can be seen, having been blown out of the mine's air shaft after compression. Further in the distance, the crater where the rig once stood now shows the remnants of the 100-foot barges that were previously sucked into the massive vortex water. The picture on the right shows one of the many properties that were damaged. The mine inundation caused massive subsidence and landslides, destroying structures in the surrounding area. Next up is the Texas City refinery. In 2005, at a BP refinery, a blowdown stack, which is used in one of the processes, unexpectedly filled with hydrocarbon fluid. As a result, a large vapor cloud emanated around the area, eventually finding its way to a running truck. A violent explosion occurred, killing 15 and injuring 180 more. So what caused this disaster? Numerous failures. First, there were fundamental design deficiencies in the system. There wasn't enough instrumentation for sensing liquid levels. Also, there was a reliance on manual operator intervention to shut down the process. Regulatory bodies also put out reports that suggested that there was a widespread lack of focus on safety at the refinery. The damage from the explosion is evident in the following pictures taken from the U.S. Chemical Safety Board investigation report. On the left, trailers that were surrounding the area have been completely demolished. The blowdown stack, which emitted the flammable vapors, is highlighted in the background. In the picture on the right, the remnants of the truck responsible for igniting the giant cloud of hydrocarbons is seen. The previous examples make a strong case for the need in ethics in engineering. Drained lakes and violent explosions, these are the poster children for regulations and ethical standards. However, what happens when the ethical failure doesn't lead to loss of life and property? And that's exactly what I'd like to explore in the next example, an ethical failure in forecasting. So next, I'd like to go over what happened with Shell when they restated their reserves in 2004. Early in 2004, Shell announced it had miscategorized reserves going all the way back to 1998. This wasn't just a simple correction either. It was to the tune of billions of barrels. It resulted in fraud investigations from the SEC and the British counterpart, the FSA. Class action lawsuits were filed by investors, and Shell ended up paying the better part of $1 billion to settle all the matters. So what happened? We'll take a deeper dive in the following slides, but it boiled down to a few key factors. First, the internal guidance for estimating reserves was misaligned with SEC requirements. Second, management prioritized performance indicators at the cost of being compliant. And third, once this problem was too large to ignore, they delayed removing the miscategorized reserves. So how bad was it? These tables are pulled directly from the SEC press release after their investigation. The top table shows the volume and associated smog valuation reductions versus what was originally disclosed. The max reduction occurred in reserves reported at the end of 2000, a whopping 25% overstatement of Shell's proved reserves. The bottom table is the reserves replacement ratios Shell originally touted, along with what those results were after accounting for the restatement. 1998 through 2000 were hit the hardest, as this was when a new methodology was applied, drastically increasing the reserves. So the question is, how did Shell miss the mark by such a huge amount? It all started when the company realized its reserves metrics were lagging behind its peers, and it was assumed they were simply being overly conservative. So they formed a value creation team, or VCT, to look into the problem. The VCT did look into the problem and concluded Shell was indeed conservative when it came to PDP estimates, but they were being aggressive in the timing of PUD bookings. So they made a recommendation: switch to fully deterministic estimates so that you're aligned with what others were doing in the industry. And here's where the problem began. Management adopted the VCT's recommendation in part for mature fields, but it directed teams to use so-called expectation volumes for estimates of proved reserves. This had exactly the result management was looking for. 1.2 billion barrels were added in just the first few years. They likely expected people to notice the change and included a very short and ambiguous statement in their annual report. Estimation methods have been refined. But there was a reason for the substantial increase. The SEC requirements were no longer considered when estimating proved reserves in mature fields. They were using expectation volumes. All the constraints that apply reasonable certainty were ignored. Of particular note, the company commitment to future development, required approval from governments and other regulations, and recovery calculations that stay within the tested limits of the reservoir. None of these applied to the expectation volumes for mature fields. As you can probably expect, the good times did not last forever. Eventually, technical experts in the company began to voice concerns. Reserves estimates in Australia, Nigeria, and Oman were particularly outside of SEC guidance. Management did communicate this to the board of directors, but never recommended debooking any reserves. The consensus was that either the volumes could be gradually debooked over time, or simply remain on the books until the SEC conditions were eventually met. However, it became clear that neither option was viable. Shell finally came to the conclusion that it had to write off the reserves, and so in 2004, it restated its previous disclosures, creating a highly visible and embarrassing situation for the company. We've now seen different types of examples of ethical failures. The incidents at Lake Peigneur and the Texas City refinery resulted in serious safety implications. Property was destroyed, people were killed and injured. Now contrast that to the Shell's reserve restatement. It may not have resulted in damaged property or the loss of life, but it was still an ethical failure of catastrophic proportions. So a couple of questions I'll pose. Should ethics apply differently in these situations? One resulting in physical safety and the other just misleading investors. How do you compare the damage between these situations? Is it monetary, reputational harm? My thoughts are ethics standards do not change regardless of the potential outcome. All of the previous events resulted from some sort of ethical misalignment, whether it was diligence in calculations, prioritizing efficiency over safety, or ignoring requirements to boost performance metrics. And in each of these cases, individuals were harmed. Shell may not have drained the lake into a mine, but they misled investors and severely damaged the reputation of the entire industry. With the remainder of the presentation, I'd like to bring us back down to earth, so to speak. Now, I've been fortunate to not have any personal experience with a disaster or reserve scandal, but I have seen some behaviors that deserve some ethical consideration. So, 4 behaviors that I most commonly see that deserve some discussion include sandbagging, that's adding sand to your forecast to lower expectations, the gradual write down where we know we need to write down the reserves, but we slow walk it to avoid attention, misinformed modeling where maybe we're applying a model in a incorrect way, and then creative interpretations where we might be stretching the regulations in a way that favors us. During the live Q&A session that we'll have later in the day, I'd also love to hear some examples that you have that maybe aren't on this list. So let's dive in. Probably the most common behavior I see is sandbagging, and I expect that this is the same for a lot of you as well. I'm fortunate though that in my current role this is no longer a problem, since as reserves manager, asset teams are constantly trying to justify as much proved reserves as possible. They get no benefit from lowering my expectations. But I have seen this with best estimate projections that feed into development planning or other business decisions. As the name suggests, sand is added to the forecast. In other words, the forecast is below what the engineer actually thinks the best estimate is. The benefit for the engineer is that if performance is lower than the true best estimate, you don't have to bring the bad news to your boss, as you already lowballed the forecast. On the flip side, when performance is at or above the true best estimate, it's a pleasant surprise, met with smiles and back pats. Congratulations, it's another winner. Exceeded expectations. So why does this deserve an ethical analysis? Because poor forecasts can lead to poor decisions. Optimizing development plans and making informed acquisitions, those rely on a correct assessment. On the extreme end, if you're planning a large project, other processes rely on the best estimate of the forecast. For example, sizing a facility. So how do we solve this issue? It may not be an easy task, but we need to try to get the decision makers to think less deterministically and more probabilistically. We need to communicate the uncertainty surrounding the best estimate. An even better solution, provide the range of potential outcomes. It could be as simple as here's the P10, P50, and P90 projections, or as complex as a Monte Carlo simulation. But if we add the uncertainty to the best estimate, then we no longer have to sandbag to avoid those negative surprises. The gradual write down. Now this is one I do see in my current role. Let's say you have a forecast for a brand new well, but 1 year later, production is tanked. The actuals are coming in and it's far below your initial forecast. Now you are facing a potentially substantial write-down. And it's tempting to take a small, less noticeable change each cycle until eventually, after enough small changes, the forecast aligns with actual performance. The smaller the change, the less attention the change gets. The less attention the change gets, the less chance you have of getting tough questions. The issue this creates is more obvious than the sandbagging example. The problem is that you are continuing to overstate the reserves until you finally make that last step change. Also consider that if this is approved forecast, it very well may be used as an analog for proved undeveloped locations. So not only is this single well overstated, the error can be compounded when you're rolling this up to the total proved level. Unfortunately, there is not an easy solution to this one. You just need to take the write down and take it at the time you see the need for it. However, you can use it as a learning opportunity. Was it operational? Maybe apply risk factors to future forecasts. Was a model to blame? Well, now we have a new data point to recalibrate and improve other forecasts. Or maybe it was just reservoir deliverability was bad in that area. Okay, now let's delineate and refine the static model with the geos. I found that if you do the legwork in advance, it helps deliver the bad news. turning the bad into a positive, if you will. Here's what happened, but here's what we learned. Next is the misinformed model, and this could easily fill the entire ethics hour by itself. However, I'll just touch on the key issues, or at least the key issues as I see them. Undoubtedly, every modeling workflow is unique, but they all have the same basic steps. You select a model, maybe a correlation, you input some assumptions, and then you match your model to actual data. And the models can be powerful tools. However, they also have a high potential for misuse. Some things I've seen done include treating a variable with considerable uncertainty as a known value. For example, if we don't have a good grasp on permeability, but we just plug in our best estimate, run the model, and never revisit the assumption. Another example is omitting data entirely. If we're putting together a type curve for an area and we exclude poor performers because they're outliers, then we're unfairly increasing the resulting type curve. Another example would be if we've history matched a model and then we apply it somewhere where it may not apply. For example, if we've history matched a well that's currently in its transient flow state, can we then use that to predict performance in a boundary-dominated flow state? Maybe. But the end result of a misinformed model is a misinformed development plan and potentially an incorrect net asset value. For example, we may use this model to determine optimal completion design and optimal well density for some unconventional play. But later we get more data and we learn the economics are much better when we have bigger completions and fewer wells. And the same can be applied for conventional plays. Development plans are highly dependent on if a reservoir is compartmentalized or how strong the water drive is. So how do we avoid these issues and get the most from our models? And my number one tip would be take the stance that the model is only a learning tool. It's not a black box prediction mechanism. Where you have highly uncertain inputs, run a sensitivity analysis and figure out which factors are most impacting the results. Let this drive future data gathering and research efforts. Also, you can't skimp on the due diligence steps. Good engineering takes time. Every model has inherent assumptions, and you need to know if they're still valid for your situation. And when you do get additional data points, revisit the model and refine the results. And finally, we get to my favorite ethical gray area, creative interpretations. And the issue really stems from the way the regulations were written in the first place. And I've heard from a credible source that the SEC intentionally kept certain things vague so that it will continue to apply as the industry evolves. Otherwise, they would have to frequently update the regulations. Furthermore, an exhaustive list which covers every possible scenario would be unreasonably large, so they have to generalize it to some extent. However, this vagueness and generalization forces us to interpret things, which can then end up being subjective sometimes. A literal rule might be stretched beyond its original intent. For example, I've seen many different approaches to how to select offset putts, some being on the aggressive side. In some instances, your specific situation might not be addressed at all, so you have to read between the lines to figure out what to do. One example is the classification used for PUDs that were debooked and then rebooked in a later year. Is that a revision or an extension? and there's no consensus in the industry as to which one it is. Or perhaps when creating a reliable technology polygon using SPWE monograph 3, what do you consider the proved area? Is it the entire polygon, or is it just the area covered by the PUDs that you booked in the polygon? The shell example makes the risk of this situation clear. Whatever you decide to disclose as proved could eventually be scrutinized and become highly visible. And the SEC also benchmarks reserves metrics across different companies, so anomalies are likely to result in a comment letter. The first line of defense for these creative interpretations is a solid peer review. Discussing with your in-house colleagues will help refine your logic. Even better is to network with other professionals across the industry. For reserves, there are meetings organized twice a year with many different companies, and that's exactly what we discuss. How are we doing certain things? But I've also had luck just calling up counterparts and asking how they handle certain things to get a feel if we're different than what everybody else is doing. You may think your interpretation is the correct one, but it's a good check to see if everyone else disagrees. The last line of defense is the so-called red face test. Consider your decision and then assume it will be a major headline tomorrow. Would it cause you or the company embarrassment? Are you confident that you could defend the analysis? If not, go back and re-evaluate your decision. Finally, something I've seen greatly mitigate this is having a team responsible for compliance that does not report up through the same chain of command. For example, a corporate reserves team that reports up through a different executive. Asset teams may have a directive to push for reserves to lower their DD&A, which can pressure engineers to maybe slightly bend the rules and get as much reserves as they can. But having an independent team whose only goal is to maintain compliance creates this healthy push and pull where maximizing reserves on one side and following the requirements on the other side are equal priorities. So we've covered a lot of ground. We've gone over a couple of examples where engineering failures have resulted in physical damage and loss in life. We went through the shell example and saw what happens when a major misses the mark on reserves forecasts. And then I've also gone through some examples I've personally seen that maybe justify a closer look through the lens of ethics. But to wrap everything up, I'd like to leave you with a few tips I've picked up in my limited time in the industry. First, communicate levels of certainty with every prediction that you give. Get your management team to start thinking probabilistically. Next, understand the assumptions feeding into each of your models, whether it's something you've manually input or it's inherent in the model itself. Understand what the model means. Next, don't operate in a silo. Make use of your coworkers, join professional groups and ask questions there, and network with counterparts in similar roles whenever possible. And finally, my number one tip, always prioritize integrity. And I think if you do just that one rule, everything else follows. With that, I would like to thank you all for listening. We've made it to the end and we have completed it. I hope that there was at least some tidbits of value for you to take away, but If not, you've at least met your ethics requirement for the year. I would also like to again thank the fantastic team at PHDwin for inviting me to speak. It's been a great honor to get to speak to this group and to participate in PHDwin Week. I will be available later today for a live Q&A. I'm really looking forward to all of your good questions, and especially if you have any examples of maybe these ethical gray areas that you've observed that I didn't cover in my presentation. And if you can't make the live Q&A, you can always reach out directly. I'll make sure that my contact information is forwarded along. With that, thank you again and goodbye.
Well, thank you, David. That was very, very good. Greatly appreciate it. I am very, very pleased not to be watching the Texas PE one that I don't think has changed for the last 10, 15 years. Anyway, but more importantly, we are going to have David on here in a minute, but kind of a little bit of housekeeping. If anybody is interested in some commentary or offering some questions for David, and we can bring him up here in a minute. You can send those questions to events@phdwin.com. Again, my name is David Pacinda, and we're lucky to have David Clark. You want to bring David Clark in? There we go. David, thank you very much. Great name, giant killer, king among men. I appreciate it. It's great.
Thank you. You can never have enough Davids. That's my opinion.
There you go. There you go. I'd like to, this is kind of off screen, but I'd like, as part of our thank you, you're going to end up with one of these. Okay. So yes, hopefully you'll either toss it in the trash or proudly display it. And we are hoping for the second. Anyway, we'll see what happens. Anyway, but David, thank you very much. That was a really good presentation. And
thank you.
And I genuinely am sincere. I am so sick and tired of watching the Texas one. Okay? If you're a Texas engineer and you're using their resources, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
I think that thing hasn't changed in 10 years. Okay. Looking back at your presentation, though, you touched a couple of items that I think are very interesting. And I'm going to ask, and this might be a little bit difficult, and I apologize for that, but you know Dr. John Lee, I'm sure, right? You're a Texas A&M guy.
Yes,
And I was undergrad, but you did the master's. That's even better. But John has always talked about on the PDP, deterministic projections, that from year to year you should be looking to generally have revisions up and not revisions down. Is that not the definition of sandbagging? Oh,
ooh,
I'm sorry.
that is a curveball. No, but
I
it's good.
should have emailed you that first. Okay.
I'm sure the audience appreciates me squirming and sweating a little. So excellent question. And so
no. Hey, I'm going to point out John's not always right. Okay.
Yes. His opinion versus mine, though, I would say he's right.
Yes.
But maybe to venture and arm wave my way through this question a little bit. So I think that when I speak of sandbagging, it's specifically to lower the expectations. So, for example, when we're talking about an expectation, our best estimate, it's our 50th percentile. So I would say sandbagging means you're presenting it as a 50th percentile or whatever it is. Maybe it's the proved forecast or it's the upside, but whatever it is, you're lowering the expectations and you're doing it intentionally. So if I may suppose that perhaps he is right, but that you can still sandbag. It would just be mainly applied to a best estimate. That's my take, though.
Oh no, I think I think what you're talking about is ethics is aspirational and intentional, and I think the word intentional is huge, right? Are you intending to hold back, as opposed to just being careful and having less certainty? I think one of the things I've seen over the years in my career, this concept of PDP being a 90% probability. You're taking something that's deterministic and you're comparing it to something that is probabilistic. Okay. And I kind of equate that to pounds force and pounds mass, because we've got something like 400 or 500 engineers watching right now, just so you know. Be nervous anyway. But unless you know whether you're on the top of the mountain or down at sea level or on the moon, those aren't always equivalent. And I think that's a much easier equivalency than a deterministic to a probabilistic. So taking that one step forward, you talked a lot about probabilities and about using these together. As engineers, and at least from my vintage engineering, probabilities were not a big deal. We didn't do any statistical work. Almost everything we do, whether it's thermodynamics, whether it's statics, whether it's dynamics, whether it's reservoir flow, almost all that's deterministic. Okay. I mean, we don't think about it, but it almost always is. My wife, who's a physician and in particularly a pathologist, she lives in the world of statistics, and they can be so counterintuitive and they can be so easily abused. How do you see that, or how do you see in your position the ability to reconcile these two, particularly with so many engineers that are like me and just don't have the skill set?
Excellent question. Wow, you got really great questions and comments. I knew you would, though.
Oh, well, no,
So
I had time to prepare. I saw your presentation.
I appreciate that. That's a really good point, and it does recall one of the my professors when I did my undergraduate degree. He said it was an engineering school. That's all they had. And he's like, all these other engineering programs, they all get to see the results, but you work down a hole and you never get to really see. And that always stuck with me, that we don't really see what's going on. So to me, it's impossible to decouple like this probabilistic mindset and anything that we're doing downhole. I suppose it may be, and I'm sort of speaking outside of my area of expertise, but perhaps as you get farther away from the wellhead, so drilling engineers are maybe a little more certain. Perhaps I'm completely wrong, though. But then you get to reserves, and it's just who knows what. It's kind of just assumption piled on assumption, piled on assumption. But yeah, I guess my opinion would be that it doesn't have to necessarily be a strictly determinist or a strictly probabilistic view, but perhaps if we use a deterministic estimate, but then communicate somehow this degree of uncertainty, I think even that would be helpful.
I think the reserve classes, categories, subcategories that we use, I think those were very. So when I first broke out, what the reserve determination was 4 pages, and today PRMS is something like 1.5 inches. Yeah, I know. Okay, and talk about wiggle room. I think the more rules you get, the more wiggle room you get. That's kind of a weird. It's kind of weird the way that works, right? We didn't say I couldn't do it, right? But I think we're back to that aspirational, and talking about ethics. What are you trying to do? Are we disclosing that uncertainty, whether it's in a quantitative way or a qualitative way? I think early on for me, qualitative was the bigger quantity, and I think a lot of what we do is more quantitative, and then sometimes we run around making qualitative determinations that are maybe questionable. I had a guy in very, very, very good engineer at Macquarie Bank, and he had said, yeah, whenever I get a probabilistic model, I got to do a deterministic model to see if it's in the same ballpark, right? I think the probability, it's very easy to engineer a probabilistic model. It's harder on a deterministic model. But
You know,
yeah.
one thing I've seen, and again, I'm trying to be as vague as possible so I don't throw anybody under the bus.
No, I get it. No, I think, yeah, no. I don't.
The-
Did you see Richard Smith yesterday? He's what 10 years out from his time at Maersk, and
yes.
Maersk is gone, so he could say things that you should never say.
Right. Yes. One day,
Yeah.
well, you know, Marathon it's about to be bought by ConocoPhillips. I may be in that boat sooner. You have me on next year, maybe I can start talking stuff. But
It's
but
probably not good.
no,
I think he's old enough to be able to say I don't care, right? As opposed to,
yeah, I got a little bit of a career left to think about, I
There you
suppose.
yeah.
But what I was going to mention is one of the things I have observed is I, I don't know, I'll term it like the ultra conservative. So when we're dealing with these deterministic estimates, and as you studiously pointed out, you know, the SEC guidelines, they kind of give you the option of a reasonably certain. That's your deterministic estimate, or if you want to get probabilistic, you would do like a P90. But then when you get it, it becomes kind of this compounding issue where if you put in a bunch of conservative inputs, you end up with like not a P9, it's like a P99. So
Yeah,
you got to be mindful of that too.
yeah, they are compounding. Yeah, no, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Something that I think fits into this too that I'll ask you about. So where does this information come? A lot of this comes from experience, right? And a guy like Dan Oles, who's been on SPWE working so hard on PRMS, has brought all that expertise to bear. But with the last few years of COVID, that we had that COVID period, and then we have got the up periods and the down periods. Something, and maybe it's just a trend in the world, but I have a concern about a lack of mentorship, because I think a lot of these ethics, really have gotten passed from generation to generation through mentorship. Where are the reasonable? What is reasonable? What isn't reasonable? Where should you be concerned? Would you talk a little bit about how important mentorship is? Maybe it isn't. Maybe we can get it. Maybe we're engineers and it's all numbers and we're all done, right? I don't know.
So my career has been, you know, varied in companies from big to, you know, only slightly less big. So I think in that kind of environment, I think mentorship becomes more of a available option, I would think. But and I'm speculating here. Y'all jump in and ask me comment if I'm being incorrect. But I think that as you would get into smaller and smaller shops, perhaps that's something you have to more actively seek. But to actually answer the question that you asked, to me, mentorship has been that's how I've learned. I think there's some degree of you have to struggle through things and you learn that way. But as you said, you can kind of find your way in a path that maybe is incorrect without that expertise. You know, that the person who's been there, done that, and says, no, you need to think about this differently.
Your discussion about calling up colleagues and talking to them, I think that's a hugely important thing, and SPWE, that's a group that I know you're a member of, and I know that there's a lot of other reserve managers that have been members of, and I think that's a good place, a good safe place to have those conversations. I know from our perspective, going to Europe, sometimes when you leave the U.S. and you leave those SEC, guidelines behind, and you get into other places, those relationships aren't there. And that makes it interesting, because some of these companies will go off and they'll look at PRMS exactly the same. They'll read the same words and they'll interpret differently. And those become hard to reconcile. Don't tell me how I don't need to know how long the yardstick is. We just need to all use the same yardstick, okay? Because I'm short, okay? I'm just short, and and making the yardstick, shorter doesn't help me. It really doesn't.
And my understanding is that was kind of the intent of the PRMS to begin
Yeah.
with, as it was told to me. We didn't really have a yardstick, so we had to have something. And then following that, the regulatory bodies of the world started, piggybacking off of the PRMS.
I think that's true, and I'm not saying that the 4 pages was enough. Okay, that certainly wasn't enough. But now, and a lot of shout out to the SPW guys, Dan Oles in particular. I think I know I've just listened to him speak so often, and I think that's helpful. I think it's really helpful. Yeah, and I know he spent a lot of time going around the world, making those presentations. So that's always good.
I have to double down on your shout out to Dan Old. So whenever we get into the most prickly kind of questions that we don't even know how to talk to, he's generally the one that we call. So yes, Dan Old. So I can vouch for that guy.
He's a good guy. No, he's a good guy.
guy.
He's a good guy. Yeah. So, okay, Dan, if you're out there, we're talking nicely about you.
Yes.
I know you think we don't talk nicely about you, but we really do. Anyway, okay. So, looking forward, where do you see some of the biggest challenges? I think we've had some of these coming up later, maybe tomorrow, the day after, but there's been some big contractions, like in SPWE, like in SPE. How do we, and we're seeing a changing of the guard too. Now, I'm glad to see you here. You're one of the young guys, kudos to you for being here. But when I was talking to Blossom Gang, he basically told me, yeah, it's their problem, not mine anymore. That's not fair. Okay. I think he's putting a lot into this, into our industry. So I can't really get too upset at him, but I do think that this is a trick. How can we go forward in a way that makes sense and is efficient for everybody?
And again, one person's opinion. I love being challenged, so take a different opinion and tell me what yours is. But I feel like the ethics has to start at the top, wherever that may be for this specific shop, whoever is responsible for the estimate. It's got to be a cultural thing. It has to be known that integrity is important. It supersedes, if you will, all of the other goals and objectives that the company may have. It's got to be just inherent. And I feel like if you have a lack, again, I'm not naming names, but if you have a lack of that, it kind of filters down. I think where it's just a general, culture of, well, the results are the most important thing. And so that's my opinion is we've got to get the leaders of the companies to take integrity and ethics seriously.
So how do you do that? I'd venture to say that responsibility is a big deal, right? And if people have financial implications of doing things in a less, but there's a huge move towards efficiency, right? And there's kind of a little balance there.
That's good. And I'm fortunate. I don't ever want to be, a CEO or an executive, because I think those jobs look incredibly difficult to me. But yeah, how do you get them to see that? And I suppose that's what the, group organizations like the SEC are, or the FTC, that they're trying to do with these punitive damages. For example, the Shell reserves restatement in 2004, it was an embarrassing moment for all around. So if nothing else, I think that they would want to avoid those embarrassments for their company. So integrity just has to be part of a business today.
I think in my career, I've seen the long old companies that have been around a long time and have built good cultures and have survived many of these upturns and downturns, and have seen, because a lot of times when things get too crazy, we kind of go too far one direction, then we swing. The pendulum swings, right? It's some of these smaller companies though, where I think are kind of what scare me sometimes, is where they're really pushing things, and sometimes it's not even intentional, in my opinion. Sometimes it's just a lack of knowledge, or a lack of, the company hasn't been around long enough to have a corporate knowledge. And sometimes it's stuff like with the resource play. I mean, what do we know today versus what do we know 10 years ago? Huge difference.
Right, like well density versus type curves. That was a painful learning point for the industry.
And maybe still going on. Okay.
Yeah.
The type curve analysis is stuff. Well, now we're back to statistics, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Dr. John Wright was talking to me the other day about how the he said you can't drill your way out of it with the resource plays, because those certainty cones are not converging, right? So if those certainty cones are not converging with more and more wells, what does that tell us? It tells us we don't understand we're not applying the statistics correctly. Our analogs aren't correct, right? But but what I hear is the more wells you put in, the better it is.
The more that comes out, I guess.
Well, you can calculate a higher certainty, right?
Yeah.
But what you're losing is that fundamental concept, okay, that these are truly analogs. If they're not analogs, then they're not going to increase your certainty, right? Yeah.
It's a challenge too, I found in my, again, limited experience in the industry, but doing stuff like type curves for unconventional plays, it does not help that we are constantly changing our completion design and spacing.
Oh yeah.
So it's hard to take a group of wells and project it forward. It's difficult.
No, and I'm not saying that we weren't doing the best we could. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. And that isn't. And you can't do better than you can do, right? But I know, looking at like the Haynesville, what boundary dominated flow in many of those wells didn't appear for 10 years. So what do you do for
Yes.
10 years? You got to book something, right?
Yeah.
And you never really know until that pressure pulse hits that boundary, and until it hits the boundary, you really don't know. So I don't know.
You
Yeah,
got to make an assumption, and you got to base it on something.
So I'm glad I get to write software and know how to make those decisions. How's that? So we got some questions coming in here, or no? We're doing good. Okay. Oh, three. Oh, we're almost out of town. Okay. We're coming down to just about being done here. Apparently I talked too much again. I apologize.
It was very valuable.
Well, that's questionable, and there's a lot of people on this feed that are not agreeing with you. But why don't we meet again at 3:30, and we'll have it open. We'll have you and some other panelists on, and we'll open it up to everybody and their questions.
I'm looking
Okay?
forward to it. Thank you for having
David,
me.
again, thank you very, very much for coming here. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Be looking for this in the mail, and if it comes
I
broken,
will.
we'll get you another. Oh, it's kind of cool, isn't it? That's
It
kind of
is.
cool.
That would look really nice. I see one on your shelf.
We
Yes.
do. I'm yes, and honestly, this one's not yours. This is Dr. Wiggly's, but you will have one just like it, because it's somewhere in one of those boxes over there. Anyway,
Thank you.
Coming soon. Okay.
I'm looking for it. I'll be waiting.
Make sure we've got your address so we can send it to you, or maybe if I'm in Houston, we'll drop it off or something. David,
you, sir.
thank you very much. I appreciate what you've done for us this year.
Pleasure's all mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David Clark, for that excellent presentation. Up next, in about a minute, another quick start from QED. This time, Frankie is going to walk us through exactly how to merge in version 3. Big feature in version 3, starting in just a minute. But thank you again, David Clark. We really appreciate it.
Welcome back to PHDwin Week. We hope you enjoyed our ethics session.
Starting next week, we will send out a form to request PE continuing education credit hours for ethics and all sessions. Make sure you are subscribed with us to receive a notification as soon as we begin sending out certificates. Before our Q&A today, Frankie is back to present merging databases in PHDwin v3. Merging databases in PHDwin v3 streamlines data management by consolidating multiple datasets into one, reducing redundancy, ensuring data consistency, and simplifying project collaboration across teams.
Please help us welcome Frankie Delgado from QED Energy Associates.
Hi, everybody. My name is Frankie Delgado with QED Energy Associates, and I'm going to real quick go over how to merge a PHDwin v3 database into another PHDwin v3 database. So first of all, I'm in the database that I want to have my second database merged into. I can see that I have a total of 27 cases, so I'm going to go to my default scenario just to show you that's all I have. 27, so that's everything in my database. And I also have a scenario called QED. That's my scenario that I've been, doing all my edits and everything in. But I'd like to merge some cases from a different database in, not the entire database, just some cases. So I'm going to go to the other database that I like merged in this real quick, just to take a look at it. So I'm going to go to the change databases up here, and I'm going to click down on my databases and go to Project Yellow, because that's what I like to put into my Project Hello database. So I'm going to log into that database and just take a look at it real quick. So I can see if I go to default just to check the total number of cases in here, 88, should be 88 cases. I don't want all 88 cases in my Project Hello database though. I only want the ones that are in my yellow scenario to come in. So if I check that guy, I can see I have 35 cases in there in my Project Yellow scenario. That's okay. I can see also that I have an ID code I put on there called yes for all these cases for the Project Yellow scenario. We can do them, yes. So I'm going to go back to my Project Hello database, because that will be my main database. And then once I'm back in my Project Hello database, I can start the merge. So first thing I'm going to do is go up here to the home ribbon towards the top left where it says merge. Click on that guy, and that opens up the merge window. So I could back up this database before merge. It's kind of like a safe copy just in case, you do want to make sure you have a copy of it beforehand. I'm going to skip that for right now. So it says log into the database to merge. So the database I'd like merged into my current database is the Project Yellow database. If it was a different one, I can click the drop down there and choose one of my other databases. But again, it's the Project Yellow database I want. So I'm going to say log in. And now once that happens, I'm going to, the second step is to choose which scenario I want merged. If I wanted all cases, I could click this default scenario and pull it over. If I wanted what was in my QED scenario, I could do that. But like I said, I just want what's in my yellow scenario to come into this current database from Project Yellow. So I'm going to click on that scenario and drag it to the scenarios list right here. And so right here, it says scenarios to merge into my new database. That's going to be Project Yellow, or the scenario yellow from Project Yellow. Once I have the scenario I want, I'm just going to go ahead and click next. Once I get there, select how you want to match incoming cases to merge with existing cases. Unique ID is always used for primary match. Unique ID is going to be the best ID code because it's, very long and it's not going to match anything else besides that one case that you are merging from. We have right here, it says if unique ID does not match, match on the following. Really, I could do whatever I want. In this case, though, I'm not trying to take one case and get the same case with different values in. What I'm trying to do right now is take this set of cases and bring them in to my current database. So I want to make sure this guy down at the bottom is checked. If no match is found, add as new cases. If I didn't have that checked, it wouldn't find a match and it would just leave my 27 cases as they are and not pull in any new cases. So I'm gonna have that checked. If no match is found, add new cases. Click next again. And then it says the merge operation will overwrite the case data listed below. Uncheck the items that should not be overwritten. This is going to be if you have the same unique ID in both databases. Like if somebody was working on it in one room and you were working on it in another, you could check or uncheck things that you do not want to be overwritten. For my purpose right here, that doesn't matter because I'm bringing in new cases. So I want pretty much all this to come in anyway. Click Begin Merge, and it says merging source data project yellow into target database project. Hello, database will log the following users add the database. It has to log users add the database if multiple users are in the database, but that's fine in my case because I'm the only user on my database. So I'm going to click Merge, and it's going to say it's merging. And it's going to give you a little status of what it's doing right here in this box as it does the merge. It goes pretty quick from section to section. And once it's done, it's just done. And I'm going to click Close right here. It says merge log, check. Click Close. And I still have my 27 cases, but that's in scenario QED. If I drop down my scenario list, I now have a scenario called yellow. So let's go to scenario yellow, and I should have, I think it was 35. Yep, 35 cases in here. And they come in with a different price than what was in my QED scenario. So it not only brought in the cases, it brought in all their information too, as you'd expect it to do. Does it pretty well. And I can look in my grid editor now for all my cases. So I'm going to go to default, which is now my 88 plus 35, or not my 88, sorry, my 27 plus 35. Drag that over here, gen info, edit. And this is just something I did earlier. Excuse me. So if I go to this, button up here at the top left of the grid editor for general info, I'm going to scroll down to my ID codes, and I'm going to check yellow, which is that ID code that I had made in my project yellow database. I'm going to scroll over, and I can see that these yeses are what came in from my project yellow database. It brings in ID codes and everything with that too. This is just something I like to do so I can double check and make sure I know which case was from which database down the line if I need to separate them out. A couple of pretty cool things. The merge works pretty well, brings over what it needs to, and then separates them out. I can make new scenarios from here, do whatever I need to with it, and keep going. Yep. All right. That's all I got for this one. Thanks.
Big thanks to Frankie Delgado of QED Energy Associates. Thanks for that amazing quick help. At QED Energy Associates, we make the world's best reservoir engineering technicians. Call on us today to find out more about our database conversion services. We offer reservoir engineering techs on demand for a 15-minute project or for 5 hours. Whatever you need, we've got techs available today that can help you get it done. You can have a QED technician dedicated to your account if you want to reserve somebody full-time at your office. And the terms could go from 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. We're happy to cover whatever kind of term you want for a dedicated reservoir engineering technician consultant to be on site there with you. You can attempt to hire our technicians. We want all of the QED trained technicians to be hired by you, our clients, so you can hire them directly at any time. We offer some custom classroom training services on topics specifically requested by our clients. We have some nice one-on-one training that can be facilitated at your office. At QED Energy Associates, we believe that competency is not necessarily tied to years of experience. Therefore, for everyone on our staff, we go through and rate their competency level right now, today, through project work, quizzes, tests. We make sure when you call in and need a QED service, we're getting you somebody that has the skills to be able to get that work done for you today. It's my job at QED to make sure that every purchase you make is one that you're happy with. If ever you have a problem with a QED service, please contact me directly. I'm Courtney Stevens, and I can be reached at our office. You can call us at 832-581-3758. The quickest way to get a hold of us anytime.
Uh-oh, we got a little cutout there, but thank you, Frankie, for jumping on and giving us that quick start. We're actually going to have Courtney Stevens come back for our Q&A at 3:30. along with David and Brandon. So look forward to a full house at 3:30. I think going to be very entertaining. Thank you all very much for being part of PHDwin Week this year. We're going to take a very quick break, and then we might have some fun. I think I might be able to do some fun stuff with y'all. Hold on. Y'all pause for a minute. But if you don't want to have fun, you just want to catch up, get your questions answered. Again, 3:30, we'll jump back on, and then we can ask your questions to David or Brandon or Courtney about anything presented today. All right. Thank y'all. Okay, I just want to point out that was just all in good fun. All in good fun. There's an old video from a couple years ago. We like to have fun here at TRC. That's all in good fun. Just trying to kill a little bit of time between now and the upcoming session. Let me go dig in the bin. Let's see if I got some more fun. No, Nick, I don't want to talk about fantasy football on the stream. It's a hot mic. Turn it off. Turn it off. All in good fun, everyone. All in good fun. Just some little bonus videos from previous PHDwin weeks. As I said, we like to have fun here at TRC. All right, so we're going to jump back on with the Q&A segment at 3:30. If you have any questions, please go ahead and email events@phdwin.com, and we'll be sure to answer those during the Q&A segment. Thank you all very much for joining us today. It is our pleasure to present and be PHDwin Week. This has been a fantastic year so far, and I'm looking forward to getting into this Q&A. 9 more minutes until the Q&A. Though I have a special person I want to introduce, so I might do that a little bit beforehand. So in a couple minutes, we'll do an introduction, but we'll get to y'all's questions at 3:30. Hello, everyone. Let me go ahead and pull this up real quick. Thank you very much for joining us for the Q&A session here. We're going to be bringing on our guests in just a little bit to talk some about the different presentations we had today, some excellent presentations today. But before we bring the guests in at 3:30, so your questions will be answered starting at 3:30. Every single time we get new people on our support team, our clients love to put a name to a face and get an introduction. So just a couple minutes early, I'm turning on my camera so that way I can introduce JD. Hey, JD.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing good. Welcome to PHDwin Week Desk.
Well, thank you.
So, JD, tell everyone a little bit about yourself.
Okay. I actually went through QED's program with Courtney and trained as a technician. But I was picked up with TRC here to work on PHDwin, and I started in February, and I've been working on the support desk ever since then, and been really learning both versions of the program, but really heavily involved in version 3 and supporting that. I was there for the rollout of version 17, which most of you are on, and answering questions, helping people all day long, and knowing the program real well.
There you go. There you go. Well, you're picking up speed. So far, you've gotten really good compliments from all the clients that have been servicing your calls. One thing that comes up, JD, that people ask us is, what does it look like 2 versus 3? Especially this year, everyone wants to know the breakdown. But my understanding is y'all get just as much or more 3 calls nowadays as 2 calls, right?
That's right. Yes. There's a lot more calls for 3 than 2. Most of the 2 calls we get are very incredibly basic, forgotten how to do things, and but we have a lot of people who are transitioning to 3 very, very easily.
Well, there we go. That's really cool. I really appreciate you coming on talking about that. So in just a minute, I'm going to bring my guests on, and then we're going to answer some questions and ask some questions that came from you, the audience. So thank you all very much for submitting those questions. Just a few notes before we get into that. So we're going to start at 9 o'clock again tomorrow. I'm going to have Ifrali sit down with me here in our room in our command center, and we'll do the morning show, and we'll introduce y'all to tomorrow. We've got DeGuerre McNaughton is going to be our flagship presentation tomorrow. Alvaro, who's someone that I've worked with a lot, JD, recently, has a really good presentation coming up at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And then later on in the day, we have a very good presentation from Zach Warren that's going to be about data and something that's very near and dear to our heart, which is what to think of API numbers. And so we've got some more great content for y'all tomorrow. And then, of course, on Friday, we're going to have Blue River Analytics on, show y'all some of the work that they've done with Spotfire, which I think is what everyone's been kind of waiting for. There's been a lot of demand for that, I will say, JD. And then, Dwayne Purvis is going to come on, give his annual presentation. Me and him been going back and forth about it. It might be a little bit controversial, but I'm ready for that. It's all about doing what we can. So y'all stay tuned. We have a lot more going on PHDwin Week. But right now, let me go ahead and bring in our guests. Let's go ahead and welcome them, JD, and then let's do our Q&A. So let's do them in order of whenever they had the presentations today. So that's first up, Brandon Benner. Let's bring him in. Let's see real quick. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for joining us with the Q&A. Next up,
I'm glad to be here.
Courtney Stevens. Let's bring her in. Hey, Courtney.
Hey, guys.
Welcome back. Welcome back. And then finally, our ethics presenter today, David Clark. Let's go ahead and bring him in. Hey, David. How you doing?
Good.
So, what we've been doing every day at the end of PHDwin Week is we've been doing these panel-style Q&As. So far, it's been real interesting. The conversation has not gone always where I expected, which is good. That's the point of this. And so feel free. I'm just going to ask you all different questions about y'all sessions that came from different audience members. So feel free to jump on any other person's question. But the idea here is to try to stimulate conversation and try to move the ball forward. I want to start with you, Brandon, because you had obviously a presentation that was near and dear to my heart this morning, sitting there talking about how you moved from version 2 to version 3. I know your ears have been burned this week because I keep complimenting you around the office about such a strong 2 user you are, but I was really impressed how quickly you moved into 3. And, you had some initial issues. You gave me that call about the models form, and we had to talk about how to paste in the format and all that to get it right. But I mean, how are you feeling right now? I know in the presentation you said you moved forward, but you feeling really confident in your 3 knowledge? Would you say you're up to where you are in 2 at this point?
I think so. I mean, I think I haven't delved as deep into the newer features that 3 brings, but I think I'm as near competent as I was in version 2 as I am in 3. And I thought sort of past the stage of asking myself, I know how to do this in 2. Why can't I do it here? And so I think I've overcome that learning curve for the most part. And I'm using V3 exclusively right now.
Doing through the exclusively. Wow. Okay, that's great. That's great to hear. So, one important thing that you talked about in your presentation with V3 was being able to integrate with other products. So I just want to ask, well, an audience asks, a member asks, have you all done any of those integrations yet, or just planned integrations at this point?
We've done some with Tableau is the main data analysis software we've been using. And so it's mostly been for, our team at Anthem is relatively small now. So it's more tools that I'm using to build presentations quickly. And so I'm using it more to build visualizations based on the runs, and then directing the software to the data sets that I'm working on.
Perfect. Well, if you ever need help with that, Brandon, you know where to find me, right? You've got all my email and everything at this point. I love doing integration stuff. One thing that I feel very fortunate about is that I get to do a lot of different things at TRC. So there's a lot of our clients, as you know, Brandon, with the small team, wears a lot of hats, right? You end up being the technician, you end up being the engineer. Sometimes you're doing geology. Sometimes you're just doing billing and calling people and all that. I get to be the director of PHDwin Week. I get to be the sales guy, but I love getting into technology, and I love being able to be part of the dev process, or having influence on what our outputs look like, that sort of thing. And so I love anyone that wants to have that conversation with me and talk about how we can make your company more effective. Reach out to me, because I always feel inspired and challenged by doing that sort of thing. So definitely reach out, Brandon, as we get into it. But I'm going to pass some questions around right now. So David, I've got a question for you that came in during your presentation, which was excellent, by the way. Thank you very much. Dave was very impressed. He went to go get a drink of water, I think, right now. He let me and JD take over for a moment. Probably regretted doing that a little bit, but that's okay. But you did a great presentation. Thank you very much. We always appreciate whenever people that are kind of new to our ecosystem jump in like that. And so just know you always have a friend here at TRC. No matter where you go in your career, David, we'll always take care of you. So Ganesh Christian, who's been on the feed a lot this week, we really appreciate that, has a question for you. He said, you mentioned the independent team to maintain compliance. Your example makes sense for majors and super independents. How would you maintain a similar setup for smaller shops, David?
Ooh, that is a tough question. And I think it's not going to be a one size fits all. It depends on how you're individually set up. Probably the issue I could see with the smaller the shop, everybody's probably got a bigger stake in wanting the company to win. So I think if you're at that point, then you may need to do something such as a consultant, if that makes sense. Run these assumptions and these things by them. Here's what we're planning to put together. Can you do a peer review? But perhaps if that's not feasible, I think if y'all have a strong sense of integrity, I feel like the ethics would follow.
So I'm a big believer in that it's up to the individual engineer and what their own sense of integrity is. That's part of the reason why whenever engineers pop up and they show integrity, they show good work process, they show mindfulness, we really want to involve them as much as we can at TRC. Like you, Brandon, you've been around for a while now. You jumped in early on 3, gave us some feedback, and we kind of been around a little bit. Now you've moved over after we've kind of baked some of the stuff in. But I know you as a strong user. As soon as you popped up this year, I was like, all right, I got to take care of Brandon. This is someone that I know represents us well and is doing good work. Or like Friday, we're going to have one of the engineers I work with a lot, Dwayne Purvis, come on. And, for one of the things that Dwayne told me in one of the first PHDwin weeks, he had to go like hide in one of our rooms in between one of the sessions. And he said, "Hey, wish me luck, Jonathan. I'm about to go get fired by a client because I'm going to tell them that they're wrong and that their estimates are wrong." And I was like, "Hey, this is a guy I can trust. He's willing to put his neck out there. He's willing to speak truth to it." But I think that's a really important part of it. There's so many, there's always this kind of conflict of, do you follow, your boss? Do you follow, the people in front of you? Do you follow the person that's paying you? Do an expert testimony, or you're an independent consultant? That can get really dicey, right? Like, do you bite the hand that feeds you? And I really feel like the engineers we like to work with have very high ethical standards and are basically willing to be fired. That's what it just comes down to. Stick their neck out and maybe have something happen due to that, because they're willing to tie themselves only to a very high standard. Kind of put you on the spot a little bit, Brandon. But have you ever had a situation where, in your career, where you felt like you had to stick your neck out some?
I think, absolutely. And at the end of the day, your ethics and your values, trump everything. And I think, there's always room for a good person in the oil field. I think I've told that to many young engineers that I've talked to who are worried either ethically or they've laid off. There's always good room for good people in the oil field. And I think that's been true in ups and downs. And sometimes it takes a while, but have that as a backdrop. But I think your reputation and your values, they trump everything. And I think the more you're firm in that, you can go sleep well at night knowing you've done the right thing. And I think that's important. And then, but at the same time, you always want to make sure you're right too. So, I think it's important not to get ahead of yourself and standing firm on solid ground that maybe you're in the wrong, right? So it's always good to have a second set of eyes on someone you trust. And, with Kyle Drew, engineer here at Anthem, we've often worked projects separately and compared our answers, depending on how big the deal is, right? So we can have two eyes on the same problem, compare our answers, see where we're at. So it's always good to have a trusted friend and colleague that can have your back or bounce stuff off you as you take the solid stands in your profession.
I think that's a great way of looking at it. Just having that two eyeballs looking at the same thing, seeing if y'all come to the same thing. And as we all know, so we did a user group earlier this year, and there was a particular user. I don't want to shout out his name, but he'll know who he is when I tell the story. He's been with us about 15 years, and he came up to me. He said, "I've got one question for you, Jonathan." I go, "Okay." I'm nervous. I hate whenever people preposition me like that in a live thing or whatever, because it's going to be a hard question, right? He goes, "How many of the curves in PHDwin are correct?" And I sat there and I thought about it for a second. I was like, well, I guess all of them are a little bit wrong, right? He goes, "Yes, that's the right answer. It's all predictions and it's all estimates, and they're probably all a little bit wrong. It's just how, what can you justify and how wrong are you?" And that takes some strong ethics to be able to know that these are predictions. A lot of times people live off our outputs, right? We crank out these spreadsheets after these type curves and we say, here are the volumes 20 years in the future. And it's up to the person to know that, this is a prediction. And as you talked about, David, maybe I need to weight this prediction. Maybe I need to have a risk around it. Maybe I need to have some sort of model, like a sensitivity model, to show like a range of values. So that way I can have that kind of output that I can feel confident in. So I got one for you, Courtney. So you train technicians and you bring people into this industry. As far as your training and bringing people in, what can you speak to building people up to be good representatives for the industry in this kind of situation?
Well, as you know, as a reservoir engineering technician, we have to do what the engineer says. When JD was in training, or when his sister Casey was in training, I would say one of the things that we talk about is making type curves for our engineer. And I can remember being on a call with an engineer that had drawn some contours on a map for me, and it absolutely picked just the wells he wanted that were going to be in this type curve. And he had a real good story for like thickness per foot of like why these particular wells, should be in this type curve. As a technician, I really can't make the call on which well should be in the type curve. But what I advise people to do is do what you think is right and do what the engineer said. Give them both and let the engineer make the decision. I wouldn't want one of my technicians saying to an engineer, hey, you've cherry picked these 50 wells and these are going in the type curve that's going in the, investor presentation. I try and advise people when they're doing data science to come at it. I don't really think that we have the power to say, I'm not going to do what you said, engineer. But what we could do is say, I looked at this a different way, and I think this might be a better set to be analyzing and present both to the decision maker. I really do believe we have to look at whose capital is going to be risked, right? So with any decision here at QED, it's my money, and I'm taking risks, and it's my right to take the risks. But I do like for everybody on the team to disclose their perspective of the risks. And as a reservoir engineer, or as, the drilling engineer, the completions engineer, it's your job to appropriately assess the risk and disclose that to the capital providers.
I think that's a great answer. And I work with techs more. So y'all might not know my background. I know Brandon and Cordy does, but David, you might not know this. And please don't hang up the phone whenever I tell you this. But my background is I'm not an engineer. I'm an MBA. So I'm actually the evil suit in the room that everyone always casts aspersions, brings these kind of quandaries to the table, right? But my personal side of it is I end up working with a lot of techs. That means so I that's where I do a lot of my work. A lot of the functions like the Tech Connect and all that was built to help out technicians. And I'll talk to technicians, and they'll be doing like a hard conversion, or they'll be pulling data in from another system. And I'll be like, you're doing this conversion, and there's this number, you're hard coding this number right here. This should probably be dynamic, right? Like we should probably set this up to link date or something else. So when we change the price, it can change. And the tech goes, no, my boss wants this to match to the dime, and I need to match the dime, or I'm going to be the one in trouble, right? And I feel that pressure then that they have to live with. And, a lot of what you talked about in your presentation, David, was engineering ethics and writing down forecasts and all that. A lot on the predicted side, what I call the decline curve, the DCA side. But I'm always, whenever I do the training classes, I always focus on what I call rigonomics. I know it's a terrible word. I'm not trying to trademark it or anything like that. But, as you know, I know Brandon knows this. There's all these little adjustments all over both versions of PHDwin. The multipliers, right? And the shrinkage, and being able to do like offset adjustments for the individual cases for each product. And I was literally in a training class about 2 weeks ago, and I was showing how you can have varying ownership for individual products. And I was telling the class, I was like, and here's where you can put in ownership for gas. And what I see people do, I'm not saying anything about it. What I see people do is if they're modeling flaring the gas, they go in there and they zero out the ownership right there. And some of my class goes, wait a minute, that's illegal. And I said, I know, but I'm telling you what's in the files. I'm teaching y'all where this happens so you can identify it when it comes to your desk. And so that ends up being this real gray area, And so, I just want to ask you, David, a lot of your presentation was about forecasting, but there definitely is a lot that can be done to change reserve value and what economic EURs are by changing all these different factors that sometimes aren't obvious, aren't just price, some things that are under the hood. So, as an engineer, how do you manage this world where there's two sides of it? There is what can be done, ethically on the forecasting side, but also what can be done on the economic side.
So I guess first, I love the term rigonomics. I'm going to start using that. That's
all yours.
That's great. Thank you. But that's an interesting point. And I think it was you that made the case yesterday during the Q&A session that one of your staff members had gone in and impressed a room full of people with medals on their chest, and he said, "What is your degree in?" It's like psychology, and I think that really highlighted exactly what you're describing. Is once we step into this team, we are equals. It really, I mean, you may have a different title, and this person may have a different title, but we are all responsible for the end product. So with that in mind, that particular presentation was focused on modeling, decline curve analysis, type curves and stuff, but it doesn't stop there. I think it's all the way through the end project, from putting together your geology to putting your cash flow statements. I think it applies all the way through.
And that's why we try to build good tools to find these inputs, so that way you can find where all this happens. But I tell people all the time, don't just take the PDF. ask for the file, whether it's an outside vendor or us, the PHZ file, and run it yourself and see what those assumptions are, because there's a lot that can get you to that PDF, right? And you want to make sure if you're spending someone else's money, especially, that you want to make sure that you can test your own assumptions. I know you do that, Brandon. So kind of throw back to you a little bit, Brandon. What is your process if you get sent a file or something like that? You don't have to tell me your secret sauce, but what is your basic process to make sure that you're checking the assumptions correctly and that that you're looking for the right things in that file to make a good decision?
I mean, I think it depends on the data you get along with the file, right? You want to dig into the LOS and make sure your output's tied to the LOS and look at each line and see what the trend is and try to tie your database match to historical. And so I think you have to have an LOS or something, some sort of economic outputs from whatever you're looking at to ensure that your final output is good. It doesn't matter if you get the assumptions right or wrong if it doesn't tie, right? So I would say really focusing in on the tie once your output's complete is crucial. And but when I get a fresh database, I mean, just clicking through every box that I know of, right, and sort of systematically checking prices, expenses, ownerships, taxes, but tying outputs to the LOS provided is critical.
I'm not qualified to touch the curves at all. So I'm very careful about going in there and touching the ARPS box at all. Whenever I talk to someone, and every now and then I'll tell y'all this, and this might make y'all groan. I'll be honest with y'all. So just get ready for it. But I have a call that I call the dentist call, where I get a call from someone and it's like, yeah, I'm just a dentist in West Texas, and I don't know, I see all my friends at the country club making money on oil and gas wells, and it doesn't seem too hard. Tell me about your software. I feel like I can do it too, right? And I obviously I first represent that this is an engineering tool. I would recommend an engineer in the middle. Here are some different independent engineers that I can point you to. But if they're already sitting on a file and they've maybe sometimes already put some money into it or something, I show them how to just go in just the volume multiplier. I'm like, let's not touch the curves themselves. Let's go in the volume multiplier. Let's take it down 10%, touch nothing else, and then see if you're still making the money you're expecting to make based upon their assumption minus 10. Now, I don't know if that's appropriate or not. Y'all can tell me, Brandon, is that appropriate way to do that? Should I be telling those dentists just to go away? Or do you think
can tell dentists what you want to, Jonathan?
Okay, fair enough. I like that.
I do keep a list of professional engineers with professional engineering credentials on my desktop at all times. So a lot of people that, have called QED, if you're in the industry, of course, you know what a tech is versus an engineer. But some people don't. And so I get requests and I say, okay, well, let's get you over to a qualified professional engineer that can advise you and help you to make investment decisions. And so a lot of the people that are watching today are some of the people on that list.
I have a Rolodex too. I have a little short list and I give it every single time. I'm like, I'm going to email you the list and this is what you should ask first, please. And don't buy. I already told people, like, don't buy my product. Like, you're not
Mark
in this
Lynch
industry.
was like,
you
I've
don't
got a
have the
full-time
training.
job.
Like,
Take me off the list.
I'm sorry, you've already put money in or something. Like, I'll get you a report out, to whatever. But I'm not going to take your money. So we try to be really high standards on that. But same time, it's about what you can do and what you can't do. And sometimes for people like me that are not engineer, I mean, I will be honest to the two engineers in the room. Sometimes I hear from people like, oh, I can connect the dots. And it's like, no, it's not connecting the dots. It's not, we're not just drawing a line through the nearest points and all that. There's more that go into it.
Yeah.
And to me,
there's more to it.
There's way more to it.
It's not just fitting the data points, right? Like for a lot of people's perspective, if they look at a decline curve analysis program as, I need to fit through the data, and there's a whole realm of us that think that that's easy to do, but we don't know anything about material balance. We don't know anything about bounded or unbounded flow. We don't know how the rock properties are actually changing in the reservoir. That's what these guys are for, like, right. That's your specialty. I actually am really good at going through and checking the model to make sure that you don't have a 700% increase in the gas volume because you entered the shrink inappropriately. Like right. That's my job. I'm great at that. If you need help error checking a model for economic consistency. QED designed, actually for Kirby Wells, an economics consistency report several years ago. And it's just a one-page write-up of this is what's in your model. These are the things that are running for the various parameter sets. And it's a kind of a single spreadsheet, case by case output. So, you know, you got to have a good team though to review your model and make sure that it's correct. Both the, you know, kind of everybody has to do their part, right?
I think that that's an excellent point. So let me go ahead and get back to some audience questions real quick, unless anyone wants to comment on that. David, I had a question for you that came up in your presentation or the Q&A or the talk after. You talked about stacking assumptions on top of assumptions on top of assumptions. And someone popped up that I've been working with for a while that's on the royalty side. And this particular company, they don't get access to a lot of these assumptions that it takes to really build out the model. You know, what would be your advice for someone like that that maybe has an asymmetric information problem where they don't get all the assumptions? What's your advice for them to do the best process?
That is a tough situation. And I think your dentist call example is probably one of those. That would be my advice too. It's like, well, you know, there's assumptions in there and you probably have to know what their motivation. Are they trying to sell you something? Then you can maybe assume there's some extra baked in there. So there's probably a magic formula that I'm not smart enough to know that let's take an error bar around this. And then like, okay, if they were 25% wrong, would I still like this deal? And I think that it makes perfect sense. You have to use something simple since you don't have all the tools to do a complete, you know, rework of the curves. You have to find some way to test it. So risk factors make sense to me.
Yeah, risk factors. Yeah.
Yeah, there's great reservoir engineering consultancies too that evaluate, you know, from a technical standpoint, minerals packages. Haas and Cobb, you know, in particular, they have great breadth of industry knowledge and kind of costs by basin and, you know, deducts by area. And yeah, I mean, I think that the reservoir engineering consultants are who you should go to for an independent third party opinion on a minerals deal.
I will definitely agree with that. And that's who often we point to whenever we get into those situations, because they'll come to us and be like, wait, why didn't PHDwin just have all the costs in here or something like that? And well, you know, or where's the production data? You know, production data alone to us ends up being this big back and forth, because how are you allocating down the well level? What's the formula you're using for those allocations? From our standpoint, that's a bit of a black box. We see different answers from different vendors, and you have to be able to know what's going on. You have to be able to represent that. And so that can make a real challenge for people in the thing. I got a question for you, Brandon. This one came from an audience member, and it might put me on the spot a little bit, but that's okay. I'm ready for it. An audience member asks you, what feature is not currently in version 3 that you wish was in version 3?
Ooh, okay. I think, and I hope this is something y'all can work in. I'll give you a new one. I haven't told you before, Jonathan.
Okay.
So, and maybe I don't know how to do it.
Okay.
But having global, like repeating some of the functionality of the models editor from V2, where there's some global settings that you apply as you go from database to database. For example, I don't want to recreate my graph that I really spent 15 minutes in each time I'm looking at a new A&D deal. You know, I want to have that graph come with me to each database. And I want my price decks to go from one database to another database. So, so there's some global type settings that I wish would carry over from database to database.
I got this.
You want to say it or me? You want to say? Okay, you go ahead.
I got the, well. So just to let you know, Brandon, I feel like I've solved that some of it, not all of it, but let me talk through it a little bit with you. First of all, on the graph settings side of it, there is a way. So when you're on the database settings ribbon, at the very bottom of the ribbon, bottom right corner, last button you can click is default graphs. In it, you can see all the graphs in the database, but you can also, in the little bottom right corner, it's blank by default, so it's not obvious what it is. I'll be honest, it's kind of unintuitive. That's your instance graph. So everything that's in your instance on your machine, you can drag the graphs from the database that you built, drag them down there to the instance, and then whenever you open up the next database, you can drag those instance graphs back into that database. So that we do have a way to take graphs, like old graph templates where you'd save to the machine. We do have now we're saving them to the instance, so they're saved inside the SQL Server instead of some random TPS file. So that allows you to move that back and forth. And then as far as like your models, you want to do that one, Courtney? I built the trick, but you want to tell them about it? Go for it.
Well, I mean, no, I was going to say something completely different. We lived in this world with V2 where we had database, and we kept them all separate. Now we're on SQL Server, and the merge functionality is great. So you could actually just have one master database and bring in new databases, qualify that under a new scenario, and just, your subsets of cases are within the scenario. So as you change scenario, you change sets of cases, and then everything you created would always be in your master database.
I see. So just keep your database the same, but each company you evaluate, you can switch between it that way. Yeah, no, that's a
and
good
then when
point
it's
as well.
when you transact, that's just drag and drop it to your asset base. So but you don't have to do it that way. It's just a new option for you.
That is an option, and we've made sure to test making a PHZ with nothing in it. So you can have 0 cases and make a PHZ, and then all these settings would be in it. So then you could have like a template file if you use Courtney's workflow. For the models part of it, I got a 2-part answer for you, Brandon. You might not, you might like one more than the other. First of all, just keep using models maintenance. I wrote the manual on it. I still do the training for it. I like models maintenance. I use 3 with models maintenance. I build my models. I import them into 3. But I know if you want to be 3 native like you are, maybe you don't want to go back to the models maintenance application. Its Excel editor, I'll be honest, is a little bit difficult. You probably got down to a science. I know Courtney does, but it can be a little difficult to do it. So there's a report in version 3 called the models audit. And it looks like it's just a report to see what's in your models. But actually, that thing is kind of like old projection edit. So you crank that out. You put it, it pulls out all your models. And whenever you open it up, there's the parameters, right, Brandon? We're on the different reports where you can switch parameters. So you can pick what models you want to be able to change. So if you want to pull out the expenses, price, whatever, you just check the box and hit submit. And then it pulls them all into the report engine. This is the only report that'll save as a CSV. So that's how I take my models from one database to the next. I do this report, I save it as a CSV. And then whenever you point the next PHDwin database at it, every single column in that thing is auto mapped. It'll come in pretty much automatically because we know what that is, like the old projection edit loop. And so I actually use that to make sensitivity models. I'll push out that CSV. I'll go in Excel because I'm the MBA. I love Excel, right? I'll do some sort of formula like 1.1 times NYMEX or whatever, make that column be an adjustment, change my name, and then import in sensitivity models using that models off. So play with that report. If you're having problems with it, let me know, just like the models form. If there's anything unintuitive about it, Brandon, let me tweak it, let me fix it. But that's kind of what I thought the answer would be for this thing is you can continue to use model files if you want, models maintenance. But if you want to be pure native 3, use that models audit report. And hopefully that'll give you the workflow you want back, Brandon. But again, give me some feedback. If that's not working for you, maybe we can come up with something better. So.
Yeah,
I love that. Hey, that's great. Your two things I could answer somewhat. I'm sure there'll be more, and there always is more. So, that's why we want to make sure we do PHDwin Week. We're constantly every year trying to put ourselves out there. People ask difficult questions on these calls, and I really like that because we're not trying to hide from difficult questions. That's the ethics for us, David, is as a software vendor, will we take on difficult questions? Will we sit there and work with your data set, or every single time a sale come in, do we go, no, let's throw away your data set. Let's just use this demo data set that I've already got all pretty and clean and ready to go and all that. We try to really demo on people's data because we want to show that it's a real tool and can work with all this different data and not just, this pretty little set that I can put together. But me and Brandon had a moment earlier this year because he came back around and I was showing him version 3 and he was like, wait a minute, did you rig this demo for me? And I go, why? He goes, because all this data was my previous company, Calyx. I go, no, this is just the demo set I use whenever someone doesn't have it. So sometimes we end up with a little coincidental overlap, right? But for the most part, I'm not rigging the cards or anything like that. We really try to use whatever data people bring to us because that's ethics on our part, and being transparent about our methods and being transparent about, who's influenced the program. That's why we have people like Larry Connor was on Monday. Richard Smith was on Tuesday. These guys have had a huge influence on the way that PHDwin works. Earlier, we had a replay from Jessica Bird at Blackstone Minerals. She basically built the wellbore completion form. I want to be honest about that. Like how we handle wellbore completions, she was the one that figured all that out. And we're really using her methodology to be able to tie like wellbores back together, deallocate wells and all of that. And so, part of it's you, Brandon. You gave me feedback years ago. You and Kyle, that's gotten baked in over time, right? And so this is something that we're constantly iterating on. And that's difficult for us. Let me ask you, David, last kind of question, I guess, for this Q&A. As a software vendor, so not engineers, now I'm going to kind of switch it up on you. What do you think should be the ethical considerations whenever you're looking to vendors, whenever you're looking to partners to work with?
That is a good question, and you put me on the spot as I
did.
am speaking to a software venture. I'm
Go
going to
ahead, rip
venture
my heart out. I don't
carefully.
care. Yeah.
I'm going to tread carefully into this answer, but I think you've demonstrated this. It's first, is the tool correct for the job? Because I think what I've experienced for some is that everybody's going to put their tool into your problem, and they're going to say, "This will fix whatever you're trying to do." But it sounds like with the conversations that you've described, you're not necessarily saying this. In some cases, you're saying start with an engineer. When the dentist calls, or let's not work with the demo set. Let's put it to your set. So I think what you're demonstrating shows integrity. So yeah, that's really what I look for. If I'm always, whenever a vendor approaches me, I'm kind of always on guard. I'm like, I don't know if this is the right tool, but I think if they backed off and kind of seriously answered the question, is this the tool for your problem? That would put it would lower my defenses. I think it's like, okay, let's chat about it.
I'll give you a little joke there. So my name is Jonathan Smith, John Smith, right? And I can't tell you how many times I go up to people as a vendor and go, "Hey, nice to meet you. My name's Jonathan Smith," and they go, "You are lying to me. What fast when you pulling on me with that made up name, John Doe? All right, yeah, I got you figured out, right?" So that's one thing I've had to struggle with in my career. But no, that David, that's something we take real seriously. That's why we try to be part of the professional organizations to weigh in on this. That's why we try to listen to our experienced users like Brandon and people like Courtney that come to us with problems and try to fix it. But we're not perfect. And Brandon, one thing I really liked about your presentation is you did the good and the bad about version 3. And you pointed out you do need a new computer, and you might hit some issues, where you get kicked out every now and then, depending on, how the data loaded and all that. And we're still working on issues. Every single build, we find bugs and we're fixing them, and we're trying to improve the product. We think it's in a really good place right now, and I'm glad you have moved over and you feel the same, but it always can get better. I mean, even I updated like a year or two ago to fix some stuff, right? That's a 20-year-old code base, and we're still trying to make that better. And so, it's about constant improvement, but it's also, we're really conservative. And that gets us in trouble sometimes. We get people that call us and say, "Hey, this great new method of forecasting came out in a white paper. How fast is it going to be in PHDwin?" And we go, "Let's see how well it predicts in 5 years from now. Let's see. Let's come back and let's see how that method does. It did great in that early period, that boundary dominated flow period. But how well does it do whenever we do those look backs, when we come back around on it?" And there's been some times where we've had internal fights about, no, that didn't predict right, or that method that consulting firm's using, I think we have a better method. We need to go back and show them what we think is a better method. And it's this constant back and forth, and we're trying to always work with our clients and work with those major consulting firms to have high standards and move things forward. But we're also really looking to y'all, the engineers. We are not the answer. We call ourselves TRC consultants. We don't do any consulting, just so y'all know. We don't have a side job where we're competing with y'all flipping packages or something like that. As I said yesterday, the only reason we call ourselves that is because internationally, you have to come in as a consultant. You can't come in as like PHDwin Inc. You have to advise them on how to use software by KA training, and then have consultancy along with it. It's just a different, mindset of how, vendors are supposed to behave. But we don't flip packages. We don't compete with y'all directly. So we really rely on people like you, Brandon, to come to me and say, "Hey, this doesn't work good," or Courtney to come back and say, "Hey, I need a better way to QC this model," right? And sometimes we just tell people no. I mean, there's been plenty of times. Go ask my boss for a Monte Carlo simulator. The answer is no. I'll just tell you right now. I've asked him like a billion times, and he does not want to do it. He thinks that's fallen off, and maybe he's wrong, maybe it's right, but that's something he's personally seen people make bad decisions against. And I'm not saying that that's a bad methodology. It's just something that he personally doesn't believe in. So we're not going to code that in. And so we try to be honest about what we'll do, what we won't do, and have good methodology. So with that said, I want to kind of give everyone a chance to give some final thoughts. Brandon, I'll start with you. Any final thoughts on today or anything that we've talked about?
I think I would encourage anyone who hasn't tried V2 to at least dive in and try it for 2 weeks on the side as you're working through whatever workflow it is, and just get ready for. I think one of the good and bad, it feels like V2. It feels like a PHDwin software. So there's sort of, when I first started, it was like I wanted to jump in and I felt like I could sort of do everything I could do in V2, but it's a learning curve by process, and sometimes that takes a while. So, but it's worth the effort to get into V3, and I would encourage everybody to do so.
Well, there we go. And I love that part of your presentation, how you had that curve, right, where you felt real confident, and then you came down, and then you came back up. And hopefully we helped you through that curve. Hopefully you're feeling out there right now. So next up, Courtney, any final thoughts?
Just thanks, guys, for being here. Thanks for the presentations on ethics today. QED does always try and do what's right and what's best for our clients. I try and make sure that all my clients' data is kept completely confidential. I try and make sure, we ensure that. I make sure that everybody on my team knows that we would always do the right thing. It's always more important for us, for the QED clients, to feel like they've gotten the better end of the deal. I don't ever want a client to feel overcharged or, like they didn't get value out of a process. So I like to work with people that have that same, outlook. So Brandon, obviously, David, I'm also from Mother Marathon, and John and Dave and the whole team at PHDwin. I appreciate you guys. I like to work with this kind of people.
Well, we like to work with you, Courtney. That's why you're always got a standing invite to PHDwin Week. And then David Clark, welcome to the ecosystem. Welcome to PHDwin Week. What's your final thoughts?
So first, I gotta say how impressed I am by PHDwin Week. So I struggle personally just organizing a meeting with more than 2 or 3 people, but y'all have managed to do a whole week with all of these presentations, and it's quality material and it's done well. So color me impressed. This was a great job. So that being said, ethics, some maybe takeaways for me. It seems like it would be an easy topic to present on, right? But as you start diving into it, it develops into a very difficult presentation. But it was a good challenge for me, and I love a challenge. So thank you for inviting me. I have enjoyed every interaction that I've had with everybody at PHDwin. So thanks for having me.
No, thank you, David. Thank you, Brandon. And thank you, Courtney. Thank you, JD. Thank you all for coming and being part of PHDwin Week. PHDwin Week has just been a labor of my heart to try to do my best to move forward the conversation in this oil and gas industry. Yeah, I know as a vendor, some of it is training, some of it is a bit of a sales job. I'll be honest about it, but I really like to have these discussions as well and see if we can elevate the conversation around the tool and around the process. So thank y'all for being part of that conversation. And any 3 of y'all know where to find me. You'll always have a friend with PHDwin. So reach out to us. Let us know what you need. Anyone on the stream, you need something, you can find me at JSmith, JSMITA, I guess John Smith, J Smith at PHDwin.com. But otherwise, we'll go ahead and sign off. Y'all catch us again at 9 a.m. Tomorrow morning, Thursday morning. We're going to do an introduction to the day, and then we have some really good presentations lined up for tomorrow. But for now, thank y'all for coming on the Q&A. Thank you, audience, for asking your questions.